we're expecting aggression. We're gonna be very passive, very step-by-step, very methodical siege, which is very predictable, but it's also harder to lash out against.
My
so
gosh,
that
man.
C4 getting tossed like getting a kill, it puts Secret in a perfect position.
Sarks was already Sarks died to C4. And I wasn't able to see it.
Here for Grubby, but it will fail if the mute jammers protect
But it
these
wasn't from
defenders,
below, that's for sure.
and especially if Noah sneaks
That's
on
rough.
down. Grubby though gets the better of him. Shotgun meets shotgun. And now
playing this
it's
a little weird.
a massive chance for GK to march their way forward. Drills peak solo.
Also, I need to figure out who's
Secret
not
are falling to pieces after that initial pick onto Sarks. They haven't found anything, and GK have so much time to look for an execute.
Doing two different things right now. Moki was playing very passive by the bomb side, surrendering that hallway control, which also was blocked by the sense protector walls there. Meanwhile, Noah looking for a fight downstairs. They fall to pieces. Playing from behind, C4 and Sacrifice still in pockets of planning. Not really going to be a possibility here for GK. They still have to go for that one more pick. Meanwhile, Flexi looking for a flank. There is a drone downstairs. Not sure if it sees it though, but never mind. Robbie's watching by his gun.
Yeah, the big chance here for Secret hinges on Mowgli, the Frenchman, to lash out as Oscar has fallen as well. That fire will not deny the plan. Another gnarly shot here from the Frenchman.
A shot.
As Ask looks to finish planting that diffuser, it's Grubby with gun up, shotgun in hand. Surely no way. Mowgli wins this gunfight in close quarters. Little bit of damage. Almost finds him. Out comes the deagle, but Grubby shuts him down to claim the first round for GK.
So close, and I love what they're doing there. The Monty unextending the shield, ready for a trade, because in case of the Grubby and Deimos falls to pieces, you just don't want to lose in a 1v1. So instead, you get into an aggro spot with the pistol, with the melee possibility. The shield then doesn't work out because the Monty gets punched first, but then Grubby swings back and they support each other. A very good first round for GK, saying that we can control the aggression with some of our own aggression to counter.
What a shot from here.
And
shot from Mowgli.
Just can never count out fraggers like Mowgli. Individual prowess has always been a strength of Team Secret, even as their team did get poached to pieces. But I am loving seeing Grubby get to really show his more performative side on the main stage. He's quite a character, that one.
And I think honestly, it benefits him as an individual that is up against an enemy that he recognizes, that he can have a bit of banter with and have a bit of a joke mentality about. Because, you know, we talk about pressure on the big stage and the pressure of a foreign enemy like Brazilian team that you don't scrim very often, that you hear so much about, you know, destroying it on the international stage. This is just his friends he's up against. And I really think that someone like Grubby, when he gets the confidence in the server to make the plays and just seize those opportunities, like we saw in the first round, he's going to be a dangerous player. So there could be a point with Secret, they have to start when they get on the attacking side later, try and shut him down. Take those targeting operators like your Dokkaebi, your Deimos, your Solid Snake, and just say, wherever Grubby goes, we're going to fight him. But when you're on the defensive side, that's much more challenging because Grubby now will choose where that fight will happen.
Sure, look, it's one thing to play some video games against your friends. It's another thing to do it while competing for a $2 million prize pool.
Oh, yeah.
Here at the Esports World Cup. It's a whole new ball game for Grubby. It's actually his playing on the main stage as well. He's been to now actually quite a number of international events across the old Team Secret, Fnatic, but this is his first time really having a big chance. Same can be said for Starks and Upor, of course. That Team Heretics roster did not make it to the main stage at SI.
I mean, Drills, Nova, Flexi, right? There's a lot of kind of first-timers or early in their career sort of players in that regard. I believe it's Drill's first ever proper LAN event. Might have been some tier 2s, of course, but
dude has only been in tier 1 for 2 months, and he's already playing EWC.
It's a pretty wild start to your career, but Drill's had a pretty good tournament. There's been some individual moments for him on certain maps. And I think that's the best you can ask for as an up-and-coming player is you have a good start to it. You don't have to because Noah himself had a really rough start to pro play. He was one of the lowest rated players of all time in his EML stage debut. And now he's recognized one of the greater players in Europe and also internationally. A lot of different teams of interest in teaming up with him. But he's been a bit secret. He's still there today. One of the 2 players that were not picked up by bigger, if you will, organizations / teams in the Rainbow Six Siege space.
If anything, it was a bit of a surprise that we didn't see Noah get picked up. Offers. I like this push, though, from GK. They've used the Rayora upstairs to prevent the flanks, while the Hibana gets to work on the vert with the secondary breaching charges. Out comes the shotty from Grubby, but he will fall
yinged, but
close range. The Vector will
not
win
even
that
close
without that flash going off.
Yeah. Bit of a missed opportunity. Flex swings against Jogga as well, while they're also pressuring the flank at the same time. So Secret finally striking back and to get a third.
Yeah, this is perfect. Now the pressure is on as the Rayora has been opened up. Ask needs to win this fight. Never mind, he can just close that up again. Don't worry about your flanks. He just wants to worry about the bomb side. There are far too many players on the objective here for Secret, for just Ask and Upor to take down. They need something a little bit more, but they don't have much utility. Out come the Bees from Upor. That might give some information, but doesn't matter when Mowgli is dashing out on the bomb side.
Wow.
And for another one.
He's floating.
Quite a response there from Secret. They might lose the first, but the second is a flawless round in their favor.
And a very big stylistic change there from Team Secret. In the first round, there was a kind of early aggression on main staircase, a flanking downstairs, kind of all over the place. That second round, surrender their home control, fall back very early, and then lash out 3-2-1 together. Obviously, it was Grubby trying to start the action again. Fletcher shuts him down. They Candela did really flash him whatsoever.
Secret
so
versus
unfair, gunfight, if you
DK.
will. And I think we see the big side from Grubby saying, that was a mistake. Bad play.
Definitely. Missed Candela. I mean, had that flash come out, that's a free kill with the shotgun. Big double from Mowgli at the end. Good energy from Secret. That's the magic of Team Secret. Let's not forget, last year they took down the defending champions in Falcons, knocked them from the tournament. This year they defeated Falcons again. Now they come in as the defending champions, and I wonder if a new Dark Horse could come chasing for their spot. The GK storyline this year is not too dissimilar to where Team Secret found themselves last year.
Not at all.
Well, the one thing that makes this GK roster really unique, of course, they are historically a mid to bottom pack EU team, but they made massive roster changes 2 months ago. They brought on Grubby, Upor, and Yoga, and even Ask and Sark's only been around on this roster for about 4 months. Ask and Yoga, fun fact, have both played so many S-tier international siege events. Ask mostly on Team Liquid, a little bit on Black Dragons. He's played 8. Yoga has played on 11, all for different North American teams. This is the first time both of them are playing for an EU team at an international event.
Quite a big investment for both the org and the players, right? Kind of uproot your whole life, move to Europe, pack your bags. You might not even know that many of the European players because, again, these aren't the big names that are there alongside.
Sometimes it's only a matter of weeks. You get the offer, you get called out, you do your trial, you vibe with the team. Okay, pack a bag and book a one-way ticket.
Yeah, see what happens.
Oh, Upor is
up.
finals.
Maybe don't qualify at all. You don't know what your future has in store for you until you're right there in the middle of it.
And GK were not looking good in the group stage. It was a big upset that they managed to break through Rebels and Fnatic to make it to this event.
This area is hostile.
Sarks will scan 2 different defenders and fall right on back. Just applying a bit of pressure mentally in the server. GK has been very reliant on Grubby to start the action for them. Right now he's on Ibana with a lot of spare util in pocket, so he probably can't do it this time around. So the question arrives, who will step up for GK? It will be Ash taking down drills on that Omai.
Big opening kill there for the Brazilian on the striker. Strikes first for GK. Oscar in a bit of an off position. If he gets revealed though, never mind, he can find the kill and get away before the Bees will reveal his position as well. That's a big pick onto Yogg. Upor quickly making his way forward, looking to try and bring back the advantage for GK, but thankfully Sarks will do so. A flank from Noah, a little bit too premature. The read is there, perhaps from the Solid Snakes gadget.
And they lose bomb side control as well, because now all the last 3 defenders are going to be upstairs looking down the verge. So either someone has to give up that position, fall back to fortify the bomb side, or you just say, guys, there's going to be a gap. We have to go for fish. But there it is.
That's
Sets
nasty.
up the bait, gets the kill, and the second.
Double pre-fire for Mowgli. And maybe it doesn't matter that Secret are all upstairs above the bomb site, because GK now will not be able to plant without some kind of pressure up above as they go for that defuser. Upor will need to try and make things difficult for Secret on this top floor, but it's going to be a tall task. Doesn't have full info. He's all alone in this position.
It's time to plant right now.
Wait, Groupie's going for a plant.
For a kill for Upor.
There's no way this works.
I don't think they know. The bomb is going to go down, James.
This will have to be a retake here for Secret with Upor upstairs. Mowgli takes a lot of damage. Grubby on the bomb side. After he takes down the plant, he finds all 3.
What?
He does it all himself.
Do you think Secret forgot where the bomb site was? Did they think it was upstairs? Because no sound cue of plan going down, no intel by the bomb site. Noah was playing solids, flanked early again, and was shot down right here by Sarge.
In a 2v3, he can just plant in sight for free.
And where the plant will happen. We lose that sort of player. That's what I was saying earlier. You ideally want one defender to fall back towards the bomb site, which weakens the hold above. But Team Secret, they're playing for the fights, more so from the strats, and Grubby figured that out perfectly.
Yeah.
A great gap created. They were planting while going for a backstep, and Secret will call their tactical timeout. Let's listen in.
They're basically just giving the read of what they're going to do into the round, so you guys are reading it quite well. What I need you guys to do is to use these flanks more for baity situation, because they are full worried about you guys flanking all the time. You guys saw that. But you guys, once you guys are facing them, you guys actually
DK is not
on the
Brazilian.
front attack, you know, like for example, now going on
They play in
control, you guys
EML,
fight
but they're
then,
not-
or
they're not
going
a
into
Brazilian
main
roster.
stairs as Momo did, you know, this kind of plays, and you guys can either bait that you guys are flanking or not, but just bring the operators onto this, you know. They will tell what they're gonna do. Don't let them execute, okay? Just go for the end, and you guys are playing amazing, guys. That's it. It's just details.
I think for these next couple of rounds, we just sack off flanking in total, and we just play like very aggressive on them.
It's all about reading into the flanks here. Team Secret have been going for flanks, and GK have been very avidly watching them. Notably, Noah was the one that died trying to flank the main stairs. Funnily enough, Noah was the one playing the Solus, the perfect operator that would have helped them deny the plant in the late round had he stayed alive. So in my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe Noah don't flank if you're the win condition in the late round, but Twister was saying do go for the flanks.
Yeah, I was saying, like, do it, but in a different manner, right? Like, they want to do that disruptive flow of gameplay, but I do have a bit of an extra point to it. They're in a 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3 winning position. Then Noah goes for a flank. Like, they weren't going to execute. They lost a couple of bodies, you know, they didn't really progress the map. They never got control of the top floor, which gives them the bomb side. So while fighting and disrupting should be a high priority, I do think a round can get to a point where we can just kind of sit back and watch, because GK have to problem solve the impossible. And if you take those 50-50 gunfights, go for a risky flank, you're giving them the solution if they were to find the kill.
Sometimes you have to have the confidence in your strat to just sit back and wait for the attack to make the first move. Dark Zero were really good at that yesterday against Weibo, especially on Clubhouse. But that's the problem.
Still heartbroken.
Yeah, I haven't gotten over it yet. But if Secret want to play a really loosey-goosey, aggressive playstyle, then they need to be careful, because sometimes that gets read into. You get caught off guard going for those flanks. GK, they like to execute. Secret don't want to let them, but sometimes that means losing the round before the execute even becomes a possibility.
Again, high risk, high reward. The
I don't know what
lifestyle
Mowgli's
of
looking
Team
at. Wow.
Secret. Mowgli swings for a drone, finds a gun, gets shot down. That's going to be a Sami with that gadget that's going to regenerate throughout the round. That's gone. It's your ops room defender gone. So you're spending a ton of map control. You're playing 4 versus 5, and we saw how this played out previously. The top 4 hold from Secret didn't feel super strong in the opening round either.
It's top fragger gone as well. Mowgli is the only one that made that first round close. As the smoke comes out from Ars, wow, the boost allows him to peek over the deployable shield and get the angle onto Oscar. The Tachanka going down. That's your late round plant denial and time delay. Secret are in a very poor position.
And it's solo fighting. And one thing is that you want to make them not go for executes, but ideally you do it together. But the big thing is, Grubby's downstairs his entire time with Sophia. He's watching the vertical C4 possibility where Joe's got a kill previously. So this is GK saying, these were the weaknesses of the previous attack. Let's fix them and do the exact same thing. Then they get 5 guns, no Monty, but they get the glass. That's going to be their next good win condition. So the big booms downstairs, doesn't find their target, doesn't even do any bit of damage. He's good for a second, gets a 1-tip onto drills, and will then not breach open that default wall.
Yeah, time to go for that breach. There's a player just on the other side of it, but never mind. The execute quickly comes through from GK. Bit of a slow collapse.
He's at 2 1-taps.
Ask, yeah, very big round from Newport.
Elar, thank you for
GK looking most convincing that we've seen from them so far.
He said, hold that 1-tap, both of ya. And they will. Now, Layer is a map where if you're really peeking together, like all of you, also didn't he just... Oh, he did boost. I was going to say, it looked like he stood up behind the shield, but no, he did boost it up. If you want to fight together, you can, but this round in particular was just individual fighting. Mowgli solo swings, Tachanka and dies behind the shield thinking that they were safe, they weren't. 1-tap from the hallway in towards deep side. Nobody had a fighting chance. This wasn't Secret being explosive where they're fighting from 2-3 different angles, vertically, horizontally, and whatnot. It was just them getting shot down and obliterated. And Lair can play out this way sometimes. It is a case of if the attacker's going to go 5 people from one angle of the map and over, it's very hard to fight back against. That's why we see a lot of teams on defense. They'll play the intel operators, whether it's going to be your Valkyrie, your Pulse, your Echo, whatever, to get an idea of where the attackers are. You get trap operators that when they enter certain areas of the map, they get weakened and you get intel from the gadgetry itself, right? You can then take some gunfights. Or you play a ton of utility or plant denial so that you kind of let them get into the map and then you shut them out. Secret are playing Tashanga, but fighting them early. Playing traps, peeking outside the building.
It's a contradiction.
They're not getting to utilize the tools that they're picking, and it's by design, and perhaps the wrong one. If you're gonna play the traps, play around them. If you're gonna play the plant denial,
Ruby 6-1 and Mowgli is 7-3.
It's just been read quite well here by GK. It has GK's map pick after all.
Big boy nuggets to follow. Thank you, man.
Yeah, and not even Endforge, so much more open maps, if you will. If you saw Furia, Manhandle, Wildcard yesterday, you can see just how explosive Fortress can become. Lair is the exception in this BO3.
Yeah. But of course, Secret have to weather that storm, and this is a very dominant score from GK, especially as they start on their attacking side, which, you know, Secret chose to start here on defense, and they can no longer win this half. The best they can do is an even 3-3. I expect that they really need a few more rounds in this half. Otherwise, this just would be a write-off.
Just gonna warm up into it, get no on the scoreboard. We need every single player from Secret to work together and be enabled, because I think they're one of the few teams that is actually dependent on every single player being very active in the server, rather than having one particular stop fragger. Often it's gonna be Mowgli and Noah, but it's so rare that we see a player missing in the server from them.
Yeah, I mean, Mowgli and Noah both taking a lot of damage now. Flexi tries to hold on for as long as he can.
Wow,
Noah finished
another
off.
first
Mowgli
pick.
at least finds one. It's only the Grim, though. I don't think that that is endgame util. As Mowgli tries to make his way back, he's very low on HP. Flexi doesn't have any util to support his position, but of course he can pop that gas pipe. Yogg, the most experienced player on this team, can make his way forward on that Monty.
It's a little bit behind the curve now with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Because they got the Montane, like you mentioned, they can just storm down the staircase, see, hey guys, it's somewhat clear. And there is an open wall here to the left-hand side of Flexi, but the issue is no spare reinforcement left in pocket, so they can't close off that wall. The verts were against them. A lot of shots being missed here from Mouse, unfortunately. But hatch open in lobby for a backstab potential. Mowgli goes down to the track stingers, or a gas pipe, I suppose, actually. And now it's all down to Flexi. He finds a kill or two here that can change the round. There's no way that he should be able to beat these players when Yogg is there on the Monty. Grub finds a third kill. 4v2 now. GK surely can't lose this one unless the flank is big here. Trills finds one on site. It buys enough space and enough time for Oscar to go for the flank. Trills needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Retake is potentially on the cards here, especially with one Razor Bloom. The plank goes down. A lot of damage, but no kill as of yet. On to Drills. In the post plant, though, Oscar cannot find his mark as Drills tries to...
thought I was Mbappe.
But
no
Yogg
shot.
is playing it perfectly. 3v1. There's just no shot in the world where Drills makes this happen. He can continue trying to get the guard break on, but he's going to be fighting the player up above. And Sark's on the bomb site. Another round. It's 4 for GK. They have well and truly come into form on Lair.
I'm still not sold here from the side of Team Secret. Maybe it's a bit of fear on the younger player's side, not certain, but Flexi is fighting for his life infiltration. Meanwhile, the player upstairs go for a flank, but Drills is AFK in the very back of the bomb site, being afraid of the verticality. And I'm just thinking there, if Flexi's going to 2v1 and Monty and Sark's on a gun, surely Drills has to try and get in there and help it, because that is the all or nothing play. You're not supposed to win the round once Flexi goes down. 2v4, they got the Monty, they got the vert, and while they are flanking, you can't wait for that, because Flexi doesn't have time left available to him.
Said shows are annoying.
So I want to see Secret get on the same page. And ideally, maybe Noah try and actually make it to the end round. He's a very smart player, but he's been dead first every single time.
There's almost always going to be a shield in
almost look for Noah
every round.
After Joom left the roster, after Adrian left the roster, we really did look at Noah to be like that next generation talent. He owned Border CCTV at the Six Invitational, so much so that, like, I call that Noah spot now. Like, at the shelf with the Ella, he's insane, right? But sadly, yeah, hasn't been so present today. It's a very young team. I mean, Noah is only 22. The veteran of Secret is Mowgli, and he's only 23 years old. Of course, he's had a very long career as well.
I'm ready for the anti-shield up? Yes.
So many different
I can't wait for that to get
here.
here.
Wolves days, he was a star player.
Makes every event,
I really
but
can't.
doesn't make it past the group stage. That was the curse that they had.
The curse that he finally lifted when he raised the championship a year ago in Riyadh. And now he remains the only French player here in Paris.
Mowgli's the only one on
him
secret
in the
carry.
crowd, though. He's been silenced these last couple of rounds.
Yeah.
Using Echo to counter. Well, there's many shield counters right now, but not one that directly, unless like an orb, like directly counters the shield,
but since then, just changed his operator pool. Played some Ibana, now playing the Monty.
And he's been playing Siege since he was 18, like in a comp setting.
I was gonna say he was 12 probably, but yeah.
Probably, but like in terms of his like career time, like he's 23 right now. He's been playing the game for 5 years.
Started in tier 3, then tier 2, and then of course now here in the at the highest level. Also GK, very flexible lineup, but starts to caught off guard.
There we go.
Takes the scanner out, sees a red dot, thinking, oh no, I'm in trouble. And gets shot immediately straight to the face. Flex fighting again against the Monty. This time he's victorious.
Oh my god. Grubby taking a bit of damage there, but Flexi doesn't want to overextend. Surely, Grubby, you don't go for the aim down sights fight here.
And I have to at the same time.
Flexi, you have to just fall back, consolidate the advantage. This is a split bomb site, a spray through the wall.
Good that they fall back, right? They disrupted the round. Now they can play 5v3 and AFK. They don't need to take any risk, not force any gunfights, because GK quite literally cannot go for execute. The only way they can is, again, if they go fishing. They find that killer 2, they even up the manpower, and then they can play a stable round. With the Monty Blackbeard right now, that's not gonna happen.
Yogg needs to find some kills, little pre-fire. The win condition here for Secret is just simply denying the plant. In a post-plant, GK actually might have a shot, but it's so unlikely they get to that position. There's the damage onto Grubby. He goes down. Ask needs to refrag. Up he goes with the bailiff, doesn't find anything. Yogg's the last one standing. Mowgli finds all of them. Another big round from him to find a second round in the heart.
I don't know what Monty was doing. I don't know what Monty was doing.
14 Secret.
Oh, you guys have ban? Monty Demos? Monty Demos, right?
Yeah, I think Monty Demos can be a thing. I don't think they are able to actually like bring heavy utility. Like probably like only one thing annoying is Solid Snake, and in case I actually think like Solid Snake might be a like better problem on this map.
But you think it's better if you ban Snake than Demos?
No, just ban Monty Solid Snake, no?
Instead of Demos, right?
Yeah. I think it should be better, unless like
I mean,
you really...
they will play fast, which the thing is, they cannot play fast, yeah. Yeah, so should I just run the mute then instead of the warden to counter the Demos?
Depends.
No?
Like
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can just see like see the.
Because I don't think these guys are actually gonna play like the
main side. We call when to play.
Yeah, I just want no hesitation. I feel too much hesitation on this defense front. Yeah. On attack, I want to see zero hesitation. You want to do display? Yes or no? Instant, you know, like no, yeah, maybe, okay, yeah, okay. You know?
Let's do it.
Yes, yes, commit. No, commit to it, okay? Yeah, yes. Fucking show something, even if it's not the best. Fuck it. At least we don't hesitate and we don't have this kind of problem, okay?
Yes, yeah.
So I have winning.
Let's fix the game, guys. Let's fix the game. They're terrible. They're shitting themselves.
I had GK.
No one is fucking.
But Team Secret surprised me. They weren't supposed to win anything.
Timeout. Also great to hear Shepard, of course, legend of the game, now coaching GK. Spent most of his career with Team Empire, where he was a major champion, a Pro League champion, 2-time Six Invitational finalist against you, of course, his first one. Good times. Great to see him in the coaching role, and really interesting to see his insight, especially as back in that era, back in the Team Empire playstyle, very different kind of game. They were such a strategic team. The game has sped up a lot since then.
Oh, 100%. And it was very curious to me to see like what kind of coach Shepard he is, because he's very new to that role. And I think
you're asking who's the best player so far in this tourney?
He was offered that position, not as a player, but wanted to coach for us. He's like, coach? What?
He was a legendary IGL in his time.
Support player as well, right? Very, very much his own playstyle kind of player in the server. And he's also very hands-off approach,
well, that's what you're asking,
like, from
I've got
GK. And I was going to say, the
everyone's had their
attack, they kept taking turns.
Everyone's had their big moments. No one's been like a clear like number one,
for their team. Shepard said, let's ban the Monty and the Demos. That was the game plan. And then everyone kind of tuned in. What about the Solid Snake? That could be a bigger problem. He says, yeah, actually, that could be the case. Then, okay, leave Demos open, stop playing mute. And he's kind of built it together. Where we go the other side, it wasn't Twister saying a ton of stuff, actually, because we probably missed that first bit. But Mowgli saying, guys, just commit. We have to make a play and commit to the play. No being scared. And then at the very end, he goes, it's better to have the bad plan on the same page than no plan at all.
Yeah.
And that was something that Fabian always said back when I played with him as an IGL. It's better that you have 5 idiots following a bad plan than no plan at all.
Yeah, and Mowgli has a lot of experience of playing at these events and being like the loose cannon in a disjointed team. Like, to be frank, like that was what was always
Man, Stomping's on
Wolves.
G2, and G2 didn't even
could never
qualify
sync
the
it
event.
together, and then Mowgli would end up doing his own thing, having incredible stats, but the team wasn't operating like a unit. When he came to Secret, we finally saw him in an environment where they're playing the kind of game that he wants to play.
Yes.
And now he's passing that knowledge on to the young generation who are at their debut, right? Like, yeah, Drills, Flexi, Oscar, like they haven't played a lot of these events before. Drills never has. No. Noah, of course, he has his experience, but still a very young player. Mowgli, like I said, 23 years old. He's actually a dad, though. Like, he has a lot of maturity for his age. He's been playing this game for a long time. He would have grown up a lot from that young, toxic player that he once was. And now he's really leading Secret as much as he can. I mean, certainly is in the kill department, but they need to come back on the attack.
And I think, like, you know, we're watching Oscar and Drills being very passive when they're on the defensive side. This is the first game for them on the main stage. This is the quarterfinal. That's a very big shift from being your very comfortable kind of... It wasn't backstage, it was still like a smaller area, but they got comfortable in the previous setup. This is a whole different story. Where the lights are, the screens, where the crowd is from, how loud the crowd can be as well. And it can really affect younger players. I myself, in my very first debut, was more worried about the camera when it kept looking at me than the game itself. I'm like, that's the wrong mentality to have, right? Screw the camera. It's all about the game, the screen right in front of you. And if you reach that zen state where you're so locked in, you don't even realize as a crowd. You don't realize the cameras. You only see that box in front of you. And if you get into that zone, you probably can't even recall half the things you did in the server afterwards because you were so focused.
Such a weird mirror.
Yeah.
That's the state that Drills and Drills and Oscar in particular really have to dig towards and try and achieve. But also so far as Noah, with a slow start, he has to find his own as well.
That's top floor attack here for Team Secret. No opening picks as of yet, half the round done. Wow, nice pre-fire there from Ask, one of the most
He's not even trying to pre-fire him, he's trying to get the A's.
On Team Liquid, and he actually manages also to deny the second explosion from that Selma, so that will not be a crouchable breach. We will not be able to enter there for Secret to look for a plant.
Small detail, right? But Oscar took that gunfight crouched, and the Selma charge was also at a crouch level, so he was shooting the get through and hit the headshot. If you're gonna put the Selma charge at a crouch level, you can't want to be standing when you take that gunfight. And I actually know that somebody like Mowgli spends a lot of time theory craft. Oh, he's on the table actually. Savage gets shot down immediately after. Mowgli spends a lot of time analyzing how to take those fights. Look the wrong way, Mowgli finds that kill as well.
Well done. Very nice from Team Secret, but GK looked to hold on. Nitro now from Grubby as he hits 10 kills. Needs to make it 13 to clutch up the round. But on the other side, Mowgli's coming for him yet again. Flexi, here's Mowgli,
I don't know how Secret won that. I'm gonna be so real with you.
A fiery explosion from Team Secret, fighting from a man
I have no idea
what
I was looking at.
On that team. It's to go deep on the attack.
They commit to the play. It was going to be about that bathroom angle up the main staircase in the window itself. And I was saying Mowgli's a player who spends a lot of time going inside custom games and looking at how to peek certain angles. You know, you're standing, you're crouched, you're proning. And I know him and Noah spoke to depths about when you want to take those sort of fights. So Oscar right here, going to, you see right there, he goes into a crouch angle right before going for the peek, exactly the same head level as the Selma charge. That's a mistake. It's a very, very brutal mistake to point out, but if you were standing up, that would have been a belly tap rather than a headshot. That gives him a fighting chance. And it's those teeny tiny details that can affect the younger rookie players. Mowgli wouldn't have made that mistake because he's spent so much time perfecting the kind of entry playstyle.
Yeah. I mean, for Oscar, it is actually his main stage debut. He's, of course, played at a couple of international events now. Manchester, EWC last year, both of those for ITV, and then SI 26 in Paris 6 months ago, but never made it to main stage. There's actually 3 players on the Secret side who have never played in front of a crowd before at an event. For GK, it's just 2 players. And we're really seeing that, the leadership figures on the team stepping up and saying, guys, it's okay. We really need to sync up. We need to make sure that we have the grit and conviction to go for these.
Mowgli on
Look at this
sled shotty.
A rush with the shotgun, but it has been read. And that Ella mine will slow him down.
I guess Noah missed it. It's going to be hard to find that throwable gadgetry. You know, Jaeger DS is going to be on the floor, on the wall, but those throwable ones could be anywhere else. Blitz Flash was out.
Oh my
the
god!
double peek was good, but it's a 1-4 at the end there, but well played from Sarks finding that first kill.
Little bit scary there. The fact that he's able to steal a kill on the drills does
that is pretty
damage
crazy. I don't know
a lot
how
of the
Johnny comes
utility
out with the kill.
Set up from Secret. They
need to add layer on mobile. They don't have this map on. I don't even know what the maps are on mobile. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Because there's no longer a ram on the board.
Aiden Sounds, thank you guys for
Who's going to
following.
do what job in the server, and Moki no longer being an injury player is now playing a neutral role. That means more pressure onto Flexi, playing the blitz operator. More pressure onto Noah once he's done with his final twitch drone and getting a final bit of value. He's looking for roamers. Just getting a bit of info on the map layout, saying, okay, this half of the map is clear, we can now get on in. That's why Flexi is top green. Looking to walk further and further down the staircase with Mowgli's shotgun. This is why you pick it up. Shotgun the staircase. Oh, Mowgli was too close to Kenneth as he pops. It takes a fair bit of damage there. And also, because you want to take the staircase first and do the vertical later, Mowgli were to die here, they lose the vert operator entirely.
Yeah, that's dangerous. And Mowgli honestly could go down to this Nitro Cell, even if it's targeted at Flexi. There's a big possibility he pops it as well, low HP. Mowgli needs to have an impact in all of these rounds for Secret. That's the commonality we've seen in the 7 rounds we've seen so far.
Yeah. The problem here is going to be, do they know that bottom filtration here is actually not clear? York is waiting for them on the Warden with Ask and Capital, on Tashanka rather, raining fire from deep within the bomb site.
Mowgli's going to crouch back up
on the
stock door.
Feels like we got to get Flexi in the mix of things here. Just sprint on down, take the risk. Oscar, he's a madman.
He's a 1 HP madman.
Was it worth it?
It'll be worth it if he can find a kill on the back of it, but how does he do that when the rest of his team is dropping around in 1 HP on both the final Secret players? As GK look to recompose, Oscar finds one, but Upor will finally finish off that deadly blitz. Oscar has to have a big clutch, but safely behind the shield. Upor cannot be targeted. Grubby on the long angle. GK back in form, a 5th round on the board.
And very good job there falling back from filtration, playing on the deployable shield. It's Shanka for default plant denial. Understanding that they cannot go for a plant, so we're gonna make them just try and attempt it. Or go into an unfavorable gunfight, dropping down a hatch, walking in the bomb site door. I mean, Oscar getting so much damage trying to into the bomb site in the first place.
Where's G2? They didn't call
an awkward spot, but this right here, Sarks managed to find that 1 kill for the trade. The Blitz Flash missing the first time around. And then Mowgli doing a lot of self-damage there on the explosive pipe. Those, again, the small things of Secret not working out.
GK have really dominated the early game in these rounds. I mean, there's only 3 rounds where they've lost the opening pick. They've won at the other 5. They actually are the 2nd highest entry percentage team at the tournament, behind FaZe Clan and above Team Liquid Alienware. That is a huge stat.
Well, can I, to be fair, you know,
that really was never
BL3, this is a BL3.
The EML,
this is EK's map pick. Secret chose Niaven.
I did not expect that at all.
Usually it should go to map 3.
Of course, GK
Instead I look irritated, I'm just hella tired.
Teams at this event that have been nigh flawless. I mean, they haven't actually dropped a
map
so far. 2-0 against
Furia. Who won yesterday? Dark Zero and Furia.
Very tight 8-7 against Enterprise.
We'll play tomorrow to see who makes it to the grand finals.
They also won
oh my gosh.
a hell of a streak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row.
I'm really
They
tired,
won in EML after losing their first 3. Of course, in the stage finals, it's a bit of a different case. They lost to VP twice.
I could see that VP playstyle though. That's a hard one to fight against.
The Black Boy.
Also a fun little
Black Boy. Whoa.
It is.
I don't know what the name is.
The old teammates on that roster. Yep.
Yeah, I can never go. But like,
Lion scan with the breach kind of sells the story that going for
I don't compare to you, but man,
Sarks takes damage and falls on back. But this right here cuts the bomb site in half. If he has the confidence to go for it, he can just look towards that server rotate, maybe get a freebie. But he's also quite exposed in the hallway. If
he
not,
does get a freebie.
Get the kill.
Yeah, big player to take down as well. That's Grubby, the top fragger for GK. Also a C4 off the board. Flexi would otherwise be very exposed to. Not a lot of explosives now or tick damage to take down the Blackbeard in the late round. Just that Nitro from Yogg, who in fact uses it, but does not land anything. The last gas goes out from Ask. This is a very early util expenditure from GK.
It is. They feel that pressure. Green bees are coming out. Grenades are also tossed on in. The Flakes is in a great spot, finds the player top stairs and forces Sarks back and also takes down Ash. Oscar is there, good for 2 in the round.
This is perfect, isn't it? From Team
Sight,
Secret.
no? Is that,
one by one,
is that ACOG on the DMR?
To the floor. Flexi
ACOG, the 1.0 on a DMR?
Feels the need to get aggressive, gets flash. He actually has 2 keepers in pocket. He might be able to use to go for something, an off-piece position. From Sarks, finds nothing. Secret just restabilizing. It's a flawless round for the defending champs. Not done yet. And once again within touching distance of their opponents.
Really big round for Oscar, finding 3 kills. Also helped with the
Holy
4th there,
road,
but no
bro.
one did get the credit in the end.
Just going back and forth.
Not entirely certain what you're going to be targeting here. Let's see it. Could be Tashanga, could be the Mira for defense. So the attack, I actually have no clue.
Do you get rid of his shield or is that a waste? No, interesting.
The Grim Beast and Asami.
I like the Asami, even though it perhaps wasn't played perfectly.
Just works every bomb side, right?
A tactical timeout called by GK as they look to try and finish it here.
Don't stress about the top floor. You just did a little bit like different strat. You actually don't need to fight with it. If you're gonna go for the basement again, I mean not for the basement, for top floor, just do your simple strat. Even you have the mirror, I think just try to...
I think we just, if we need to go top again, I think we just do the mirror tab, right? Like make the main bridge close because we are fucked up 2 rounds on main bridge.
Play with Tachanka, play with rotation problem buffering because Grim is banned right now. For basement, I think they have like absolutely no clue. Maybe instead of Warden and Yoga, you play Goyo to like slow the damage.
Slow down more,
Just don't lose your heads, like guys, the game is simple, you know what to do. Just do our strats, don't fuck up on the ops.
That's it, Sig is gonna win. They could very much win this series. I mean, remember, this is GK's map, right? Usually on your map pick, you want to have a strong game. But you've seen like GK struggle to even like really do anything against Secret right now. You know, they're only up 5-4. You want a larger stretch, like 7-4 is comfortable for
I can't
GK.
help but listen to Shepard and think about
DVR,
the plan is simple, but it's perfect. We have done it 100 times. All you have to do is the game plan that's written down on your piece of paper. And to be fair, when you're going up against a team like
the hot take, they take it all. That's the fattest hot take I've ever heard.
Very inconsistent, very deadly at breaking apart things and sweeping you off your feet.
Come on.
You just need to win more often than you don't, and you'll take the map, right? Especially at a 5-4 advantage on a defensive side. On paper, GK, they stick to their guns. Secret might win a round or 2 because Mowgli gets a 4K, but that's not going to happen enough for Secret.
I'd actually want Secret to win.
That's exactly it. If you can just win every round where a star player doesn't
they were the fattest underdogs, you know? I mean, Secret plays, what, 10th in EML? They weren't supposed to be here. The only reason they're here is because they won last year.
And I feel like when you play the first 3 rounds of defense, you're kind of feeling out, okay, this is how Secret are attacking against us.
I like a good underdog story.
Micro adjustments for the second rotation, and this should net you a better result. Secret got attacked on the fly in the server. That's a much more difficult task. But they got some possibilities here. Most notably, they're playing the Thatcher with a shield and with Capital. This almost always means a direct bomb site approach, where the goal here is, in a perfect world, you EMP the Solace, so they cannot see when and where the plant is going down. You smoke the bomb site, capital fire, and plant in the smoke. And then the bomb just goes down. That's your win condition. And then, of course, Thatcher after that can watch those C4s be tossed out, of which 3 are in the server here.
Another big win condition here for the attack on this tertiary bomb site.
And everybody knows, even in like champions,
having
you
numbers
gotta clear.
advantage and baiting the defense into
no shot you can go for a
because
plant.
they think you're planning, right? Thatcher is great for that. You actually have a lot of ammo with that EMPs. If you get into position, you throw out
throws are different. And these guys are going to try and go quick. But there's the Solus.
The Solus EMP'd Ask cannot find where that plant's going down, but he might be able to impact the default position. One of his impacts misses, lands on himself. Flexi eventually goes down, but the plant has already been confirmed for Team Secret. They
Isn't that interesting?
Advantage, but they've got that defuse on the ground. GK are the ones that have to make the next move.
You wish that Mowgli wasn't inside the bombs. He has 2 fires and probably stuck in the corner, and Noah goes down first as well.
But piece by piece, GK will start to make their way back into its Secret. All they have to do is hold down the lines as the rookie of drills finds 2 kills with the AK-12. Grubby and Yoga have to have a big moment here into the 2v2. Mowgli still has some fire left, but he's not able to use it. Oscar just has to prevent Grubby from getting on the defuse. He's got to stick it from now. Oscar can clash it for 1v1 for Team Secrets.
Is it tied now? Right? 5-5? 5-5?
Conviction, committed to the plan, and believing in the right result right there.
That was really good from the Thatcher. The Thatcher, if y'all didn't see, the Thatcher EMP'd Solis's gadget, so that Solis didn't exactly know where he was planning.
For defusing. That can win the round single-handedly, but Mogi's been deep to cover Flexi.
Look at that. That was a good execute.
Waiting for the chance to strike out, and he did find that one kill.
He could have used his fire while, like, we're in his position. He still could have fired the plant.
That's true.
Even if he died for it, it would have bought 15 seconds, which was enough to guarantee the round win.
But Mowgli is a fighter. That's the thing. I mean, he's in that prime state of like hunting for his prey.
Oh my God.
He's not gonna think that deep about it, getting caught with the bad timing. But that's also where I love that second layer. Oscar going upstairs, knowing the defenders fell back to go for retake. Using the vert against him. That was not vertical made by the attackers. That was the defenders impacting the floor, C4 being desperate, and Oscar utilizing it to get a 1v2 clutch.
Grubby needs some help from GK. He's 14-5. Right. Everyone else is 1-7, 5-7,
with that missed
6-8.
Impact from us, was that the crucial moment, or was it the fact that the C4 from Flexi just wasn't in position?
It's hard to say.
There's no question that the Thatcher EMPing the Solus played a part into it because it bought Team Secret an extra 1 or 2 seconds. GK didn't know the plant was going down in that position. They guessed it.
Yeah. I mean, they see the smoke grenades and go, well, either he's planning in a safe position or middle of the room, and we're gonna just assume it's a safer position. Either way, like Mowgli said, just commit to the plan. When you're going to that, I mean, mind you, Secret down 4-5, they lose that rush. It's match point against them. This brings up to a tied score.
All right.
You've got to go deep. You've got to go all the way.
Enjoy working in the humidity.
Because if you hesitate for even a second, you lose. You can't be thinking about, look, if we lose this round, then it's over pretty much. I mean, we've got match point against us. You can't be thinking about that. Ooh, nice work. The ADS actually coming into play, supporting that defense. Flexi makes his way forward regardless with the Blackbeard, but Grubby is keen to fight it. He doesn't have any util to help him out, but he has Upor, who takes down Noah, who's been unusually quiet for the Swede. Can Grubby get a little bit onto the Blackbeard now, up close and personal. Looks for the second player, good swing from Drills, and Flexi will finish him off. Team Secret back into it again, and the top fragger from GK is down.
They're back and forth right now, exchange of bullets there between Mowgli and Upor, both so low on health. Again, look towards Flexi as the Black beginning from
he goes deep,
pushing forward past the fire.
Guard break comes through, but Drills who find one, traded himself out by the ask. Fire, but it doesn't matter. Now Flexi in the 1v1 after Yoga and Sarks do their best to try and bring it back for GK into the 1v1. Sarks can't afford to let this one go by him. They were in the lead for most of this game. Team Secret had been chasing GK down as Flexi now needs to chase down Sarks. How does he play it? On the Blackbeard, he makes his way forward, can't afford to do much damage. Onto the feet, can't afford to expose himself for too long.
Such
if he gets up close and personal, he might be able to win the melee engagement. Onto Sarks, who continues dodging back and forth. The bulletproof camera finished off. There's less info now for GK, but Flexi, all the time in the world, he just needs to buy his time, make the right decision. It's a bait. It's a Mexican standoff. Flexi goes for the ADS, needs to time the fight, but look at Sarks. He's just running away
is lucky playing this perfectly.
We're playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie on the basement on Lair, and now Secret finally have to make a decision. It's up to Flexi. Does he go for the plant? He baits it out for a second. Sarks once again, explosive position. Baits him into the fire extinguisher, detonates it, and takes down the Blackbeard to get GK.
That was actually pretty smart.
That elusive match point.
Yeah.
It's all about the small things. So there you saw Flexi, he saw the canister earlier, but kind of lost track of where it was on the map.
Secret is very aggressive. They have to play that way,
fast play, question mark in the chat from Ask.
It's working.
The thing is, right, it was looking really good for Secret. They had numbers advantage, good trading here. Drill's getting targeted there by the fire. A little bit unlucky, but I think a worthwhile play. Flexi, though, cannot go for a plant in the 1v1. It takes 7 full seconds. The best you can do, put the shield on his back, start planting, bait in the last defender, get off the plant, go for pre-fire. But that's a super risky play. And the issue is, he had so much time to work with, but it vanished very quickly. We're talking 25 seconds left at the end there when he was forced to take in the fights.
Yeah, wow. But one thing that's true for GK is exactly what I said in the old chat.
Yes,
One more fast play.
You're right. Most of the
working pretty well.
And,
they're really good at the fast plays. But
it was DZ and
because
who
GK know
DZ
it's
play?
coming doesn't mean you can do anything to stop it.
10 seconds No.
They lost their first
also,
match.
mind you,
They lost their first
like
game.
a Goyo and Tachanka is quite effective. You get to pop the fires before the push comes in.
Escaping my head
But
right
think
now.
about the opposition of like Thorn, Ella, Melusi, Fenrir. When they're in those hallways, they will get negatively impacted automatically by the gadget.
That's the
All the XP in that game came down to like
even the smoke,
40, 50
even
seconds
the
left.
nitro on Grubby and the impacts from Sarks. Like there has to be a reaction from GK to think, okay, I'm going to activate my gadget now to slow them down. But you're right, I think traps like the Ella are almost more impactful here against the Team Secret playstyle. We'll see.
Oh, he's drifting.
Drills on the Deimos. GK considered banning it out, elected to ban out the Solid Snake instead. And then the Grim. So I wonder how much this Deimos could have an impact.
They did mention from Shepard earlier that with the Grim being banned away, Bathroom is much more playable. And that's why we see Ask play inside a Bathroom rather than on the staircase itself. Really wanting Noah to have his moment though on this map because it's been a quiet map for him. 3 to 8.
Uncharacteristic.
Often dirt early, very uncharacteristic. Never lasts alive for a clutch moment where he's so effective usually. But now he's on the Ying. He could become the difference maker. It could be the entry. It could be the late round. It could be the push.
It was the first one dead last round as well. Drills down below with the Deimos. Needs to look to target Grubby. As that mirror window, in that spot you would usually look for a breach. Makes things a little bit more awkward.
I think it has to be Noah. The main breach is challenging.
The vert from down below.
Is it Ying Shadi?
From Drills, and the push up the stairs from Noah as the Incandela goes out, buys him some space. Can he make his way towards Bathroom though? It's a sacrifice from GK. They decide to just give up the ground and let Secret have this map control because they want to play Plant Denial and bleed away at that clock.
So they're inside a Bathroom, they got the main staircase, they're also still working by the main breach. The issue is planting default is not going to be impossible, right? Shanka Fire, 11 in pocket, Smoke as well, 2 of those, with only 60 seconds to go. Joseph Deimos, though, from downstairs could find a ton of value, but has to be cautious because he's getting flanked and Sarks gets the kill instead, so now the vert is gone.
Uncharacteristically slow from Team Secret. One more fast play, not to be. Time to go deep for Flexi. Can he weave his way between these two players? Not to be. Grubby goes down after he finds one.
Oh, wait, Secret, hold up.
That's the win condition now for Secret. Somebody has to have their moment. The Plant Denial has been nullified now as Mowgli looks for it. It's up to Oscar to cover. Can he trust his young teammate? No, he can't! Because Sarks will find him. It's up to the Frenchman to clutch 1v2 to try and save the map. Bit of damage onto Sarks, bit of damage onto U4 as well. Out comes a pistol. This one does not pack a punch. He'll have to land some headshots. He'll have to find both of them. Upor has to cover while Sarks commits to it. Mowgli can't get it done! GK, finally!
Who was 1-7? It was Yaga. I don't know what he finished. I don't know what he finished with now.
In the books. And the
But what a game from Grubby.
find themselves staring down the barrel of elimination.
To stop the push, they stop the rush. GK, they figured out the playstyle. They're ready for it. Early util expended. They weren't worried about a default plan position. Was fighting to the very end. In a 2v2, that's when you can figure we can try and go for a plant. And GK has stayed patient throughout the entirety of that, waiting for the right angle and the right moment to swing together and get the pick.
So dominant for GK on the attacking side. Now when they switch to defense, they cruise on through it. Secret showed us a little bit of life, but it wasn't enough.
So we'll look to
GK's map pick goes to themselves, and Team Secret next up will look to try and battle it on Nighthaven Labs, but from a deficit once again. But I gotta say, there's no more dangerous Team Secret than one that is backed up into a corner, backs against the wall.
That's it, nothing to lose, and a much more chaotic open map where those instant fast plays in the attack can really work out, and where on defense, going for solo plays is also much more favorable. Like I said earlier, I do think Lair is the outlier in this BO3. Statistically, stylistically, I think it's only gonna go better and better for Secret, so the question is the confidence. We saw Oscar and Drills really warm up into this game as it continued through, both ending about neutral or positive statistically. Oscar having a big 1v2 clutch. That they're gonna have to carry into map 2 and map 3 to get this victory.
Oh, you know, the player that I was very surprised to not see show up today was Noah, one of the stars.
Noah
he
show
has
up
had
later
a
in the
very rough
series.
EWC so far. He hasn't been in the top 50 players. I'm looking at his stats right now. He's been 54th rated with, actually, funnily enough, a negative KD. Very uncharacteristic of him after such a phenomenal last 12 months of his career. Peaking last year at the Esports World Cup, but he could find the next trough here at this year's EWC. We'll break down that map for you with the desk.
He said what map is next?
Thank you, Devin
Night
Pingu. It's a good start for GK Esports. That pick turns out exactly as they as hoped, as Team Secret goes down.
And then the decider is
but not
Fortress.
without trying. A couple of nice clutches there from Oscar to close things. Well, not quite out, but to get them in contention. And it's GK who pull away at the end. Rain Day here back on the panel with a little bit of a break. And inside alongside Iconic and Alphama. Gentlemen, GK Esports, they get exactly what they wanted there. But it was tight. It was a very good match.
I feel like it's going to be a tight match, but we
Nah,
really
I mean,
saw
tonight,
DK's
people can have
playstyle
rough,
come to light,
you know, they
really
can have rough
spotting those
lands,
gaps
rough
and
events.
identifying the weaknesses in their zones there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we saw that multiple times on a few rounds, especially.
I still think he's a good player.
I have one example here to show you guys.
Thank you for sharing the love.
And I can maybe let you help me after this.
Damn, no, it was bottom though. That's
we're
crazy.
just looking at a couple of players here.
He'll turn it
Obviously
up.
on
He'll
their
turn it up.
side,
He'll turn it
I think
up.
Mugli went absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I think on the side of Secret, obviously.
Yeah,
Probably the last
thank
hope
you
that we
for
have
follow.
here for French fans, but it's great to see him play at that level right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're going to break down some Telestrator. Let's just jump into it. We got some stuff to show, but let's get into it because I know you were talking about GK Esports and how well they played.
Yeah, so we mentioned that playstyle, right? About the
Oh,
lurking
he's not
around,
gonna-
and that's starting in
not,
the round
but-
3. I have a great example to show you guys,
Like the
and
announcer
we're going to
said, yeah,
start
he's
with
kinda-
paying attention here to the position of Secret.
Like the
3
announcer
players
said,
are
he's kinda
upstairs.
young.
The bomb site here
When
is
he
on the
first
ground
started in
floor.
Pro League,
And
he
most
kinda had a
importantly, pay attention
similar,
to the position of Grubby,
like-
who can go and maybe try to play aggressive here.
He had a
and
similar,
Newport. The two of them, they could choose to make that 2v3 a
he played
gunfight,
similar,
and
I guess you
instead
could say.
they're going to choose something way
Getting
more
the word.
interesting. Pay attention to
He'll
what
click
Grubby
up,
is
he'll
doing.
click up. Remember,
He's
it wasn't
dropping
their map pick.
downstairs, and he's leaving Upper alone all the way on the first floor here.
I think if he
and
switches it, he'll
Upper
switch
is
it
making
now.
noise. He's shooting towards that first doorway. He's sending a call towards the smoke, and these guys, they're panicking a little bit. They're worried about Uport. They don't know how many players are facing them. So one is watching the rotate, the other one is watching the door, and we pay attention here. Iconic, we don't see any Vert on that side, and that's going to be an opportunity on the side of Grubby, who's lurking downstairs. Mugli joined his teammates, and here they're going to have to make a decision. During this time, Grubby is planting the diffuser. They're completely clueless, and here, with only 18 seconds left, they can make a decision. Do we go for a fight on the guy above, or do we drop out? And they chose to drop toward the side. They thought it was clear. They thought it was safe. But during this time, Grubby was planting safely behind the pillar. He had found the gap that we mentioned before, and so they jump into a trap. Grubby gets the 2 free kills here, and after that, he switches on the bearing and finally gets one of the easiest triple kills of his career and a nice save from a 2v3.
You need to watch
We've
PL
mentioned
more?
before that they're so
Definitely
good.
do. Definitely do. It's worth it.
They're so good at opportunity seeking, so good at finding those gaps. Most importantly,
User.
we thought it was going to be good
You
in the
do
early
not
round.
call, man.
Also so good in the
They
late
didn't,
round.
they didn't even
You
make the
said that
event.
Mowgli also played pretty well in that one. Iconic, what was Mowgli's strength here on the side of Secret? Obviously, one of the remaining members trying to go and
Lots of
defend this
pre-fires.
title, but unable to do it in map 1.
I feel like his real strength is just staying with the flow. You see him just getting insane multi-kills, always being able to snap around back and forth, back and forth. There was almost an insane clutch in the 2v1 with the Monty Damos in
Yeah,
that first
GT
round.
didn't even
I feel
make
like if
the
he
event.
would have
Yes,
won that,
yes,
it would have
yes,
given
it
him
was a
some
shot.
huge momentum in that map. But obviously, the last Frenchman standing, just one of the best players on his team, really showing up when they need him most.
The last Frenchman standing. I mean, Alphama, is that just ignoring the fact that you're here? I guess you are sitting, so maybe that's why. That's why.
I guess the last one exceeded, and the last one with
Well,
families,
I'll tell you what,
friends,
I'll tell you what.
fans
They'll
in the
be
crowd.
back next
I mean,
event.
he already had that French aura boost at Six Invitational
They
6
just
months
need,
ago
they
in
just need to
Paris.
fix it.
It's
They-
showing
oh my
already in this
gosh.
game.
So now we've got
They just
this
need to
kind
fix
of
some
turnaround
roles on the
potential
team.
where, you know, they don't take the first map, but that doesn't mean
Primarily
it's
Stompers
over.
role, but
what needs to happen here
they'll
as we
switch
go
the roles
into
up
our second map of this series
for the next
them to
stage.
start making a comeback?
I think we need to see a
Which
step up
starts
from the overall
like
team. I think a
September
couple of
6th or
players
something.
are lagging behind on the side of Secret. It's really in the details. I think we've mentioned it before. It's very clear the way that GK is going to play.
Yeah.
Yes, it's annoying. Yes, they're always going to poke around. And
I
yes,
know,
you know
Kunai.
that you
You know how many
never
people
should
come
let
in here
your guard
asking about
behind
that
you.
or like
but maybe
split?
playing a little bit tighter
Which
to each other
is
in
fine,
defense,
you know, you can ask
especially.
about it.
Put
But I mean,
as
like-
much utility as you can in front of them. Because if you force GK to try and problem solve that
Like, we
utility,
knew they didn't
can
call,
be
like-
split around the map. They
I
need
mean,
2
like,
3
maybe
players
like
to
a
problem
month
solve. I don't
ago,
know.
a month and a
Wall
half
denial,
ago.
for example, or trying to burn some Wamai or Jaeger gadgets, right?
whatever.
Yeah.
Try to force utility in a way that they have to be close to each other, because
But it's
GK
fine,
right
no
now
matter.
they're playing way too spread, and you could punish them that way.
What do you think, Iconic?
Like you said, the team, I feel like
Yeah,
kinda
you
saw a
definitely
little bit
could
of
watch
the nerves
PL
coming out
learn.
that first
Come
round.
on,
Players
you know?
being a little bit slow. Of course, the more notable players on that
They
team,
can't
the
hurt
more
you, that's for
experienced
sure.
players coming out. But you really need the whole team making sure you're reacting together, because GK, like Alphama said, they're going to test those gaps. So if one person's not reacting, you're going to be losing these rounds really closely. And you see how tight of a series it is. It makes a difference one kill between the other. And I
You
feel
think
they
these
got up to
brothers-
that
I think
slow
they
start
have
on the
it too.
defensive
I think
side,
they had a
not putting
strong
enough aggression and pressure onto
first map, even though it
DK,
wasn't their
which
map
made
pick.
them really comfortable there.
That's
so I
what
feel like
BLP these are for you. You use the first map to kind of warm up. That's what Dark Zero did yesterday.
You know, I'll have a question about that in a second, because as someone enjoying watching some CG sports, it's great to see the differences between attack, between defense, who sets the tone, who sets the pace. I know it's matchup dependent, but I'm curious as to who's got to do it.
There's things you can pick up.
But the question is, can they do it?
Like
Team
how to play
Secret
Vert,
come into this tournament in France trying to lift the title yet again, but there have been doubters, there have been questions. Some of those will be answered hopefully shortly here on the stage.
What walls you shouldn't open. How to use Utah. There's so much. Because you need a full 5 stack to play perfect. Is that my headphones? Oh, the sound. What's my headphones?
Of course I want to win, but you need to be realistic as well, you know. I'm just gonna take match
You said
one by
when
one
you see Spoy and Ambi when they're playing ranked, you learn a
my
lot.
thoughts on Team Secret pre-event, I mean, that they were going to be the first ones to be knocked out. Didn't have much of a leg to stand on. I mean, that entire roster got gutted after the 6th Invitational.
If we did, I think it would be hilarious. I think being able to obviously lift the trophy would mean a lot. But if we were able to, you know, compete against all these teams that are qualified and supposed to be here, and then, you know, we as title defenders come in and actually just swoop it up, that would be pretty funny.
Position, he's got the better weaponry, pre-fires the angle. Team Secret 7-0ing all gamers.
After the first game against like the Chinese team, we started very bad, and I had like kind of a political speech like to motivate the team.
He motivated everyone to play more aggressive and play faster. And once we got into the second map, we were able to understand the game better and read against them, and then it became easier.
I just said, guys, we are playing one of the best competition in the world. We shouldn't be there. So just play, guys. Just have fun. Show you guys are good in scrims. Just show it. Show it to everyone, and we did it really good. And since this moment, we just like roll over everything, and it was perfect. Like before the match, I was saying, guys, if we win, it's gonna be so funny. Because for me, like if Falcon lose this match, it's like a professional mistake, you know. Like it's impossible to be like one of the favorites of the competition and you lose.
I think any PL team to pick Mingo up.
The EML who shouldn't
not
be
any
there
top team. Maybe a lower team, right? Maybe it's gonna take a chance, take a shot.
After the game against Falcons, I just saw that
they definitely could.
We could maybe win. We could maybe go to playoff.
We were down 4-2, but then once that attack split came, I remember saying in the halftime, for 2 minutes, I said, guys, if we get 2 rounds, we'll be able to bring like the momentum back on our side and be able to shift the game. I think as well as
you think you would for some money?
As a team like Falcons, you're probably thinking,
the money?
How are we in this situation against a team like Secret?
The money's terrible.
I think there was something for Mowgli and Noah to just really prove.
He doesn't have the passion, you know.
The performance that
he can't sit there and scrim all day.
They wanted to prove to June
and practice.
He made the mistake of leaving them. That they should have stuck together.
Secret are here to dial back time and will return to the playoffs.
Beating them 2-0, we have something, you know. It can't be luck, you know. Yeah, I'm full confident. I think it's gonna be crazy.
Hey Henry, I don't know much Spanish, but you're asking who's playing.
He knows nothing. Let's go!
What's my opinion on Mingo? Like he's the best roller. Best roller player. He can definitely make it in Pro League.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for
I certainly don't
themselves,
want to go up
they're
against
really
him,
playing for their
that's
entire
for sure.
family.
They have defeated their
Oh, who's playing right now? Team Secret versus EK.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn.
He said Richie went to 100 Thieves or is going to.
And we're here.
No, I think that was a troll.
Now,
that was a troll.
The proud founding partner.
I don't think 100 Thieves switching their roster up.
Powering the biggest event in gaming.
Back click. It was just one. It was that this roster was just one of it.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
No, I think he just wants it. I think he kind of wants it to be like, you know, he wants to hold that title of being the first roller to make it to PL. You know, that's about it.
We could be seeing a guaranteed new EWC champion here at Rainbow Six Siege. France, known for upsets, and the last French player
I think it's gonna take a little longer for
Mowgli. hoping to get his crowd
Richie's been bouncing around a lot of teams. Most recently, Richie's on
that man Grubby have a
what team is Richie on?
And they want to execute it as well.
The T2 team?
We talked about so many of these
the team
stories,
that lost
gentlemen, but I kind of want to
Mingo,
talk
actually.
about strategy, the tempo.
An element.
You said defense, and on the side of Secret, not really setting, I'll use the word tempo, you guys can use whatever word fits better, but allowing GK to play their game. If you're Secret now and going to this next map, I think it's Nighthaven Labs, right?
Yep.
What do you do? What do you do to kind of get things towards your preference style of play? How do you approach it?
So it's obviously with the nature of the map. Labs, you have to be contesting the wall. So the IT wall is going to be a big staple, making sure you can really make the attack have to work to get that wall open. And that's going to depend on the bans you throw at them. Also, too, on the E-box side, it's a major position on the top floor.
We're talking about Mingo.
Your C4 over the top, making sure you can deal with the person below.
Like
just making them extremely uncomfortable because you see
on a roller.
they're going to go for these set plays where they can put the util in and put the guns in. You're going to have to try to break that before it actually happens. Because if the util, if you allow that displacement to come through from below, you're going to be on the back foot the whole round on the defensive side and allowing the attack to just kind of get into the comfortable place where they're going to be these more advantageous fights they can take. So on the defensive side, you really have to make them work in the early rounds so you can.
I don't think he's in that well in T2. He's not really winning anything in T2.
Fakes, and then you can just throw them off here.
So you have to be disruptive. Try
he's
to
been first round exit
what these attackers are doing because if they get to execute their set plays, they're going to be very hard to remove, very hard to stall later on.
He's kind of bouncing around.
Okay, well let's see if they can take it. Big some bans coming up as well here for Secret. The crowd already getting excited. GK as well, looking to go 2-0.
I actually like the fact that Secret is going to start attack here.
Find too much cheaters.
Yeah. Denial.
But you're right, Zex. I haven't played my main a lot because of the cheaters. I don't want to deal with that.
Connector wall being breached as well. This is the kind of things that we want. Getting in the building quickly and starting by being proactive. Bring the pace to their playstyle. They can be more proactive in attack than they were in defense, and that's a good sign for them. It all depends on these first 6 rounds, right? The first half.
Yeah, well, trying to now be on the flip side of that, set their pace, set that tone, get in those attacking positions, as you mentioned, Iconic.
I should go 1v1 turn for my viewers.
Fellas, before we send it over, what are the chances here? You think we're going to a third map?
Then I'll get cheaters.
I would like to
yeah, apparently I versed the closet yesterday.
We're here for upset. Secret was a team of upset.
And he wasn't good, I'm not sure.
Okay,
2-0 you're never sure.
Go to a third map potentially. We'll send it back over to Dev and Pingu as we begin our second map of this series.
Thank you very much, Rain Day. Look, yes, Team Secret have been stirring the water ever since last year. If there's any team to ever go for an upset, it would be our bottom of the ladder in the EML who got that invite and made it to the playoffs against all odds. But this could be the end of the line. What do you reckon, Pengu? GK looking very hot on there.
I think a third map is going to be required. I think that was Secret starting off kind of scared, getting settled onto the stage, having a couple of players not be on the same page as the main command there from Mowgli. And I do think that they figured out those issues at the tail end of the first map. But now we're starting a map that, again, their map pick, much more comfortable on it. They won this last year, although being a different roster, against G2 in a dominant fashion in the grand finals. When Stompin had a huge clutch against them, they were super unfazed by it. So I genuinely believe that Nighthaven is heavily favoring Team Secret, but it will always come down to the performance in the server. I like that there's touch about the operator bans here, the Kaid, the Bandit, making that step 1 of heart breaching a lot more easy and simple for Team Secret to give them more attacking flexibility, not having to problem solve around it, but also to enable them to fast into the map, start off the round, start the fighting, and this is going to make GK fall closer and closer back towards the bomb side until they're piled up together, shoulder to shoulder. And that means Secret can utilize the entire map control against them, and that is going to be a big win condition.
If it's anyone that needs to rock up now for Secret, it is Noah, but Mowgli is the first one to go down. He's been consistently their best player.
Oh, that's SMP12 right there.
Will be taken out by Yugo. Huge start for GK. Team Secret, tie and drum straight in and immediately are shut down. It's drills in a 1v5. What a terrible way to start the map for Secret.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would love to see some verticality here from the attack inside. It is a last man standing who's downstairs, isn't tracking people, finds an exit frag, but being called out in the chat. I mean, Yupo wasn't able to fight back. It was not fair, right? Well played.
Well played.
Said what a round. They just went fast. What is that?
Waiting on that warden, you get a tracker from Deimos, force them to fall back, then make the entry. That felt like Secret skipping a step.
Good nade, but Ask is quick to fall back.
He's got a shotty.
Yeah, you're right. He'll just play the close crossfire.
4-man crossfire, by the way.
Yeah, there's no way that he can tap every single one of these headshots as long as GK play it right.
Nope.
Swing on contact. Sarks goes down. This would be a 1v5 for the ages. I've seen a 1v5 on this map at an EWC before, but not to be. Ask takes him down. Drills, unfortunately, not able to aura farm quite enough there after he gets called out in the chat for being last
What an
alive.
attack. That was such a good attack.
So let's rewind the clock about
Who won
2
later?
minutes,
It was
I
GK.
wanted Secret to use the entire map against him. There are 3 people in a singular window. Drills downstairs, not using the Deimos tracker, and Oscar was outside the building when this triple kill happened from GK. They could have been in Aqua. They could have gone in meeting connector. They could have gotten more pressure on Cattle Rafters. They could have started tracking people with Deimos downstairs and then made that play. So it feels like they had all the options, they had all the map to work with, and they chose a singular window of doom.
Yeah.
A little bit too simplified.
Very simple there for Secret. Look, they have been better on their attack than their defenses in this map. Remember, they only won 2 defenses on Lair. So I expect that here on Labs, we need to see this first half show a little bit more promise for Secret. Otherwise, if this is a 4-2 split, just like the first map was, then I don't really think Secret will be able to come back in the second.
You can do a 4-2 split and still win.
I really think that this
Sorry, you can do a 2-4 split for Secret and still win their attacking.
In the EML, but this isn't Kansas
Definitely
anymore,
can.
right? We might still be technically in Europe, but playing in
It's
front of
difficult,
the main
but
stage
it's
is a whole different ball game.
definitely
And Team
possible in that
Secret
game.
know what it's like to win at an EWC. They know what it's like to play on that stage, and while we do have plenty of experience on the GK players, mostly on Ask and Yogg, this is still a very young roster, a very new roster, and I just think Secret have a little bit of magic to them when it comes to the Esports World Cup.
I think there are 2 ways that you can go for an attack right now. The first playstyle is you find the isolated roamers here from GK because they are playing quite far apart, like the disc was saying. That's your first playstyle. The second option is you want to attack from 3 separate areas, on the basement, on the top floor bomb site, on the tertiary bomb site as well. It's a matter of figuring out what style suits our enemy the best. And if you're gonna go hunting for roamers, don't have people make risky plays all across the map. Just look for that one roamer. If you're gonna look for a split attack on the bomb site,
can actually
you get an even spread and not attack from one singular angle. Right now, I think Secret is still in the discovery phase. They're trying to see where the gap is. They got single breach open up. Loki dies because of Deimos. They pressure the bomb site with the diffuser in pocket, but they can't quite make the push in and try and go for a plant.
Yeah, Ask is really being targeted here by the Deimos and now by the Dokkaebi as well. He just tanks the damage. Secret can't quite sink their teeth into the bomb site like they wanted to. They wanted to go for a bit of a fast play. It was red.
The pulses get up, dude, he's an amazing op. Especially if you're like anchoring site.
Mute Jammers will make that a challenge.
This round is kind of cooked strategically. It's still winnable by all means, but it's going to be a scrappy one. We're going in, no droning, dry picking all the corners, and we're not even using the scanner from Solid Snake because Mute Jammers are in great effect upstairs. The roam game to be enabled. So Secret desperate for a kill or 2, maybe even 3 required here. But at least because they're getting inside the building, they can go for that split pressure.
Oh, wow. What?
Finds one, but they got to attack from different angles at once.
Flank opportunity here for Sarks, if Secret aren't aware of it.
Looking out.
They should have someone watching the flank.
For it as of yet. No commitment here from Sarks.
It was GK, MC.
Wow, he's gonna go all the way
Thank you, good night.
There is time, it's okay.
In theory, but if Secret quickly get on the
wow,
bomb
let's
site,
pick from Noah.
Then Sarks might be caught way out of position. He needs to be faster here. He has impacts to make vert in the late game. But Secret are at least a little bit aware of some kind of a flank.
I like how they've played this. Secret's in
Oh, so let's start to run up
Lisa. Just waiting for say what path is
lobby.
clear. Noah's actually on the grid above, actually. I was mistaken. Now they're going to go down that cargo staircase, looking to it to the side.
Yeah, and they've droned out the final player as well. Upor's the last one.
Wow. Was that a 3K from Noah?
Team Secret do what they do.
He said, when is finals? It's Saturday.
They get those picks back. A little bit of explosivity is the perfect recipe for Team Secret.
Saturday will be a long day because Saturday there's
going for the pick through the toxic babe when his teammates were kind of stuck from taking the fight with him. That
the third place game.
Hesitation performance that Moke spoke
yeah,
about.
there's the third place game, and then there's the BO5.
Show how good you are
the finals.
when you're not on the big stage.
And then I think before the third place game, there's a community like checkpoint, right? Something like that. Whatever it is. If I get up Saturday, it'll be.
Drills has been playing in tier 2 for 4
Solus is selling.
years. It's only 3 months since he joined tier 1.
Sort
He's
of
not one
not
of
baiting his team, but like he went to flank cargo, then decided to run up either like Aqua or Lobby. I don't know what he was doing. But big teams are known. They're still in. Dark Zero Furia phase.
With a 116 rating. That is unbelievable. His EPS is through the roof.
I would think those
He's
three.
fragging out like
You could
crazy,
probably
which
say
is great
Secret because
for a
they're
young up-and-comer.
defending EWC
But
champs.
what can he do on the main stage when the white lights
Yeah,
are on?
brand
Well,
name teams would
apparently
be
he can dig
FaZe.
deep under the
Furia.
leadership of Mowgli, telling him, look, I was there.
Dark
I was
Zero
you
more
once.
recently.
And all you
No,
have to do
Falcons
is
lost
believe.
to Secret.
Now,
Secret
anything is
beat
possible
Falcons
for
to
Secret when they
play
believe.
in
They
this
proved
match,
that
actually.
last year.
It's really interesting. Secret 2-0 Falcons.
Tertiary bomb site is quite a tricky task. It's kind of easy to defend, kind of easy to attack.
Also, is my mic better? Can you hear me better now?
It really comes down
That's
to
fine.
the
Just call me Moose.
initial kill.
M-O-O-S-E.
If you find that
It's
a
supposed to be
one-angle by
Moose
the side
Cycle.
because he
It's at the
oversteps
end
or
of
swings
the
the wrong
cycle,
angle,
but
get that
just
kill,
call me Moose.
opens up the whole
I'm gonna
round.
switch it pretty soon.
Likewise, if you get top floor control with the roam clear, same story. You do a very usual top down, get the vert, set up for a plan, go for it late round. Just gotta worry about the C4 in basement, which in this round there's none of.
No problem.
This does feel like a bit like a GK that wants to take
Stinger follow.
fights,
I
right?
can't say
The
anything
L,
about
the
follow.
Asami,
Yo, Z,
the
Stinger follow.
Denari. It's not
Thank
gonna
you,
be
thank
a
you.
late round plan denial.
The mic's better
It's
now?
gonna
Thank you,
probably
thank you.
fall the roam.
Mowgli with the CAG charm, that's a classic. I love to see it. Perhaps he can embody a little bit of that aggression that we see the Japanese bring to the table. Mowgli's been the first dead in the last 2 rounds here.
What's that Denari
So
for?
hopefully he has a little bit more guts to him this round. It looks like he might backstab Blue while the execute from the rest of Secret happens on Rafters and IT here. Flexi to try and take down that tripwire from the Denari before he can make his way forward.
Tricky spot here if you're Flexi. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Good effort. Second nade went down.
Yes, this is B3.
Check the fight. Careful about the close range engagement.
Am I looking to go
there.
T3?
It's up to Mowgli to go for the backstab, but he gets read by Sarks. However, Flexi has won his battle, and Noah comes in to support. Great to see
I think
Noah
going
back
T3
in
probably
form
really
again,
boring.
5-1. As Flexi continues on marching
What
forward,
a shot.
Ask
Chrissy,
will claim
thank you for the
Noah's
follow.
life and then retreat back
Can't talk
towards the
today.
bomb site. A little bit of damage onto Oscar as well. Secret struggling after that initial exchange. They thought they had won, but no, not to be.
Wow.
The Brazilian tearing them a new one. 2 kills now with the UMP. Flexi
Can you give
worried
into
about running into this
T3?
crossfire. Needs drills
Let me answer
to have
that
the
after
same
this round,
impact he
actually.
did last round.
Tricky
Hold the thought.
situation. Him is so good at supporting Flexi with guns, but he's all alone in a 1v3 downstairs. Has the diffuser as well the entire time, but no bombs are to be found just yet. Grismod's going out as well. They know exactly where he is. So they need to have time to work with though, but not to be Yaga from far away. Lands the shot with the
GK's
scorpion from Ella. And another
EML,
shot down there from
the
GK saying, you know
European
what,
League,
they
and
might be
then
attacking from all of our angles
they're
with
both from
exact
EML.
right timings, but we're just going to
Both from
set
Europe.
body after body
Now
on
you
the
get into
aqua staircase
T2 or
until it
T3
works.
kind of just
That's
like
right.
by
A lot
well,
of
first of all,
flanking there from Team Secret.
by
From
getting some
GK
sort of scrim
onto Team
experience.
Secret.
Once you have
Particularly
experience down, you can
the Ask. I mean,
probably
Castle,
honestly get
that was
into
really the instrumental moment
T3.
was
And
when Ask got those 2
if you make
picks and
just a
then
little
fell
bit of a
back.
name where you have
Even though Team
connections,
Secret
you
are
can
pretty
get
good at
into
heavy
T2
hitting
really.
and rushing, that fast plays. GK are
But all that
so
really
into it.
means
Even
being
little
T2 or
things,
T3 is that you
Mowgli
went
shouldn't be dying
and
just
qualified
peeking,
for a
tracking
tournament,
shield.
you know,
That
with
should
a
just
team.
never be happening. He's playing the striker. He's got nades.
That's what it
he's got
means to be
flashes.
T2 or
Theoretically,
T3. That's it.
when they get the kill with Blackbeard on the frontal push, the guy in Aqua Hallway should be looking behind him because he's afraid of the flank, but he just stuck his guns. Like, Sarks never looked behind him fearing Flexi. He was waiting for Mowgli saying, I will go 1-for-1.
It's also a deployable shield, so even if he did peek towards the Blackbeard, he could be somewhat safe to the player behind him.
They'll have they should have some sort of requirements. Like obviously they'll want a champ player, you know.
That Flexi is successful in the
But
first initial push,
try and find tournaments like Kunan said. There's a lot of open like T3 tournaments. There's a lot of teams on Twitter. Twitter's the big thing. Twitter X. You make an account, just say you're looking for a team. No experience champ player. Some T3 orbs will reach out to you.
And if you don't get the kill, I will push. So maybe a plan A that
Use some experience in T3, play a tournament, do decent. Some T2 team or might ask you, to join. I'm not that familiar with T2 or T3. I think it's kind of a waste of time.
Changes on account of them getting 2 players
Gotta
poached
risk
after
your eyes.
SI, 1 poached after SLC as well.
That's where most of the
Roster's only
recruiting is
been
done from.
together for what, 3 months?
Yeah, for
Yeah, ranked experience doesn't make you T3.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Drills joined just 3 months ago. Flexi and Oscar just prior to that.
Time flies. Yeah. 3 months. I mean, longer than I thought, honestly. But yeah, that's the nature of a stage into a little bit of off-season into a LAN final.
Yeah,
that's how it goes. Now, Secret have changed the pacing a little bit slower in this round. Backside pressure from Oscar. That's one of the 3 spears that I mentioned, right? So IT is
Oh,
a
he's
pressure
routing
point.
there. Oh, he opted over.
Meeting is a second pressure point. And then you ideally want the third
Or the
shot
vault.
at some point in the round. That's going to be either Aqua Flank, where we saw Mokti die last round, or Garrett's Catwalk Rafters. You get 3 of those 4 in position. Now you have a great attack for an execute later on. And it's very important that you don't funnel, 4, 5 attackers from the same portion of the map. You gotta get that split pressure.
Final Selma goes out there.
Wow,
Sars
what a shot.
Trying to back out of that corner. Mowgli finally gets himself onto the scoreboard after 3 opening deaths for his team.
There's the Garrosh Rafters. That's the 3, and that's IT. That's 3 out of 3.
Oh, big chance now for Flexi. Can't get too close unless if he goes for the dash, but no. Doesn't actually use the gadget in time. Grubby will take him out and then look to retreat. The defuse is cold on the Rafters floor. But Oscar has managed to trade back Yogg. So Grubby is now caught out of position, retaking Rafters. Paul loses his fight to Mowgli. An attempted trade from Grubby.
Surely they don't lose a 1v2, right?
He has that defuse. Behind him on Rafters, he makes it a 1v1. 3K for Grubby. Mowgli needs to have his moment before the home crowd, but Grubby is just lying in wait. He's got the advantageous angle, got the info. Only one place Mowgli can come from. Little pre-fire, crossing it. 4 kills for Grubby.
Wow.
Mowgli can't get it done, and GK are stealing this lead on Labs.
I'm not sure if that was a mistake from Secret in communication or timing, but Droz was on the roof right above the Blackbeard who had diffuser jumping in. Before we dig into though, a tactical timeout called from Team Secret.
Just need to go use this time for you guys can mental reset, take a deep breath, and we can keep talking a little bit about the next rounds. For basement right there.
So what's Blackbeard doing? It was, I think it was supposed to be, the Ying was supposed to like walk in IT or walk up on the Rafters door. I have no idea. That's what Thingy was talking about.
Because we are losing ourselves a little bit into this mid round over there, despite they already being very good. So I wanted to simplify this stuff a little bit, Even bait, maybe that's something for side to make people move or whatever, but the main play you guys can do there. Just isolate 3 guys onto kitchen over there to get that guy, and then we develop the round onto the stairs,
Yeah, guys, we're not losing these rounds based off what they're doing, guys. We're losing these rounds off of just not playing together, guys. We're playing together and we're going to be good. We're doing so good.
We need to keep the
Good point there from Noise in there. We're not losing because of what they are doing, but our own shortcomings. That was going to my point that I was talking about before the tag timeout. Flexi jumps into Carol Rafters solo, which isn't a bad play per se, because that is that trifecta of the pressure point, but he had the diffuser. And I noticed that the moment he died, Drills and Dokkaebi was right outside the catwalk window, who didn't ever jump in. He was on the roof. So maybe he was going for a Dokkaebi call. He was 3 seconds too late. Flexi didn't have his supportive backup, because look at this. External roof from Dokkaebi right when Flexi died. That means, in a different world, Drills is there with him. Asami walks up for the melee. Asami dies free from the window.
The diffuser cost them, yeah.
Tiny mistake.
Like Noah said, they're killing themselves right now. EK isn't doing anything special. They haven't brought any special op or done any special setup.
Again, probably gonna get around literally 4 of those 5 times.
Yeah. And look, we talked about this at the start of this map. GK went 4-2 split on their attack on Lair, and then they
like Secret to win.
With 3 rounds of defense.
I like them to win too.
If
but I
they
mean,
get 3 rounds of defense here, which they have
which
already
granted,
done,
not having
I mean, their attack should
big
be
defenders had a map.
very powerful.
But I don't know.
Secret cannot afford to lose any more rounds in this half.
Not looking good.
They need to come away with the 3-3, otherwise they'll be on defense against those very tough GK attacks.
Yeah. So choice to mentioned. If you want to try and play the fast take on the solo player inside of Kitchen, I'm looking at the defending positions right now. No one's in Kitchen. No one is in that isolated spot on an island for a fast clear, but that foundation of going Kitchen can still work. You can convert this into a soda machine, down the exo stairs, work together with the main breach. The only question is, what about the verticality? What about stock? That's going to work against you. So I think Secret right now, they're communicating. Are we going to commit? Well, the entry of Noah is here, so this is going to be the main push. When they get to a certain point of soda machine, though, they have to contest with Grubby on the castle. He's playing an upstairs position, trying to lock down the hallway, protecting the vert player right behind him as well.
Wow.
Oscar's managed to find the pick onto us. That's a big one to take down. No more pulse, active util. Information denied from GK.
Player. It means right now no one's in the bomb site.
And it looks like they might be converting already down into XO.
Nobody's down here.
Noah is coming in, supported
They should have
by Flexi
hella vert on this
on
now.
the blitz. Diffuser in pocket. Where are the players on the bomb side? They are vacant. There is nobody here. Nobody home for GK. They will need to look for a retake and try and deny the plan through the vert, but drills will go down on the Docker B. How does Secret let that happen? Oh, a lot of damage on the Flexi as well. Be careful. Yog's also got info. He can use that Soulless. Another player spotted, rotating over him. Yoga trying to figure out where this player's going down. He tries to go for the scan, as it looks like Secret have rotated into the other bomb site. This is a safe plant position here for Flexi. And the diffuser will go down there for Secret. Eventually he goes down into the post plant. Yog and Upor on for the retake. This has been such a peculiar round. The Team Secret need to convert it.
They have no one Demos or go for trackers, 2-line scan from mode. There's a ton of util here to enable Secret in this post plant, and timer's ticking away while the defenders are standing still.
Yog needs to have a big impact. Now he's on the bomb site. There's no one near him at the moment. Never mind. Noah is catching him from the long angle. Upor with no keepers left.
Wow.
He's trapped and finished off.
Oh, wow.
A much needed reprisal for Team
Notice
Secret.
after every tag timeout, Secret's just able to like walk in sight and just plant. Like it's the clearest plant ever. Like once again, GK struggles with playing.
He forgot about the gadget.
Bird.
He also saw Blitz sprint straight past his screen away from him, but he's still fishing for that kill.
Was it a top floor anchor?
Oh my God, the
all
planet's going
5
down.
top floor.
Your gadget sees it.
First floor.
And it was recharged. I saw it with my own
Maybe
eyes. It was
one was
definitely
in sight.
possible to go for a scan, but it was too late. So Flexi goes deep towards Pillar, get the bomb down, and that's a great post-up position from Team Secret. He even had the possibility there of Modu going back upstairs, but instead thought, you know what, I'm going to flank from single breach, help Noah, establish a crossfire, and just not risk that 1v1 position later on. So GK, they fought back well. Yubo got a couple of good kills from the vert. But once the bomb goes down strategically, that's going to be the attackers like 85% to 15% of defense.
Yeah, I do wonder how much GK were affected by Ask being the first one to go down. The Pulse had to do a lot of heavy lifting for the info gathering, and I can only assume Ask is doing a lot of the calling as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the sole anchor player in your Pulse, it's very important you don't expose yourself to any external areas, because Oscar found the kill from outside the building. You should be on your scanner, on a non-bangable surface, and just you have your players above you in the verticality, watch this double breach. The only threat is going to be the single walk-in, but that's where the Pulse scanner radius being buffed recently. It'll see any attackers in that area, so you're not the playmaker. If you're Ask in that case, you're AFK, you're just simply staying alive, because if you die, you give them full bomb site access, which is exactly what happened.
It's about to get hot.
Map 2, Jose.
Final round of the half. Team Secret sorely need it. And they look to attack the tertiary bomb site. It's control here for GK. No info from the Pulse, but last time around, GK won this because they won that roam on the top floor. Ask managed to fade away with 2 kills before forfeiting map control, but the shield play was good on that top floor as well. Secret now breaching. IT, what do they look for next? How do they actually sink their teeth into this building?
All about the opening, all about the pressure.
Is anyone on base for GK?
Very rushable, if you will. But the moment this gate gets burned, it's going to show it that that's what the plan is. They want to go for direct attack.
There's no way you can go for a plant here. Come on, Yoga is trapped inside of the bomb site. He finds one on the 9-degree angle. The Candelas find nothing.
Dude, don't do it.
This is too risky from Team Secret. They didn't do their due diligence. They cleared above the bomb site. They cleared below, but they didn't clear the bomb site itself.
It's too linear, it's too simple, it does not work out. Oscar falls, Drills falls as well. This could be a complete flawless lockout with one player standing. It's Noah.
Noah had to be the player to get in the building and take down that site defender.
That was almost a nasty pre-fire there.
But instead, he fails at his job and finds himself in a 1v5, which he'll quickly make into a 1v4. Not that it'll matter. GK look to find 4 rounds in their defensive half. One step closer to knocking the defending champions from the tournament.
With a screen peek there onto his teammate's drone, perhaps, to get a bit of intel. He got a yellow ping, but it's not exactly on the money, so he goes for a different location, expecting that boost spot by the chassis, but that's not where any defenders are hiding at. Xiaki right beneath him, though. There's 40 seconds. Noah, you're wasting precious seconds, but we all know that this round is probably over.
Man, you cannot do this in your sleep, bro. Come on now.
Teammates in the server. It's only a matter of time before he's gonna die.
I mean, this round is dying a very slow death, just like Team Secret's chances of surviving this quarterfinal.
Damn.
It's looking rough. Fantastic half from GK on their defense. 4-2 split as we move into the halftime timeout. Let's hear from GK.
Each 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, I mean, you already know the setups, like for top floor default strat with Azami and Fenrir.
Sasha, thank you for
only one thing for top floor actually, that like Oscar might go for the clash hiding, so just make sure that you check if he's like watching the comms, you know, like the default trigger for like the guy hiding the op. For basement,
ew, the hell is here?
they literally like, I think they kind of playing like our strat, but they more rely on the like kitchen side. They are extending like a full map, like kitchen, storage, Mowgli like playing always Warden, aggressive and storage, Fork with drills with Torn, Noah always likes to flank from the kitchen to main lobby, so make sure you know about that. And I think Flexi, like he's always like with the mute above, like with the mute jammers he have like,
how slow they were in the mid-round focus.
Yeah,
we can play super safe, everything. I'm just gonna play the kid raptors, we just play on them
make sure that we guys I'm gonna start an IT with the C4. Okay, we're banning Ace and Thatcher. I need one of you guys to hold verts into storage, okay, for the Sophia below. That right? Somebody, the pillar guy, we just need to hold the verts into storage. Okay?
Yeah.
Man, you know why console PL is never going to be a thing, right?
Remember, like, if you feel like the focus is on you, Oscar, on site over there for storage, for example, just communicate so we can try to either retake garage or retake rafters. Like, I don't care, I just want us.
Again, from Shepard, very specific, very particular. I'm not saying you guys know this stuff, but there are some footnotes here, okay? This player, Noah, likes to go for a flank, Flexi plays to mute upstairs, etc. Just to give a general vibe of the usual setup is. And the reason why this is smart is that you're following your paper and your preparation, and you're giving them the notes of what's gonna prove that that prep is correct. If they then start seeing that Noah's never flanking, they're not playing mute anymore, and the play positions are off, now we know that the prep work, it's completely irrelevant, and the players have to adapt in the server on the fly.
No,
this is a case of, if it goes according to plan, this is what you're gonna do, and then we'll see what happens if that's not gonna be the case. And that's why attack timeout later from Shepard probably comes into action.
They're not letting you
conversation when you talk about these teams that there's two mentalities, right? And we talk about it in you know, in film and storytelling, right? Like, do you show or do you tell, right? And Noah is telling Team Secret, guys, you know, we got to fire up.
He said, "Welcome back."
Shepard is showing the energy that he wants from his players. He's modeling it rather than saying, "Guys, I want you to calm down." He's just is calm. And I think it's a really interesting way because it allows Shepard to, as you say, talk about really specific things. Oh, they might try and hide the clash in this first round. If
you just got back. Okay, that's what I thought. But I didn't want to. That's what I thought.
On site. That's a default trigger
for
us,
what?
reminding you of a lot of the prep. And I know that Callout talked about this. He doesn't often, for DZ, doesn't often need to reiterate the prep for the upcoming half because that's in the piece of paper. We've already done that prep. But I do see the value in it, particularly for Shepard, with this as a newer team. Instead of relying on them, just a little reminder of maybe some last minute things that he didn't manage to print out for them this morning.
It's like the last month, right? So like, usually, I would think 2 to 3 weeks. It's usually when like all the events are. That's when they, you know, they do all the updates, they announce what's new, and then usually around that time. Yeah, 19 days. Yeah, so yeah, literally in between 2 to 3 weeks. So
now you start defense, you can just do a ton of defense prep.
Ooh, that means I gotta start playing on my main more.
Then you talk about the attacks in a more simple fashion, right? You still do your prep, of course, but you'll focus more on
royalty. This is not the Grand Championship. This is quarterfinals to see who goes to semifinals. The Grand Championship is gonna be Saturday. And that Grand Championship is like 4 hours long, depending on how the games are. Ultimate new op, love it. We'll get more info on the new op Friday. Should get it, or not Friday, sorry, Saturday. Should get it more. Whoa.
Downstairs takes down Flexi. What did they say? He likes to play the mute upstairs. Well, on the flip side, when we listen to Team Secret,
they have a ping on them, or they just?
In the main breach of IT. Can I get someone watching the virtual stop window downstairs? I didn't see the cover. But
it's like, no problem.
To Grubby's side, he did.
Bro, what's about to? Bro, man, what's about to be?
That's clever. You know, also the breach was not open yet, by the way.
Nope. So it looked like they were going to do something else.
Yeah. No, Flexi.
Dude, Flexi's actually 0-6.
Going down early, and As you said, I mean, that was called by Secret to watch for that play, and Grubby made it work anyway. Now he gets to work breaching the main IT wall.
Actually,
and Mowgli looks to try
Flexi wanted someone to watch his storage window hop in. No one watched it.
I see how
When Sophia hopped in.
So
Wow.
a big counterplay to open up the round for GK.
The new op? Nah, it's
And
about to be,
I feel a bit
amazing.
concerned now because just like on Nighthaven lab, or sorry, on Lair rather, the first map, it feels like Secret are just kind of falling apart step by step, and then they're gonna fight when his back's against the walls. But the further they go into towards the bomb side, the later in the round it gets, the worse it gets to take the gunfights, because that's gonna mean more GK members in close proximity, much more together, and after they've spent their valuable gadget to enforce themselves into a much stronger position. The air jabs are down for the flank watching, they've done the verticality, they've done the hop reaching, and now against all of that, that's when Secret have to take the fights up against the Monty. It feels kind of unwinnable from the viewing perspective right now.
Yeah, it feels like Team Secret have good energy and good firepower, but they're lacking that substance.
Free kill right here
and this is going to be a freebie.
They're not even watching
Yoga's
it. They're not watching it.
Goodbye to Oscar.
How's that a gap?
GK are storm rolling Secret at the moment. Drills needs to try and find this flank. Sarks looks away at just the wrong moment, and Secret find a lifeline. Quickly to follow now. Drills needs to get active.
1v1.
Makes it a 1v1.
3 smokes.
Ask can flash him out, but he does have 3 gases, as you say. The bomb site is still upstairs. Drills seems committing to this fight. He's got the shotgun in close range. Ask will look to double back, get that defense, and look to try and plant. Drills will need to close this distance. He has the gas. We'll be able to get a bit of damage onto Ask, force him back, but that's not going to be a kill. And the long angle as well from Ask. DMR with the hollow sight. Drills has his last gas babe, but he doesn't know the angle. Gets accurate with the shotgun. Ask takes him down with the bearing 9.
Wow.
GK are just 2
Yeah,
steps
this is
away
live.
from
This is
knocking
live.
the defending
That's a new op.
champions from the tournament.
Again, a very small blunder. Literally misread there. Had to talk to Babe.
It's a shield counter. It's a direct shield counter, Void.
For the first gunfight on
It's like a, I would say it'll be like a R4C charge. Like you'll shoot it onto the shield and it'll go through the shield and destroy the whole shield.
3 pressure points.
And with that being said, Kunai, to what you said earlier, I think it should be able to go through some reinforced wall, right? If it goes through a shield, it should be able to go through a reinforced wall. My opinion. I don't know. They might not make it like that. Like I think that it could also sort of counter some bar breaches.
Or the person that was playing prone in the middle of the bomb
Ashton,
site
thank you
could
for
have done the
sharing
same thing. But it's not communicating. No one has that, guys. What are the gaps? What are we watching? If no one says they're watching Aqua, someone's got to get, guys, we need to watch Aqua. And on the other side, not really blaming Flexi here, but he did die first. If he's watching cams, not his problem. If he's spectating the different player positions, it should
we'll get more of it on Saturday. Right now, it's just speculation. You know, Corpus thing we're
Secret is starting to capitulate. They've been so close.
I just gotta know
it's
when
a miracle that they
what
even
time
made
it
it to this main stage in the first place by taking down their longtime rivals of Falcons. The 2 last men standing from last year's champions are on the verge of elimination at the hands of a new rising star, a new underdog, the new dark horse. GK looking to supplant Secret and take their spot as the only European representative remaining at EWC.
Frag grenade out. There is one thing to it, right? The closer you get to victory,
it's sort of been there's been a bunch of teasers, but it hasn't been directly revealed. As in, like, this is what it is, this is what it'll do.
And that's what I'm talking about here as well. When you stop becoming afraid of making
I think it fully gets revealed in 2 days.
To being the victor, GK have to keep up this pressure. The playmaking ability, shutting down the pushes, or in this case, shutting down the sit-ups. Just on the fire, don't get be called, Damos tracked. Not really applied pressure physically in the server, just with all the gadgetry. He's going to be sticking around. Flexi supporting him from above. Noah from beneath. Only one gap this window right here. Sees the shoulder of Ibana. Doesn't want to take the fight because he doesn't have to.
Dogaby call will be answered here by Flexi. Oh, wow, very close. Good coverage. However, Ask finds the gap, gets the double kill with the F2.
What?
I'm seeing Secret fall apart right now in slow motion. And it's only speeding up. The wheels begin to turn. Oscar will find one. Try and stave off this defeat. The cams have been hacked there as well by GK. No one needs to find this kill. He knows he's being held from the window. Flashbang goes out. Manages to cross, but it's unlikely he'll get back to site safely. Oscar is left all alone. A lot of damage on the Grubby, but he's finished
Loki
off.
had a shot.
No one now. 1v4 with the infamous Scorpion, his trademark weapon. But GK will not be baited into submission. He's going to have to fight for this tooth and nail. Oh, he's not going to get the chance. Yog from behind, ever so patient for GK. One more round, and they are through to their first semi-final.
Bro, man, why are you complaining though? Like,
they
come
try
on,
to
man,
rotate.
you're on
Who's going to
Zen.
hold which angles with the Dokubi call going out? So Flexi rotates over, gives up Aqua, flips it here with drills, and leaves a small moment of a gap where nobody is watching the fight behind them. Maybe
Man, I thought you were going legit, bro.
Didn't have a tight enough network because it works almost like a spider
you told
web.
me you were going
When I
legit.
set up this kind of flank position, or this, sorry, the roaming position, so that you kind of have feelers everywhere on the entries where the fighting can happen. And there's a gap in games room, a gap by the window. Noah was only holding on to kitchen and main lobby.
You're legit for 2 weeks.
So that
What, can
teeny
handle
tiny
it?
gap,
Can
especially
handle
operators like
being
your Solid Snake,
terrible?
your Dokubi, your Deimos, they get so much free intel without the droning.
I'm not gonna play ranked after this,
required.
you know.
Ask
I'm gonna watch
Founded,
these
he
2
forced
matches
it.
and I gotta go.
Secret are again.
But
You look at them against
you want to see me play
Falcons,
ranked? Oh,
they are
I'm
a
what's it
hive
called?
mind. They are
I have to go
thinking the
edit.
exact same
I have to
thing,
go edit a
they go
Red
the
Hat
exact
video.
same execution, they're all on the right timing. Right now, especially a Night
So you want to play ranked there? I'm gonna post some TikTok.
It's gonna be some half-committed rushes on the
EQ with
attack side,
machine,
pulls
that's
apart
not a
very
flex,
quickly,
bro.
not
That's
doing
not
the
a. I'm gonna be
diligence,
so
respecting the
real
player
with you.
positions of
That's
GK.
not a.
And now on defense, some people taking a fight, some people hiding, some people playing together, some people playing solo. They are all over the place. We saw Flexi there on the player cam showing his signs of frustration. He individually 0-7 started defense
Man,
getting
come on, bro.
triple
You know
boomed by
how I feel
Sophia,
about
and has
cheaters,
not found
Zim,
to kill
all
any
that,
bit of
bro.
damage to any attacker since. This could very well be the end of Secret at this event.
And to make a
Ask
comeback
is so good. Nah, the real MVP is Groovy. Groovy. Whatever you say his name.
We've barely seen from Secret this tournament. They might have had what it takes to knock out Falcons, but GK to be the team that steps above them.
They picked them, right? They said, we know how Secret play the game. We take the safe option here. We're gonna counter them. We know exactly how to beat them, and they've proven that. 6-2 on the second map. Looking for the push here. Sock shotgun on the Deimos. Looking to into Aqua. There's a player waiting for him.
Oh, Noah got a first pick on Groovy. Hold up. Never mind, you give it back up.
By Ask as he breaks 10 desperately into the top floor, sneaking for Yog. It's time to start making moves towards that bomb site. One by one, they push together. Good kill there from Sarge.
And Secret just drops like flies.
One by one.
All right, man.
And their
PK
miracle
advances.
run will come to a close. A year ago, we saw an all-EU final. But now Secret, after winning that, will have to bid farewell in the quarters. GK, the unlikely representative.
GG's to GK, bro. GG's. That's actually a good run from Secret, though. It's a good run. You know, like, they got 10th at EML. Anyone who gets, last is probably going to give their roster up. Get a new roster. Secret should be proud, you know. No roster changes. They made it. They made it to what? They're gonna get like 8th place. Not that bad. Who's still in it now? So your 3 teams have fallen to semis are FaZe. Sorry, not FaZe. Dark Zero, Furia, and GK, and then we're gonna see FaZe versus Team Liquid Alienware next. Let's see who falls. Team base of 5 seconds and can be any PL team.
We saw Secret on defense. It didn't stand a chance.
Who?
Great operator selection from GK, great aggression, and
who came up with that?
How they're playing the game in the server.
And GK, after being pushed 15 rounds by Enterprise in their
Got his
first
R6
match
down,
of the tournament,
shouldn't be.
remain undefeated, not dropping a single map, not to EP, not to Furia, and not
service.
today
There's no
to
server
Team
issues gonna be
Secret.
down.
They came
FaZe
to
versus
play today,
Team
they came to
Liquid
make a
Alienware.
statement. And for Team
It's gonna be an
Secret, we
SAL.
must bid
They're both
farewell
SAL
to the
teams.
2 left behind, the final pieces of the puzzle, and the
FaZe
final
best equipment.
2
Yep.
EWC
That's what I'm thinking too.
from last year. None now remain, and we will have
Random unknown
a
Zim
new
kid.
champion
Yeah,
here
go
at
ahead
the
and let
Esports
him
World Cup.
flip farm. I don't know.
And the thing is,
I don't know if
the
that kid's.
current
I don't know what that
bracket
kid's on
is
about.
only gonna get tougher
Hey,
and
Foster, just your
tougher,
server?
especially
Yeah, it might
for
be your
GK,
server.
because they got the Brazilians waiting for them.
But
Got
I
a
did.
whole five
I like
coming
the
apart.
servers. There's
But I do
nothing.
think having this performance on the big stage to
there's
start
something wrong
things
with
off, they're going to have the confidence and they believe in themselves to honestly think they can probably take that victory as well tomorrow.
Yeah,
the debut on the main stage for two
well,
of
like
the
I said, the
players on
phasing
this roster. The
in the
debut
Alienware.
representing Europe for Ask.
I think Alienware is gonna win. We are talking about the phase plan.
For GK, let's go hear from him on the stage.
Thank you very much. You join us back here on the main stage. I'm joined now by Groovy, everyone.
More than you'd rather choose Siege over Forerunner? Yeah, just take the Forerunner.
The Dark Horses trot their way into the
Just take the Forerunner in the
semi-finals.
morning, I
You
guess.
must be ecstatic right now. How are the team feeling after that victory?
Well, I think the team feels amazing. I mean, we expected the win. We worked really hard for the win, and I think the whole team is happy. You know, like the hard work paid off again. Like we expected some crazy plays from Secret, and they did play a bit of crazy Siege, but we played our style. We made it work, and we are all happy. You know, next round.
Well, we saw there as well, you know, the 3 maps on offer there,
Who
quite
is this, by the way?
defensive-based maps. But you chose Team Secret to play against. Did they play or perform as
Can't
you
think Space
expected?
gonna
Did they bring
win
anything
ever since
particularly
Space
different,
reached the
or
finals
was it
and
just
Fortress?
exactly what you thought they
There's
brought?
that, but there's also back to when
when
DZ beat phase and SLC.
But we did expect it, like that's how they're gonna play the game, and that's exactly how they played.
Yeah, Lords, you might as
game,
well,
you know?
bro.
Maybe on later they change a bit. They surprised us with the fast
And
pace,
it's
just
the
rolling
Ubisoft
over
servers, dude.
certain
Like they're
positions on the map, but I think that's genuinely how we expected.
They're always
them-
funky.
like that they're gonna play that way, you know.
You never know.
You are one step away from the grand final, the Esports World Cup, which is incredible. Being
Which
on the
is
main
funny
stage,
because
obviously,
whoever
a lot
wins
of
this
the
next
audience,
game is gonna
very
roll
much on
PK.
Team Secret's corner. But for you folks, I mean, for the team, how do you deal with this when you hear the audience cheering the other team? What does it take? The mental fortitude. How do you get past it and ensure that you stay focused?
Well, for me personally, I did not care at all. Like I was focused on one screen in front of me. I was focused to win the game, and that's only I was thinking. Like I had some noises. Like I knew that the topics on the other side, but genuinely I did not care at all. Like I was happy that they cheered for them because I love to be the underdog. I love to feel more pressure on myself because then I play better and better. And it paid off, you know. But besides that, I didn't really care, you know. It's like I just had one screen in front of me, played the game,
Why only
made it work,
Ubisoft?
and that's what it matters.
It's just the
Next
company.
up, the El
Promise,
Clasico,
the
there's FaZe
company's
and
not the
Liquid,
greatest.
one of those teams you'll be playing against. Any predictions, and why do you think there'll be one team that might be joining you in the semi-final later this
Yo,
week?
Lords, Ubisoft only cares about the money. They don't care about
Liquid will
anything
beat
else.
FaZe. I would love to play Liquid, but to be fair, I would love to play both of the teams. So for me, it doesn't matter. But I think
They
Liquid
like
might
to play
beat
Liquid
FaZe
because
this time, but
FaZe
we'll
is
see.
gonna
We'll see.
steamroll
But
them.
one thing's for sure, though, we must crush a key. It's time for a key crushing. We're going to invite the rest of the team. GK, come over this way, fellas. You've got to actually choose, Groovy, one of your teammates, to crush the key of the opposition.
Oh, that's
You doing
groovy.
it? Come on, let's go
Didn't
this
know
way,
that.
fellas. Let's go this way. Come this way. We're going to go and crush the key. Come and crush the key for us.
That's
As the
good Ubisoft game
screen
with Black Flag.
separates,
Not a hot take.
the smoke goes wild. Team Secret knocked out of the competition, and it's time for the tradition here, which is crushing their
Imagine you crack
key.
down a little better, man.
Officially knocking
Zim
them
should have been
out of the
cracked down.
competition. I'll let you walk forward here.
Stop
And,
playing
start
Zim,
to,
man.
make
Your life would be 10 times
preparations as
better,
you
I
watch
promise.
it. As Upor presses the button and gets that key crushed. We've got some waves, we've got some Cheerios and bye-byes. And that's one more team out of the competition. It was 6 we started today, now it's down to 5. At the end of the day, there will only be 4 left going into the semi-finals. Who will join them? We're going to find out very, very soon. Well done there, fellas. Congratulations again to GK as we head back
man,
over
you want to be legit.
Rain Day and the
Yes,
rest of
man.
the crew and
Because,
prepare
man,
ourselves what is going to
hitting
be
champ
an
on
epic,
Zim, it's a fake champ.
unbelievable last
It's a
quarterfinal
fake
here
champ.
today.
Thank you so much, Adam.
You're not a real
GK
champ.
Esports.
If you could just
Moving on to
beat
the semis,
Secret.
earning an extra
Just beat Team Secret.
$55,000 to their name just for making it, and of course sending Team Secret home, which means
Yeah, Lords, tell me
big
about it, bro.
headline, we
That's
will
all ranked
see a
3.0.
new champion at EWC this year. for
Cheaters run
R6.
rank.
No more title defenders, but Secret, they definitely put up a good fight. It was not enough. They had the shenanigans that I think GK
Hey, man,
Esports,
just play legit,
specifically
man, dude.
Iconic,
Come
mentioned
on
they
now.
were ready for, and
Get
Grubby
off
said
this
they did
in.
play a little bit like that. However, they knew to play their game. They knew to be in a position to where they could control how Siege was played, and it worked in their favor. A 2-0 and very convincing win.
Yeah, I called it before going in. I felt like they just looked like the better team.
Yeah.
Looked more structured, and he really showed that.
Dude, Groovy.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 KD
I expect a little
this
bit
game.
more of a fight from Secret. I think
Like
the
a
first map showed,
1.6
the first map showed that they had the potential, that they still carried a little bit of the momentum that helped them take down Falcons. I expected that if you can take down Falcons, you can also take down GK, at least on one map. And I clearly did not see that here on the map pick of Labs. I think that the team was not in control at all. They were super slow in attack. And when came the defense, I think overall the attack from GK was so good. The trading, the team play, absolutely amazing.
My thought is, was there something specific about what worked against Falcons that just didn't work against GK? What do you think?
I mean, the pressure handling. I'm not going to lie. Was it a story of Secret beating Falcons or Falcons losing to themselves?
Great point.
I think the story is somewhere there. I think Falcons, there is a lot of pressure on that organization, to perform well at the club championship. If I remember well, I think they won the club championship two years in a row.
Right.
That is a $7 million cash prize. That is huge for an organization to fund their ventures in multiple esports games, their facilities, and help perform. And so for an organization like
everything.
this, and a team that has so much pressure on the back of their head, ever since losing SI, not being able to
it's a
go
server.
to the
It's a
grand
server. It's a server. Don't
final,
worry
I
about
think
that.
that meant a lot to them to come to EWC.
It's definitely a
they
server.
had to perform, and I think the pressure got to the head in front of them. Secret, you heard Mugli say it in the interview. He said it's a professional mistake to lose to us, and I think that clearly that was the statement when they came into the game. Secret had zero pressure, and today it was a different thing. They were playing an underdog, not a favorite,
and that lack of pressure sometimes.
You gotta know what, Lord.
Sometimes it doesn't. I felt like we did see a bit of a different team spirit. I know people in the chat as well, kind of excited to root for them, the underdog story, but they didn't give enough to have any real threat against GK Esports. I have somebody who's been watching as well. They've been here in the venue. We saw them at lunch. We saw them hanging out. You are very familiar with who they are. Is going to join our stream and talk a little bit about what they saw in this game. It's Bolo.
Bonjour, gentlemen. How's it going? That was hey, whoa, Iconic. Come on, slow down, man. Don't be oh my gosh. I mean, I just got on here. Let me take care of it, okay? Sit back for a little bit. That was a game.
We're not saying anything.
no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys.
No, man. I mean, you started host this thing, buddy. I mean, Bolo, I want to know what your thoughts were coming off. Obviously, Secret had a little bit of hype on them, but it was all GK today.
Yeah, it really was. I'm not going to lie. My predictions, I initially had GK, but I thought about it and I mulled it over and I looked at Secret's playoff path and I saw him take Falcons and I just kept holding on to that. And I was like, you know what? If they could do it back then, I'm sure they could do it now. Yaga's my boy. And so I had to vote against them a little bit, but they came out on top. It was an absolute stomp, which I think it was definitely a good matchup on paper. Secret to GK, it made sense. It seemed like it was going to be a little bit of a harder fought match. I was thinking 3 maps, but
kind of stuff. Yeah, Lord,
GK came out and played, so can't complain.
So you guys thought, I'm not surrounded by enough Americans.
Let's add one more.
We're going to bring one more.
That's right. I just wish he was on the other side, so he could be actually surrounding you.
I could come down there right now.
Welcome
I know,
back
you're right behind us.
Yeah, I'm a little bit out of frame, but
Listen,
I can run.
We saw you at lunch, but I know you've been here in Paris for a bit. You've been to multiple EWCs as well. What's been the experience so far, and how you feel about the tournament, how it's gone?
Bolo in Paris, indeed. I am loving this. I've been here, my 3rd time. Every single time is an absolute treat. And of course, Esports World Cup. Everybody from all corners of the globe, every esport, it is a blast. All for one thing.
Come on, console next season,
who
man.
is the best? And I'm all for it. And I'm sure you guys are loving it. I'm sure, especially you, Alfama.
I might have to come back for a little bit though. DMR, SMG 12 nerf,
We're not gonna talk about Salt Lake City. That's for you guys. But I've been having quite a lot of fun here.
And Lords, just don't worry about it, man. Just scoot up tomorrow. They should be there. Boot up later today. You should be there.
Up here. I don't know. I haven't been hearing them too much, so you're gonna have to. You haven't sold me quite yet.
Just think back on when you went on that stage at SI to receive your commendation.
Oh yeah, middle of COVID with probably 10 people watching and clapping.
No, not that one. The one SI26 for the commendation.
If I come back to console, you go legit. That's what it's gonna take.
Now you're talking. Now you're talking. I'm starting to get you a little bit. I'm getting you a little bit. Yeah, I bet if Falcons were here, I'd be hearing them roar.
Lords, I'm telling you, man, Ubisoft is fishy, bro.
That's the issue there.
They don't don't care about their
no
game.
Secret, no Falcons. Now we're going to get a new champion.
Lord,
Speaking
that's
of
actually
how
been
well
a thing too,
they
you know?
went down. It's obviously on the side of GK who were responsible for that. We have an MVP we want to get your reactions to as well. It was Grubby. We talked to him earlier on. Obviously now the MVP of this series, iconic. I know this is your first time meeting Bolo as well.
I'll tell you
his thoughts on Grubby, or what do you think about our MVP?
Who's definitely?
What do you think?
I'll tell you who's
Man,
definitely
Grubby, you
leading.
know, he is really flourished on this
If I had to
roster,
think the
man.
original
He is doing
league,
so good.
I
He's
think
putting the
Mowgli
fingers
or
up. He's
and
showing them
Noah
in
are
the
gonna get some
lobby and
offers.
outside that he is the top dog. First map, it was a Mowgli Groovy show, but sadly, Mowgli could not keep that consistency up onto Labs. But lo and behold, Groovy, we're talking about him in both maps. He was there to play.
Lords,
Cannot
go for
complain. Great drip on this.
I think
clutch
most
right
players
here on
have the
that
same
Azami.
mentality.
Yeah, and most importantly, if you want some drip in game, don't forget to buy the Bolo bundle.
Oh, man, I was getting to that. Alfama, come on.
You getting a kickback, man?
The
That was
Bolo
nice.
Vigil MVP
That
bundle.
was
Yeah,
nice.
I might take him out to a croissant and like maybe like a cigarette or something. You know, I'll treat him.
You took him out to the one thing he's got all the time, man. The only thing you
Bro,
can
man, I
definitely
wasn't even
get
good on
comparison
That's
to
true.
Croissant.
That's true.
Yo, I'm
but,
not
you know,
Nick 830, man.
You could have a croissant and a coffee and maybe a little ciggy, but nothing like having one with Bo, right? I'll see you later tomorrow morning, Alfama. We'll make it happen.
I'll show you the best spots in Paris.
Love
Bolo,
that.
thank you so much for joining us, man. Send the best to your chat, your viewers, and everybody. We appreciate having you here in Paris.
Thank you, gentlemen.
And we enjoy what we're going to be cooking up here over this El Clasico coming up
Yes,
soon. I'm
sir.
sure it'll be an exciting one on your stream. Thanks, man.
Take care, guys.
All right, Bolo here joining us. We've had the pleasure of some iconic faces, not just in the Siege scene, but across all of esports joining us. Content creators are one of the special signatures of EWC
What? You're
alongside
sorry?
the
What?
Key
No.
Crushing. We make
Oh,
sure to
Mark,
bring
you're good.
different voices, not just on the esports side, but the people
Remember
who
when you
are
7-4'd me
of
on
esports, but now maybe
console?
creating that bigger voice through what you could be in the creator program as well, joining and talking about content creation. There's an opportunity there, but iconic, always cool to chat with Bolo. Brings a great energy.
No, of course. I feel like he's been a staple of the scene.
What do
So
you
many
say,
people look
Kunal?
up to him. I
This
remember
morning,
being a
any
rookie
PC
going
kids are
against him
just
the
too
first
much,
time
man.
when he was still on TSM. And I remember he dropped 20 the first map.
Wait,
You
man,
know,
what do
I'm
you
a
mean?
rookie,
Like,
so
you
I'm
mean like the solo queue?
next map he's not doing it again. Then he comes back again, drops 20 again, 40 in 2 maps. And I'm like, okay, disrespect. And
Leave him over me. I
showed some
appreciate
love
that,
after
man.
my rookie season too, but always a great human being, really just being, you need that in the scene, really to just advocate for the youth.
Dude, I was
and
like
to
your
really
average console
have people
player.
to look up
I was
to,
like
inspire
average
me.
console.
So great seeing him here.
It's a beautiful thing, man. Of
Average,
course, on the
average.
other side of this great victory is also a little bit of defeat. There's lessons to be learned, and standing by with Noah, who wanted to go and repeat with Team Secret. It won't be happening, but hopefully has some good insights here as to why and maybe what they can take away from this after their loss to GK.
We're speaking to Noah after his elimination at the Esports World Cup. Noah, talking about the
Doesn't look
second map,
that
you
sad.
guys' map pick, Labs, not the best start on it. What do you think happened there?
I think we took a long time to get into the game on the first map, and once we got into labs, we
What's
kind
on
of gave
console
them
from when
like
you
too
would-
many
I'm in the next
opportunities to
season
get
at
back
top
into the rounds,
7K.
those first couple rounds, and then they were able to just roll off that
TikTok,
momentum.
right?
Yeah.
You talked about the whole tournament kind of coming in as the underdogs here. Do you think knocking out Falcons was your best memory of the whole tournament, or was it something else?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we overdid what we expected, so I'm still really happy with our performance. And even today, I'm happy that everyone played and
It was
tried
10
their
times
best,
easier on
and
console.
That's all we
man.
can do.
That was
Awesome.
I'll
I
give
saw
you that.
you talking to some of the fans at the end there. They were like praising you. Is there anything you want to say to them and everybody else supporting you at home?
Yeah, there's been a lot of support throughout this event, so thank you guys so much. It really means a lot to me, especially when I get off from all this high and I'm able to see the social media and everything. So just thank you guys. Hopefully you keep following me, and that's it.
It's awesome. And then in your
Oh, what's up,
eyes,
Sonic?
who do you think is deserving of the Esports
No,
World Cup
Kunai,
championship
don't
title
do
this
that.
year?
He's them. Don't do
Remind me
that.
again, there's DZ, now Liquid Phase, and then GK. I think I would really like to see like DZ keep going and see if they could do a back-to-back. I really like those guys, but I think I would imagine FaZe might be taking this one home. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your time, Noah.
All right. Thank you.
Well, that's
Yeah,
actually a
get
pretty
sacked with
nice
a
answer
Zim.
as well. Their wish competitor, and no longer a competitor, as he's out of this tournament, a chance to go back-to-back.
Nope,
That's
nope.
the big question
Hell
in the race
no.
in North America. We do have 2 North Americans here. You're going to have another one replacing one as well, so you are not able to get away from North America. And if they win this championship, if they win at EWC, it's going to be, I mean, your flight home, your last day here, the dinner out, it's going to be tough, man.
My flight home?
Oh,
man,
you know what?
I'm taking a train.
That's right. That's right. That's the beauty.
That's the only win I have.
I keep forgetting. You're so dang close. This is unbelievable. Guys, thoughts after this first series? An amazing showcase. GK Esports booked their spot in the semi.
feel like it was a great series. Really proud to just see the new talent coming onto the scene, showing up on the stage. I feel like it's very hard.
I'm actually really happy for
crowd scenario with pressure on the line, moving
that's good protection for PC. Like sure, on console it's gonna be great, but for PC,
not allowing that pressure to
the amount of people that macro
have an effect on his play,
and high
he
elo
really showed up for his team when they needed him most.
I mean, look, the better team, very clean.
Absolutely,
like
and
that.
I think it's on two things, right? Secret being on basically here on the top 8, and I think they thought it was enough.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were not combative enough, especially in that map 2. I felt like they kind of gave up. I'm not gonna lie. I've known some of these guys to be a bit more fighters, and I think maybe they didn't believe that they had it in them to make it to the top 4. Whereas for GK, they're fired up. They're still riding that momentum from EML, and they've been looking so good. And I'm just wondering, at what point do we stop the dark horse story? At what point are they able to beat some of the biggest teams here? The answer will be in the semifinals.
Yeah, that semifinal, obviously, right? Nobody is going to think that anybody in that semi is not ready to win a championship. FaZe Clan and Liquid Alienware, our final quarterfinal of today and of our quarters, they are going to book their ticket.
Yes.
One of those teams will be going into the semis,
it's rough.
one going home. It is a
console,
battle
it's
that
rough,
you do
but
not want to miss.
PC,
because there are so many different bonds
macroing.
that tie these two teams together, including family. All of that
So
coming up
many.
on the El Clasico shortly in a moment. So we'll take a break, switch out our talent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our final series of the day.
But how long is this break gonna take? Yeah, Kuna, that's why I haven't been on console. Like you said before, if you get on TCSG and you get on an F2, you'll just basically go positive. Like you really don't have to worry about anything else. You just use those guns.
This is Xenox's Confessions. We did actually re-roll out. I said your name wrong. But I'm actually just self-sabotaging myself there. But we'll get it right over the course of the week. Don't worry.
But like you said earlier,
so these are your
it is easier to win
confessions.
on console.
This is something we've done with some of the other talent already.
Okay.
Kind of going through it. We're just going to ask you some questions, mate. I wouldn't worry about it. That much.
I'm a little bit worried. Not gonna lie.
That's fine. I'm a nice guy. You just need to ask any of the other talent. I'm all right. You ever played any other games competitively before casting, and any old flexes that you're still proud of?
I did play one particular title competitively, which was a game called Paladins, which is like a Overwatch clone, if you will. So it's like a makeshift Overwatch game back in 2018. I played competitively in the Oceanic region.
I do that.
I ended up giving it away because of my casting career starting to take off, and quite frankly, I
play
didn't
with
like
yours.
scrimming. So
yeah, it's probably for the best.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, dude, I have 50 games played on my main account. I think maybe like
used to get tilted
40
in video
of them.
games, though? Like they're really
45 have been
tilted.
solo queue.
Like, what's the most you've ever been tilted?
I mean, I get tilted all the time, to be honest. I'm a pretty competitive guy. Like, I want to win. There was one time, and I'm starting to maybe get an idea as to where this was going. I was playing a 5-stack of Siege with the other Aussie boys, and I got so tilted that they were, asking me to communicate.
Yeah.
And I just typed in chat, I'm tilted.
You said, yeah.
And that was
yeah, I
it.
do.
So
But I haven't been streaming it. I usually stream at night, honestly.
So you've been casting for a
I'm
while.
trying to switch
Are
into
there
the
any
day,
of your
but
old calls that still get brought up, especially from other
I don't have
games?
time to do it. I don't have time to play all day.
I actually don't
Stream all
know
day.
how to answer that question,
Oh,
to be
for you,
honest.
Paige? Thank you for that.
I have a big background to these questions.
Okay, background.
The background to this one is that you stole one in particular.
But yeah, I
for your
usually do
call
it.
in a PUBG final.
Okay, so I did a
With your main
PUBG
account, you have
final.
over 150 matches played. You have
We
over
were
1.3K
in
and
Oakland for that
60%
event,
win rate.
and
Also,
it was
good deal
one
too.
of it was the second
No,
time
I'm
that
not
I'd ever
too
worked
famous.
in an
man.
arena environment.
Hold up, let me show you.
So much better, isn't that?
So much
My
better,
man.
crowd involvement. And so
Pretty
back
bad.
home in Australia, we have the Australian Football League, AFL. I don't know if you've heard of it, Chris.
No, I
Never
haven't.
heard of
No, I
that.
haven't. Okay, awesome.
Where's
And this
my
is
main
why
account?
it's fine. I ripped a call from a commentator from the Australian Football League that happened back in 2005 as well, mind you.
Oh, that's, yeah.
So by that point, okay, it's a free game. It's a free game. And so, yeah, I did rip a call that applied at the time pretty well to what happened in the game. And I still get ribbed for it to this day.
Yeah,
This was 7 years ago, by the way.
That's fine. That's so long ago. In esports, that's like literally a century ago.
Yeah,
Thanks for making me feel old.
Yeah, well, no, I'm right there with you. Don't worry. So, yeah, we'll talk about the AFL, right? I mean, how'd you go with the Lions last year? And what did you get up to on Grand Finals Day?
So, in the Australian rules football, Brisbane Lions, that's the team that I support. We've actually made the grand final in the last 3 years. So to help you out, and maybe those at home, it would be akin to the Super Bowl in the NFL, or maybe the FA Cup in the Premier League or English football.
Mep likes to troll.
So my team
don't worry about whatever he
last
said.
3 years. We actually lost the first year, and then we won the second year, and we won
Right, so
last
this is
year.
my main account right
Last year's grand final coincided with one of our APAC broadcast days for Rainbow Six Siege. And I went straight from the grand final, which was at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, straight
This guy
to
was
the
supposed to be
studio.
closet.
And I was very excited. Let's just say. But we had a very good broadcast. It was a very good day. We actually had a pretty big upset. Daystar beating Elevate,
Wrong
and
account.
that's all I'll leave it at.
Yeah, I often wonder how I would cast excited. You ever ride many of the e-scooters that you see around in Paris?
Wait, Kuna, you use roller on PC, or you switch to keyboard and mouse?
So 6 weeks prior to the Six Invitational in 2024, Sao Paulo, Brazil, I actually broke my arm on an e-scooter.
It doesn't surprise me. It's Larry in Paris, never mind Sao Paulo. So, I mean...
No, I was in Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, all right.
Flying to Sao Paulo in 6 weeks. So broke my arm, straight to surgery, fixed it all up, and then I actually had to get the cast off
Used to be
2
PC
weeks
roller, but you
earlier than
switched to
they would've
KBM
liked
this season?
to allow me to fly.
Wow, you
So,
switched to
fun little
KBM
story,
in your
ended up
plat?
actually going and casting the grand final for
Not bad.
the Six Invitational
I'm trying to
at that
learn
event.
movement and sense, but
Fortunately,
really not
by
that
the
bad.
time we did the grand final,
But you're
3
not,
weeks
you
had
made the
passed,
plat.
I'd taken off the wrist guard.
Chilling.
But it'll take time.
But yeah, haven't ridden an e-scooter since, but I did make the exception to ride an e-bike
Okay,
here
well,
at EWC.
You know, it takes time to
e-bike is
start
a
new
little
things and
safer.
stuff.
I haven't actually been brave enough to jump on the e-bikes yet. I can ride a bike. I'm
Feels
not
a bit more comfortable than the e-scooter. I don't think I'll ever do the scooter again.
No, the scooter does not feel as safe. What is the house situation like back at home? Do you have plenty of space? Any big purchases in the new house?
I did buy a sim rig.
Oh,
Did you can Hashon peak really good?
So when I obviously got my new house, more space, and that was my
I don't
first
Hashon peak
little,
that much. I did
big,
sometimes.
big present.
I worked Rensport last year.
But
I
yeah,
know
that's
it's not
actually not that
cheap
hard
thing
to
do.
master, honestly.
All right, listen. No, I enjoyed that. That was good. It's always a bit awkward
Pretty cool,
to
so
kind of come over
work
here
in
and do these
progress.
kind of questions, but you answered them very, very
Yeah.
well. And
No, thank you so much.
You were
I
But
didn't
you'll
know
get
where
it
this
down,
was going,
obviously,
to be
technical
honest.
with some of them. I
And
think.
now that
No
now
problem.
that I know how this has gone, let's just say I've got some getting back to do.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
got some ammunition now.
Yeah.
That's going to help. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Oh,
Shep.
it's fine.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Shep.
man.
Oh, well.
Zoom it in. Zoom it in.
We might just end there.
SM12 and R4C, because you play a lot of Clear House with those two. Wow. So you practice with the high recoil guns. That's good. That's what you should do in Clear House.
Well, stay tuned on our content.
I am trying to edit a
schedule.
video right now.
I guess relaxation time, because you're going to get confessions like that from Xenox. It was awesome to see, Chris. Thank you. We got more in the works, so don't go anywhere if you want to learn more about your favorite talent, your players in the Siege community. Welcome back to the desk. We've got a matchup.
You say
for
you
the
always
ages,
say
El
it's easier to pull
Clasico. When
down
you hear
less
those
than it
two
is to
words,
pull down
especially
more.
if you're a soccer
Yeah,
football fan,
you're right.
you know it's going to be a great
I mean,
matchup.
some
We're
guns
not in
have
Spain,
unique
we're in
recoil
Paris,
patterns, you know?
France, and it is two teams who hail from Brazil, who know each other so well. And I bring in, of course, iconic, but my man Laxing to talk about this. Lax, you weren't with us on the first set, but it was a great series, and now we get one that
34 seconds.
people around the world have been looking for as a marquee matchup
First thing,
today.
you cannot
Yeah, I would
use
definitely
the
say this is probably
T5
the
to
most
save your
anticipated
life.
match of the day by far. I mean, these two teams, these 9 players, with the exception of Maya on that Liquid roster, have gone head-to-head at some of the biggest events, the 6 Invitationals. I mean, and especially when
Really?
you look at the pride for both of these teams, they really can cement their legacy more than they
But
have
that's the
before.
easiest
We've
gun to
already
use.
talked
You
about
pull
it.
down too
These
much?
teams have won the
Probably pull down too
Invitational. FaZe doing it back-to-back. They've won majors where the Liquid roster was dominating all of
With every
2023,
single
but
mag?
none of
That's
these
crazy.
players have won an esports World Cup, so they can just cement their names and etch their names even further into Siege's history's books.
And as a player, I mean, there's nothing that gets you hyped up more than something like this, I would imagine. Iconic.
No, I feel like too, if
I don't know
anyone's
how
going
you
to
feel
stop
about
FaZe, it's going to be Liquid being a few years ago. The team started their core, beating them in that final, so I feel like it's going to be just a test of both teams here.
Well,
You know, it's gonna- we all have that one
gun.
gun.
You've got 2 hammers on one team, that's FaZe. You've got
Like me
one on the
using
side of
TCSG
Liquid,
on
but in
PC.
one household, you've got 3. How does that work out? Well, it's because of our PS5 story of the day. Battle Battle of the Brothers. That's right. When I was first kind of getting caught up on this scene, this story to me struck out as one of the most incredible in esports. And the fact that you've got two brothers on opposing teams going up against each other today, but also the emotion that goes with that, the pressure,
brothers going up against each other.
It's just an amazing thing that we get to see here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And on your left side, you have Nate. On your right side, you have Handy. But it's such a cool, unique experience. I mean, for someone who has a brother like myself, to just be able to think of looking across the stage, knowing that you're playing against your sibling for a title shot.
I play 4-3-84.
It's something that you can't even imagine. And the fact that these two have done it so many times now, that they're at the top of Siege's
sometimes I play with
the
sleeve, sometimes I won't.
In players as individuals.
I mean, it's such playing on A1 is crazy
to see. And again, for both of these two to just
that's
live
only
in
for
these moments and
TCSG.
be present with one another, such a cool thing to say.
I mean, you really get to take your trash talk home. I mean,
oh, absolutely, absolutely.
You get to take some of the emotion. I mean, it's a great moment on stage, but the rivalry lives on. I mean, there's no way to separate from it, but that's kind of what makes it great, right?
No, I feel like
you
that's
use
what you
Hollow
want in this
A
rivalry
on
too,
TCSG.
especially Handy saying that they're really here only for the championship. And if any player is going to be putting that statement down, I trust Handy to act on it. So
this is going to be an exciting one for sure. Handy, one of the players we mentioned, as well as brother Nate on the other side of things. Handy, a clutch performer here for FaZe. And FaZe, obviously, back-to-back Siege 6 invitational champions. Can they do it again here in Paris? That would be pretty record-breaking in terms of accomplishments. But KDS, Cyber, Vita King, Handy, Solzy, who stands out?
No, you play A1 FOV with the Hollow.
I mean, there's not one singular player on this team that you can choose to talk more than
I got
the
it.
other.
No,
All of these players are well respected in the scene. Again, two-time world champions back-to-back. I mean, there's a reason why they've been able to do it. It's because all 5 of those excel in their roles exceptionally well. And you would do a disservice if you weren't talking about all of them in the same sentence.
I would say Vita Kane, the captain, you know, since he came to this team, you've really seen that consistent level of IGLing and just game knowledge just really show through their play.
3-2s, you know, 3-2's
they
fine.
always stay calm,
Like
they
5-4
stay
is, to
tactically
me, way too
engaged, and making
stretched.
sure they have the gunplay, but they also have the right operators and the right utility to deal with these positions that you can actually deal with. So I'm looking towards him to really lead the squad.
Championship marquee.
We're like another 10 or 15 minutes before the next
those are
game
their
starts.
opponents today, and we mentioned Nate, the brother,
We're
on the
gonna have
other
the,
side of things, trying to take one away and maybe even up.
Oh, they're twins.
Well, Samurais will have to wait a little bit for that, but obviously the idea is still there with this championship iconic. Tell me who stands out on this
play in
Liquid
unranked
Alienware roster.
KZ.
By the time I load everything up and everything,
for kills in all
be
types
too
of
late.
series slings. You saw him against M80 being a vital piece to get them through that. And obviously, too, Philippe Pox being their main IGL, just one of the best players in the game. He's been playing since Xbox all the way through to PC. And he's just a staple and one of my favorite players to see play.
I love the conversation that we have here. So player focused, but Lax, you had mentioned earlier that this is really players that know each other. They could be great, but when you play and you scrim and you're in the same region and you've gone 40, 50 times against one another,
Actually,
it's hard to talk to analytically about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I will drop all analysis aside. I mean, you know this, Dave. When you come into a tournament, and granted this tournament's a little less matches that these teams have played, but you love experiencing the international play. You love playing against the different regions. And I always found it hard in my career, and maybe you can attest to this, but once you come back to the very end, you get into those playoffs, semifinals, grand final, whatever be that may be, once you get to that domestic matchup, those are always the hardest because your opponent knows all your little idiosyncrasies. They know what every individual does. And it's less about being the better team and who can do this, who can do that. It's really on the IGLs, in my opinion, of who can adapt, who can shot call quicker, who's quicker to the punch to take control of a round, take control of a series. And for me, that's why I put the analysis aside, because these players have played against each other. There's not going to be enough prep in the world that they're going to surprise each other.
No, of course, I feel like exactly to your point, they're going to know. So it's almost like a shadow boxing match where you have to be able to just move with your opponent and just keep them guessing in the round, because they're going to be thinking you know what they're doing, but if you keep throwing them off, throwing that curveball, you're going to get your advantage.
I mean, I think about it during even the Charlotte major playing against you guys. Like, I was like, okay, we get to the semifinal, then boom, straight into Astralis, and you guys just read us every step of the way through, and we got knocked out. Where I would have much rather fought someone else on the other side of the play.
You know, in games, I actually find that the most difficult battle for me mentally is when a game forces me to fight myself. Like, whatever build I am, they give me a clone of me, and they force me to try to do that. I find that difficult, and some people can get up for that matchup, but to me, that's always been tough. And when you look at these two teams, it's impossible to not talk about how close they are. I mean, literally sharing DNA, Handy and Nate head to head. I mean, it doesn't get much closer than that.
No, it definitely doesn't. And for both Handy and Nate, I mean, they are a tremendous piece for, and really, I mean, when I'm looking at Handy specifically here,
Was this him after the 6th Invitational?
I was going to say, with him already winning.
This is after 6-year-old birthday party or something.
Damn, one twin's clearly the better one.
2 hammers back-to-back, undisputably, he is the best player in Rainbow Six Siege right now because he also had 2 MVPs back-to-back.
Wow.
Sure, that doesn't, Nate, it's not to take anything away from him, but he just hasn't reached those levels that Handy has consistently.
Of course, Handy just being, again, one of the best players, but obviously Nate coming through.
Never mind. Never mind. These guys, now look at the stats more. These guys are like kind of like right by each. Like they're both good players.
Really being the backbone of his team, being that support
You can literally
anchor,
point
but obviously still
0-1
finding
KD off.
success that you wouldn't really expect from that. So I'm looking to both of them to really show up today.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. They do play something different. Handy a little bit more out in front early, right? And obviously,
like
this is going to be interesting with both of these brothers in the same building half the time, whether it's just playing on stage or whether it's back at the hotels preparing. They know intimately exactly what the other are doing. We'll see if it translates into the strats in game. Either way, we had a chance with Ann to sit down and talk to both brothers for an interview before this set.
Well, we don't often get to see twin brothers playing against each other on a main stage at Siege. So we have to take the opportunity here to talk to both of them. And unfortunately, my Portuguese is not that good. So we have Rocco here with us to translate our questions, speaking to Handy and Nate. Starting to you, Handy, your teammate said EWC normally isn't the greatest tournament for you guys because it's rather short. Now that the tournament is longer, do you feel like your chances are better so far?
I don't know, but I really don't, you know.
pouco mais longa, né? Dessa vez, não sendo tão curta quanto ano passado. Você prefere esse formato? O que você acha?
Eu prefiro esse formato porque é um formato que permite mais adaptações e não é um formato muito curto, então os times conseguem melhorar durante o campeonato. Então é um formato que eu me sinto mais confortável e meu time também.
So I really like this format, like the long one, so you can adapt more, so the teams can train a little bit more, and you can feel the opponents. So I really like this format.
That's awesome. And for you, Nate, this is your first tournament as a team in the international stage.
How
would you rate the tournament so far?
É o primeiro campeonato de vocês nesse international stage com um time novo. O que você
I think I would have known
está
that.
sentindo com o time?
Like, Kunai, how old are you?
Está sendo um bom campeonato pra gente. Como está sendo o primeiro campeonato, a gente tem sentindo um pouco mais o campeonato, então o começo foi meio frio ali, mas a gente está se adaptando, se adaptando ao ritmo do campeonato e acho que a gente está bem preparado.
So yeah, it's our first tournament as a new team, and we are doing good. We had like a little bit of a cold start, but we are feeling a lot more.
What was it about?
Better
Wait, what about Z's?
Comfortable with the whole team. So yeah.
All right, this is also the
El
game? Clasico, of course, as we know, FaZe and Liquid against each other. For you, Handy, and El Clasico is always good, but playing against your brother, does it make it extra special?
Então, o clássico é sempre legal, né, de jogar, de assistir, mas jogando contra seu irmão é especial. O que você acha?
Sim, é sempre muito especial jogar contra ele. A gente joga junto desde quando era criança e começou a se enfrentar ali a partir de 2022. E todo confronto é um confronto especial, independente do campeonato. Mas com certeza quando dentro desse clássico que é FaZe e Liquid, é um confronto um pouco mais especial ainda. E acaba que
I feel like these guys have a good understanding of
English. A gente
English.
continua a mesma relação de sempre.
So I really like the classic, and we've been playing together since like we are kids and against each other since 2022. And like between like all the classics, doesn't matter like the winner, like we always maintain the same relationship, and all the time like someone is the winner and we are happy. So yeah, I'm super happy to be playing it again here.
Portuguese. They're from Brazil.
Especially for you, Nate. I mean,
That's the
both
main
of you
language
have won
there is
hammers
Portuguese.
before, but have not won an EWC before. For you, Nate, it would be kind of like the big three, right? A major, SI, and an EWC. What do you feel like the team has this time to actually get the EWC as well?
Como é que você se sente podendo
I
ganhar
feel like they
EWC
understand
esse ano,
English, but they can't
completando
speak it.
o Big
It's
Three
like
dos
that.
campeonatos, do Major, do SI e do EWC.
You know,
Como seria isso para
language,
você?
yeah.
Quão gratificante seria?
Pra falar a verdade, eu não penso muito nisso, de completar esse ciclo de todos os campeonatos do Rainbow Six, mas parando pra pensar, com certeza é um grande feito, então seria gratificante conquistar todos os campeonatos do Rainbow Six e botar mais uma vez o nosso nome, o nome da nossa line no topo.
So I really don't think that much about like completing everything.
I feel like it's a mix of like,
but that would be like great,
like a little bit of Spanish,
to complete like
a
all
little bit of
most
Latin.
important Rainbow Six tournaments.
I don't know.
And yeah, I'm super happy and super confident for this tournament.
All right, and then final question for the both of you, really. What is this like for your parents? I mean, this must be so difficult for them. Do they have to pick? Do they support the both of you?
Damn,
what is it like talking to them about these events?
Como é que é para os seus parentes, para os seus pais? Como é que eles se sentem quando esse jogo rola? Eles torcem para algum escolhe eles torcem para todo mundo junto? Como é que é essa dinâmica, né?
Então, quando é o nosso confronto, os nossos pais eles só torcem para os dois jogarem bem. E independente de quem ganhar, vai ficar feliz pelo outro. E com certeza vai ficar triste porque o outro perdeu. Mas infelizmente não tem como escolher esse lado e acaba ficando assim.
So they all gather and they watch together, but they just cheer for like us to have like a good game. Each one of us to have like an amazing match. And sometimes it doesn't matter who wins or loses. One will be happy, the other one can be like a little bit sad. But in the end, everyone is happy.
A mesma coisa que ele falou, eles torcem pros dois jogarem bem.
So yeah, it's the same thing that he said. They just cheer for us to have like a great match.
All right, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much for your time and good luck in your match today.
Well, it's great to see. I was wondering where the parent conversation was coming in, guys, because, I mean, it's like you got these twins. Where's mom and dad? But I love the idea of how they're watching in a group. I mean, hello, if you guys are watching, good luck to both your sons.
Listen,
oh, we got the map picks now.
Let's
go.
Brother in this situation, I'll definitely be absolutely roasting my brother if I had more titles than him at the dinner table.
Wait.
What my parents are talking about, but yeah, let's focus on the maps here. Obviously, Fortress
Team
coming out
Liquid
first. I mean,
Fortress.
this is kind of an interesting one for me, not for the side of FaZe. Obviously, they didn't pick into it. Liquid did, but if you remember, FaZe got beat on it pretty bad by Virtus Pro 2-7. So it does make sense in terms of just having that VOD, seeing where things went wrong and trying to pick it apart. But even for the side of Liquid, I mean, that was a very close series. They had to come back from a 2-6 against M80 in order to close out. And that's when KZ, dropped 25?
Yeah, and that's not something consistent on Fortress.
Absolutely.
So too, going into this next map, Lair, picked by FaZe, one of the pioneers, like you said, on this map, really establishing when it came out, the meta, and that's what FaZe really do. They really set up what's new, what should be run, and they're really good on this map, 6-1 coming into this year.
Decider going to be Border. How do we feel about that?
I mean, it's not as strong of a map
Damn it, dude. I wish I would
have
saw a Shelly game.
But in terms of FaZe, again, I would say this map pool favors them in a way. But again, I'm not looking at it from an analytical standpoint. I'm looking at it from these two being always head-to-head.
I think FaZe actually lost the Border to Shopify, even though it's a good map for Shopify.
I'm going to be looking at Felipox as well. Those are going to be the two stars that I'm focusing on, is how are they facilitating these rounds on their attacks? How are they getting that advantage? How are they going to proceed into those executes and push that, what's the word I'm looking for? Just to push that goalpost even further to get to the very end. And again, that's the biggest thing that I'm looking at in this matchup is those IGLs.
They call Border the casino, so let's see. It's a 50-50, it's a dice roll, so I'm excited if it goes that. It's anyone's game, honestly.
All right, that could be a little scary for some of these guys, but you know what? They probably are just like that on the bench, relaxed, ready to go. This is El Clasico, something they've been involved in for so many years, since 2022. Nade, and Handy talking about this rivalry. It's a
11-26 with the game going.
You love it. The battle of the brothers here in Paris, France. Can't wait to see it. Let's kick off our final series of the day. It's FaZe versus Liquid Alienware.
I'll do no walkouts.
Oh, Milosh, buddy.
Cool.
What an incredible, amazing quarterfinal that was. You know, GK
Especially does mean we're about to get to the game.
place in tomorrow's semi-finals, and we say goodbye to the reigning EWC champions here with us. But, you know, there's lots to play for. So I'm just thinking, talking to Gruby there as well at the end, from Poland, no less. I mean, this is the great thing about the Esports World Cup, this international affair. Players from all over the world, fans from all over the world as well here. Maybe think about the countries that I want to visit one day. Different continents. Where? One continent I haven't really visited much, South America. Okay, I love the sound of South America. Amazing. One country in particular, Brazil. Imagine samba, festivals, coffee, food, the people. I'd love to go so bad. One day I'll make it happen.
My friend,
Yes.
Adam, you know, I love you very much.
I love you too.
And I think this is the moment that I break the news to you, because the saying goes, come to Brazil or Brazil will come to you. In this case, Brazil has come to us here at the Esports World Cup. And guess what we're getting? El Clasico. You never want to miss Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan, no matter where you are watching this, and especially if they are on LAN here. They have never looked better before, and I'm very much looking forward to this because I think it's going to set the stage for our semifinals in a perfect manner.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think we beat the teams. I can't wait to get them out and get this thing started. Paris, are you ready for this one? I said, Paris, are you ready? All right, I think they're ready.
They're set. Let's introduce our team, starting with the reigning world champions, FaZe Clan! They are the best to ever do it. Dynasty achieved. Domination in Brazil achieved. Domination all over the world achieved. You know what they haven't done just yet? Victory at the Esports World Cup. A step closer to it today.
Man, I went to the bathroom, stalled for a little bit, not even at the desk.
But this is their moment, and they have seen 1,000,001 stages all over the world. Today is just another day at the office.
To face them, they're ready and waiting in the wings. Please welcome Team Liquid Alienware! The cavalry has arrived. The iconic Liquid are heading to battle right here, right now. They've beaten FaZe to qualify for EWC, and they are ready to cook once again to knock them out once and for all. A new and improved roster. They haven't looked this good in years, and they are ready to make their way into tomorrow and the latter stages of this competition.
It's an excellent way to put it. Of course, going through changes on one side and on the other, it's been stability for years. So please, let's get this done. Players, you may head to your stations, both FaZe and Liquid, but we're gonna bring in our friends of Vita King and Nate.
Oh yeah,
face off. Let's have a final bit of words. Anything to say to Vita?
Você vai tomar na cabeça, rapaz. Aqui é a tropa do Vini Júnior. Vou matar você.
We're the Vinny Jr. gang. We're gonna destroy you.
All right, and Vita King, coming to you now. Anything you want to say to your opposition right here, right now? Final words.
Vocês sempre serão nossos filhos, você sabe disso. É só olhar nosso histórico. E hoje não vai ser diferente. A gente vai ganhar mais uma vez.
As far as I know, it says, we've been your daddies, we are your daddies, and we'll always be your daddies. I'd love to see it, guys. Please shake hands. Best of luck.
Damn, Brazilians.
I've been waiting for this for quite a while. Every single time, if there's a match not to miss, it is this one. It's happening here live in Paris. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It's FaZe Clan. It's Team Liquid.
Brazilians, they're crazy.
Let's get it on.
Well, if you're watching right now in the crowd at the Paris Expo Porte Versailles, Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, Stage 3 of EWC, you're in the right spot. If you're watching online, you're also in the right spot because this is El Clasico, FaZe versus Team Liquid. The battle of blood, I mentioned, the brothers,
finally,
the
man.
pride on the line, but also,
get to the game.
The battle of two organizations, a region in
I should have taken Kuna's advice and played unranked.
to represent in the semifinals, and what a way to do it. The sounds from Liquid already setting the tone.
See the cavalry coming out strong right now. Raza flags in this crowd. It's amazing scenes right now.
I mean, it's always fun to see these Brazilian matchups. I mean, you always see the passion from the community, from everyone online typing. I mean, these are always the series that you love to watch. I mean, even the beef that we heard with Vita King saying that we'll always be your daddy. I mean, these are the things that really hype up before we get straight into these matches.
And they understand that they're here to engage in that type of back and forth. This isn't something that you could ever hope to, go 30-0 in. Some type of rivalries just always have chance, always have a little bit of a moment, a little bit of magic that separate them. We used to see the great stars. I go back to Spain and you see Messi or Ronaldo or these moments of brilliance that determine who takes home the pride that day. But here, are we looking for something just like that to settle the difference?
I mean, you got to take risks here. You have to take those gambles. I mean, we saw KZ even in the series versus M80 when they were down, where they were almost one game away from being knocked out, and you saw KZ taking risks, taking gambles, and those were the big plays that were pushing them one step further, which is now
Actually, I haven't watched Team Liquid Alienware this
one
event.
Step closer to a grand final.
I haven't seen a single game from them.
Moments, KDS, have to look for them.
Okay. Question is, can Liquid play FaZe's game? You said they're their daddies.
Listen, this is one thing where I would say the only team that could match the tempo of FaZe and do that dance is the Team Liquid Alienware roster. They 100% can do that dance. It's just more of that mental game of being in these moments where they've had to go against these players. They see these situations and are quickly able to adapt and understand what FaZe
So what's a
is
better
trying
game
to
to
throw at
watch
them.
then?
FaZe How do they start this round, Iconic? How do they go into this map?
Nah, it's the only game
They
here.
just have to start with confidence. I feel like they're just a well-oiled machine, and they just have to get going, get the machine burning, and make sure they can just stay in this game.
I haven't watched a lot of Team Liquid because I haven't played anybody. They played M80, which is somebody, and then played CAG. To get here, they had an easy road. So we'll see. Honestly, we'll see. Andres Hernandez, thank you so much for the follow. I try to put a Spanish accent to it. Thank you, brother, man. That was a rhetorical question.
I mean, these guys have been winning everything for quite some time. And again, we talk about
Thanks,
Handy
man.
and the rest of FaZe winning 2 back-to-back world champions. Handy also having 2 MVPs. I mean, everything is motivation for these guys in order to be better than their Brazilian brethren and to be able to bring home yet another title for the region of the SAL.
It's been an amazing showcase for SAL recently in Rainbow Six Siege. What has got them as a region, if you're just coming into it and checking out, hey, wow, Brazil seems to be on top here. Why?
Their tactics, I really feel like they play a very nice solid siege with the counter.
Dude, a tech pause to start again. Every single time it's the second game of the day, there's always some sort of tech pause.
Trying to match, okay, they're taking information here. They're going for our weak zone. We need to make sure we're flowing with our information, we're killing their information, and we're stacking zones to throw them off. You're going to be able to play against them.
I'll say out of the last 4 matches, FaZe is 3-1 against Team Liquid.
They know that they're better than their opponent. They know the players that are in front of them don't mean anything, that they have to play their game. They have to focus on themselves. They don't let any of the outside stuff affect them. And again, these players, this roster, it's just another day for them.
Sensibility rarely wins championships. You have to believe that there is something great in store for you before you
Dude,
see
these
it.
guys are
And
crazy.
obviously that arrogance,
Nah, they're crazy.
confidence, you could look at it and say the source is the crowd. These types of supports that we've seen not only from Liquid today, but
It is,
Furia
Z.
yesterday
It
as
is
well.
these.
Also representing the region, booking
But to
their
be
ticket in
like,
the semifinal,
it's weird.
but
So
just
the last 2
maybe from the
matches,
players
even though
and
FaZe is
the
3-1 against Team
history
Liquid
that
Alienware in
they've
the last 4.
succeeded in so many
In the last 2
different moments.
matches,
This
they're
stage for some
1-1.
people, you look at Oscar in the game that we just saw before, coming in from stage 2 to stage 1. The lights are bright. This is a moment
Like,
that maybe wants to look
and it
at,
was
say,
both
I need more
2-0s.
reps here.
Team
You
Liquid
look at these
2-0'd
two, they're like, this is
FaZe July 16th. So 2 months ago, and then FaZe came back and 2-0 Team Liquid. Hopefully this is going to be a better game, better series than Geek versus Secret.
Big bands on your screen here for our first map.
Monty Thorn, standard issue. Getting rid of that pull pressure, getting rid of trap here. Expect to see
Thorn.
Liquid hitting the gaps hard.
Okay.
See if they go for that double trap ban or if they go for a walled mile or maybe the mirror here. Expect FaZe to get rid of an info op, maybe the Doker Damos. Probably the snake it's going to be though. Go for the glass. That's good.
Getting rid of the traps, getting rid of the execute ops on those attacks. I really like the take from here from FaZe, getting rid of those operators, alleviating a lot of that pressure, like I said, for that execute, removing the Monty, taking that away, getting rid of the glass for those late round executes, and then for their side, removing that Thorn to making sure that they can get into sight. They don't have to worry about these traps, and then the Blackbeard's going to be up, the Blitz is going to be up, so they can still utilize some of those shields.
So much is up right now for Liquid. They have to make sure they utilize it fully.
Well, so much is up right here in Paris, France, is the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. With these lights bright on 2 teams that deserve all of the stage and your attention as they begin their fight for what will be the final remaining semifinal spot here with Rainbow Six at EWC. And of course, to kick us off our final
Who the
series
hell
of
is
the day,
that?
El Clasico, we've got Xenox and Guz.
Yeah, El Clasico time, and what a time it is for these 2 teams. A storied history.
Wardrobe change.
But it's always about this core from 2023.
Or no.
It is
No,
a
it's
big
not.
split in favor of FaZe Clan, but internationally, it's actually the Liquid core that has had the better of their brethrens back in SAL. And as we now are at an international event with semi-finals on the line, we expect this to be one of the top El Clasicos.
Oh, let's jump in. Fingers crossed that we get some good quality siege. And that's the expectation. So difficult to split these 2, whether it be locally
in there,
or at
quick.
the international level.
He's getting droned in. Never
The
mind.
boys alluded to on the desk, double trap ban. Indicative that Team Liquid Alienware will be looking to exploit gaps explosively here.
What?
Oh, but it's KDS that goes down early. Very early. We saw a very fast-paced Fortress yesterday. And as this map gets played more and more, teams starting to figure out advantages, certainly on the attack. Good start for Team Liquid Alienware. The overall premise should be on this map, defensive-sided in nature. But once you get down to playoffs, finals, a semi-final on the line, you can throw a lot of the defense and attack out the window.
And you factor in that it's these two teams that know each other inside and out. This is an IGL battle. Vidaking and Philippox with their work cut out over the next several hours to remain as focused and as dialed in as possible to then marshal the troops around the strategies that they wish to execute. And that to and throw and that counterplay over the course of the next few maps is going to be very intriguing to track. It should be a seesaw battle between these two entities.
Again, FaZe dominate locally. Look at the record back home in SAL over the last 3 years. They've beaten this Liquid Core 13 times. Only to the 5 times for their opposition as KZ will fall early. Evens things back up 4 versus 4. Just over 60 seconds remaining in the round. That's
it's actually a W deny setup. I might have to play that.
Had the extra player advantage.
Oh, this might be a good C4.
From Cyber inside a bathroom. This one should hit the back of the Blackbeard. Philippox will go down. Crucial kill again for FaZe. 2 kills over the last 30 seconds, changing the course of this round.
Yeah, Team Liquid are gaining decent information courtesy of that Grim, but actually executing upon that, proving to be a challenge.
Bro, someone tell this lady to shut up,
No
please.
ROUs. The purpose of the sentence now null and void. Down to Nade at JB92. Big pick from Nade. Finds the head of Vidaking. Of course, the focus in an El Clasico like this is always going to be highlighted by the brothers themselves. Nade finds one, but Handy, who's established himself as one of the greatest that this game has ever seen. He's going to be a thorn in the side of Team Liquid Alienware. 15 seconds now for the duo. Kid acquired by JB92. Faulty and unsuccessful.
Wow.
Souls and Cyber get the last
I can
two.
tell this play's gonna get on my nerves.
They take the opening round on Fortress.
Oh well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shaky start, but only temporary. A one-sided fight on the exterior did net an early advantage for the attack. But then with all that util layering still on offer on the side of the defense, despite a double trap ban, we saw just how precarious it was to take map control, then transition that in towards site. The likes of the Mirror and the Fenrir in particular combining really
That was a good
nicely
C4. I like that C4.
and opening up some of these
Remember like a
playmaking
Banshee? Bro,
opportunities. The Blackbeard
that's someone's
itself
mom
in
or
a clinical
something.
fashion. And then late in the round,
Hey, Rage,
FaZe were
Rage.
incredibly
She did that after
disciplined,
every single kill.
forcing the play forward there from Team Liquid. And it's a solid start for FaZe Clan.
That's the twins' mom?
This FaZe roster not
That could
missing
be,
a
bro.
single event in the last
That's
3
gotta be
years.
annoying,
On the
though.
flip side for Team Liquid Alienware, of course, didn't make Salt Lake City. Also missed Montreal back in the day when they were with Furia. But despite that, in terms of overall event wins, which this is kind of intriguing when you're the
Not
back-to-back
excited for
SI
this
winners
matchup
in
if I gotta
FaZe,
hear
it
that
is
all the
actually
time.
3-2 in favor of this Team Liquid roster. 4 if you want to count reload, but no, I don't know if many would.
APAC made the grand final, we count it.
It's still a trophy in the cabinet. Of course, back in the W7M days. First
Yeah,
in
he's like,
opening
okay.
Atlanta,
Well,
SI
he was like
44
that
winners.
because, I mean,
And with Furia
KDS got
winning
first
Reload.
picked.
Indeed, I say just, but it is.
It's like
just
very
the two
close
best
for him.
playmakers For FaZe Clan, they'd love to add the Sports World Cup to the trophy cabinet. Good start, taking out Command.
But it
and
could be from the
Bathroom.
mom,
Second
too.
round
I don't know.
Will be Dorm's games.
And once again, it's the Fenrir in play for defense. Likely to be a mainstay for FaZe in this first half. Just the stall-out potential that it has on
Wait,
offer against the
that
attacking
nade bounced
lineup of
off?
Team
It
Liquid
didn't get rid of the
Alienware.
barb
Given their
on
bent
Horse
are
Store.
looking to find pockets of space and lurk avenues. I wouldn't be too surprised.
Alright, Rage.
if
Let's see if it is.
that
Let's
is
see
a
if it is.
mainstay.
They're gonna show her
Potentially
eventually.
even Going forward post round 3, but it's direct this time.
Good cover
Oh.
from JV at the window. And a clean synergy with Philippox vaulting in. JV finds the opening kill. Back-to-back opening picks for Team Liquid on the attack. Over towards the main stairs.
Oh.
KZ goes down to Handy. Sorry, the other way around. Handy will go down to KZ. And it's a 2-player start for Team Liquid. If they want, they can slow
Brother
the pace
versus
down a
brother.
little bit. There's so much time
Right or
on
no?
the clock.
Hold up. It was Nade. Andy.
Yeah, Philippox
My
did
bad.
go searching initially over towards Bathroom, but in response to finding that follow-up, they'll consolidate this position. Now try and force out aggression from FaZe. They need to try and play make on this side if they stand any chance in the round. But easier said than done. Tough positions here for FaZe.
Souls firmly entrenched in the site of Dorms. KDS is at least keeping that corridor over towards Courtyard covered. Bitter King then split towards Game. So it's a pretty isolated defense right now for FaZe. In a 3 versus 5,
Wait,
that does make sense.
they're not even looking out the window.
Liquid, they can't overload.
Wow.
Double with a DMR.
Wow.
Go for the push from Philippox and Nade. Search together, but Maya finds an angle. Still, a little bit more winnable now for FaZe as KDS also
Oh my gosh.
JB92.
Oh my gosh.
These are the kind of rounds you must be winning if you're Team Liquid now. 2 versus 2.
Maya did slip side. Can KZ offer protection? He's a long way away. Isolated bedroom side. 35 seconds for Team Liquid.
And KZ can't call either of these 2 players. The Jugger payloads have been eaten. Maya Souls has gotten 3. It's only down to KZ. It's got 25 seconds. There's still a little bit of time inside of Dorms.
He's got the separate not holding across. This is winnable. Oh, never mind.
It's 4 from Souls.
That's her. That's not a mom. That's a random girl.
5 versus 3 start in favor of Team Liquid, and they walk away with nothing.
Yeah, a great highlight of how strong the DMRs can
You're
be
right,
in
you're
the
right.
right hands.
Imagine
Team
how
Liquid
loud it
Alienware
is in the
failing
arena.
to close that gap, activate the blitz.
That's got to be a girlfriend or a wife,
Souls
bro.
heading into this match, 4th rated here at the Esports World Cup, 123 EPS.
There's no shot that like that's like a sister.
Both on attack and clearly
That's
on
mad annoying
defense.
too.
And that's now back-to-back rounds where Team Liquid Alienware have had win conditions. They've actually been in a pretty good position. Got the open of round 1, had decent pressure in towards site round 2, and on both occasions, FaZe have been able to stand tall.
Yeah, back-to-back opening kills for Team Liquid. And
Yo, Rage, I think she was. I knew she was from FaZe because she was only screaming when FaZe was getting kills. Dude, I have no idea who she is.
from the opening 2 rounds.
Oh my god, bro, Void. I don't know who she is, but she screams after every FaZe death.
Map pick of Fortress.
That's your indicator, guys. If you guys want to know who got a kill on each side, just listen for her.
Great map for Team Liquid. 1-3 record on the flip side for FaZe. 6-1 record over the last 6 months. That actually included it started the streak with a 7-0 over Team Falcons.
You better mute it, bro. Bro. 100% understandable.
The only win that they've had.
Let's see if she does yell louder though for Souls.
6 over M80, of course, here at the Esports World Cup. FaZe will know, though, that they do need to probably do a little better in the early parts of these rounds because they are providing opportunities to Team Liquid.
Yeah, in terms of that opening kill conversion at the event for Team Liquid Alienware, 72%. They do find themselves straggling behind some of the top performing teams in that conversion rate at the event so far. FaZe Clan, though, even further behind at 63% conversion rate. So that'll be an intriguing little battle to watch over the course of this series. Team Liquid currently posturing top floor.
Oh, they have a cam on him. Oh, he's gonna get cleared.
Hit Dawn infirmary side, rather. See what they shape up for, though.
Handy does need to be a little cautious if Philippox makes his way on the clear, and that is what's happening.
T4
Handy pops the extinguisher, gets a little bit of aid from the environmental. So the nitrous will fall back, but then caught by his brother Nade. Opens up the account for another opening kill to Team Liquid Alienware. Halfway through this 3rd round.
Your streams are linked perfectly.
Multi-ban, Blitz or Blackbeard could be banned next after this. Team Liquid need to make the most of the Blitz. Maya, though, also
That's
very
good. You can mute it.
Philippox. So even though it's a 5 versus 4, the attack is quite wounded.
That's right. Filippo and Maya are on like 10 HP. Nah, 20 HP.
Before. And Philippox is so low on HP. He'll be under threat from the Nitro from Bitter King. Can Team Liquid Alienware problem solve themselves into the site this time around? It's a matter of conversion and capitalizing upon this opportunity.
Souls lurks. He's been
Just need one. Just needs one shot. There it is. Yeah. That might be Souls, girl. Souls, we gotta talk.
So the boogeyman has been eliminated. That DMR in the grave.
Double kill for
And here comes
Cyber.
Cyber and the rest of FaZe as he combines with Vidiking. JV92 needs a 1 versus 3. Well, he starts with 1, 2 to go in the next 20 seconds.
He's such a good player, but breaking this cross will be a challenge, especially into the mirror.
15. Time running low. Has still got the diffuser in the pocket. Step up shot. Gets him quite low. He's expecting a swing. It never came from the direction he thought. Make it
Yeah, she seems Valor for Souls. That's what I'm thinking. That's what. Hey, you nailed it, Rage.
And it's the way in which these 3 rounds have
Oh,
played
she's
out
a mom.
towards the tail end phase.
Oh, that's a wife. Oh.
Finding win conditions and being able to extrapolate advantage. Team Liquid Alienware in terms of their structure and the overall macro.
I really hope someone does go up to her and be like, "Hey, I stream. You're killing our stream."
Anchor on site has been phenomenal.
Bro, she's a little kid by her.
Haven't seen in these 3 rounds.
That's why I'm thinking she's like a mom.
Bands, Deimos were my. And it looks like we may actually get a tactical timeout as well on top of this from Team Liquid. Igor is ready to chat.
I have no idea. The commentators are super professional. Super professional. Somebody please tell her. Please. And I mean, I love listening into the timeouts, but I don't know Portuguese.
Só faltou a gente contar e jogar todo mundo junto, tá ligado? Mas tá passando a cal, só que tipo, na hora o cara tá desmolcando. Aqui a gente tá numa vantagem, a gente tem que jogar tipo botando mais superioridade numérica nos caras. E agora também fudeu um pouquinho essa C4 ali pelo sapão. Então tipo aqui agora, vamos fazer uma foco boa.
They could probably hear them like in the mic and stuff.
Oh, it's terrible. A gente tenta pegar o penkill com HE, domina aquilo ali, só nós vamos tomar o win e a gente arranja uma killzinha de Sofia. Qualquer coisa a gente splita pro colchão, subir do meio, tudo aquilo que a gente conversou.
So 3 rounds straight for FaZe, an early tactical timeout from Team Liquid Alienware.
Mind you, isn't this is Team Liquid's map choice
3 straight
thing.
opening kills for Team Liquid. The early battles they've done well, but where they're lacking, of course, the on-site execute. Where's the utility layering? A lot of it is just dry swing after dry swing. The DMRs then for FaZe are quite favored.
Yeah, this is Team Liquid's map.
In terms of actually on-site, there's not a lot.
In that example, the util layering was somewhat there, right? You think about the ROUs down the corridor.
Yeah, but that's off-site.
It was FaZe's ability, though, to cut that cross and then weaken the on-site hit. FaZe are just responding really well, positionally, and just the read that they have on these pushes has been spot on. Which is a frustrating feeling, because Team Liquid probably aren't in the mindset that they're playing all that poorly right now. It's just that FaZe are outmatching them.
Yeah, I mean, they're starting the rounds well. They've had all 3 opening kills. None of them, of course, have been converted, so it means nothing. It clearly shows, though, that they're having a rather comfortable time getting into the building, getting into good positions, win the initial battles. Where they're struggling then is that mid to late game adaptation has been much better. FaZe, good positioning, good shot taking. And again, though, I just feel like Team Liquid could utilize some of that utility a little bit better. Command Bathroom coming up into the 4th round. It is Fortress, though, and the most defender-sided map of the tournament. It's the kind of map that a 5-1 half for FaZe could easily then be replicated by Team Liquid into the second half. It wouldn't be completely that shocking.
Noting as well that FaZe have taken the Deimos out of play, limiting a bit of info gather, and Team Liquid elect to actually go the Wamai route. So trying to enable more of that util layering and clearance.
Well, the Wamai wasn't even played in the first 3 rounds, but it means
I
you
was
don't have
really
to
gonna
worry
think.
about that becoming a problem.
They didn't go the Fenrir route though, which has been quite damning for the attack.
3rd time we're going to see the Fenrir up. No kills yet from Handy.
Dude, it better go to all 3 maps.
KZ's taken very,
It better
very
be
low.
better than
This has also been a
Secret
common
versus
theme
EK.
in this first half. Team Liquid Alienware, while they're
Dude,
getting
run a
the
little-
opening kills, what's not noted is the fact that FaZe are also getting them quite low in a lot of these rounds. We've seen Philippox on the Blitz twice now be taken down to 1 HP. That makes it a lot harder than for the shield play executing into the site.
It's the mirror deployed here as well from FaZe once again to help offer on-site support. Philippox will be relaying the message. You can see
What's the
him
4-hour
pulling
reward? It's the
furiously.
Thatcher
A triple
outfit?
impact attempt down below from Nade though will not.
Or the first part of the Thatcher outfit?
It does make holding behind that mirror a little bit more difficult and challenging for FaZe. Obviously would have liked to have found a kill, but it does open that up and denies the
Headgear,
position to be
okay.
held. Good swing
Ooh.
from Cyber, though. They get active
Shot.
first.
They have no idea,
the
though.
phase. Another one around the corner,
Wow.
though. Cyber wasn't ready for it. Nade got the free kill. Mirror
Yesterday
window
was weapon?
was
Okay.
broken anyway. Souls, by the way, taken down inside a bathroom. This is much better from Team
Did I watch
Liquid in
this?
terms of their
I think I did watch
on-site
this.
attacking play. King's
Yeah, I
down
did
as
watch
well.
this.
So does go JB92. It's a flurry of trades with King still
Wow.
on the floor. Handy, though, he's gotten his brother. Maya, quick trade. 1 versus 2 with Souls and KDS quite low. Newest member of this core team. The
Oh, it's a 1v2 and everyone's one shot. Oh, never mind. I need to shut up next time.
It's a bloodbath to begin on Fortress as FaZe Clan make it 4 straight to start.
And again, so close for Team Liquid Alienware.
Oh, I got brothers in here
FaZe
or
and their
siblings in here.
ability to maintain
Sweet.
the trade tempo in that round was absolutely spot on. It's got to be a frustrating start, though, especially for Philippe.
You'd be embarrassed, dude. I'd be embarrassed to be the only one yelling like that. But it's gotta be embarrassing, like if that's my girl too, you know.
To be delivered here, courtesy of FaZe. Cyber responded
Like
nicely
I'm
down
not
low,
letting
but
you
that
know,
was
like
immediately
that's too much.
Lead Pox there, Dyna Viking again, also traded. But then Handy was switched on his particular position, left Maya in a very tricky 1 versus 2. And great discipline and positioning late round. Both players were low, both susceptible. 1 shot to that DMR. But it wasn't to be for Team Liquid. FaZe 4-0 up.
Team Liquid's going to need something to turn around quickly. 2 rounds to go in this half. But we said this plenty of times, guys. With these kind of maps, 4-0 start phase, absolutely perfect. Haven't done anything wrong. Still, you lose the next 2 rounds. And it ends up being a pretty even half for a map like Fortress. So they must stay locked in for FaZe Clan. Heading into the 5th
You're
round.
embarrassed just airing it?
Once again. Back in the 2nd round, that was
If anything, I'm more
the
annoyed
closest
that I
Team
gotta
Liquid
hear it.
have come to winning one of these sites. Of course, that was
For
the
this whole
4K
series,
quad
you know.
round from Souls.
And I
Really stopped them in that
I
race
hope
from
that she's
taking
not there
Force game.
tomorrow.
So we return once
No.
again.
I fully think FaZe is taking the series, and if that's the
Actually,
case,
the same lineup that FaZe
oh
Clan
my
have been
gosh.
running for the majority of this half. They've been really leaning on the Azami, the Fenrir. Smoke Aruni is seeing a lot of play. We actually do see the Kaid now for the first time in this entire half.
I'm reloading.
As for Team Liquid Alienware, we will see the Maverick employed.
we need Team Liquid to lock
Team
in.
Liquid potentially posturing for
Please.
this triple
Save
zone from
us,
below
save
once
the
again, but maybe
viewers.
with a little better protection, courtesy of Maya on the Nomad. Some of that has been heard though by these defenders on site.
Yeah, I know
courtesy
what you meant, Rach.
of
You
the
did.
hatch being breached.
I got you.
And so Handy will call that to the rest of the team. FaZe could elect to once again invest down below to contest that or trade, or otherwise just be aware that it's potential set play here from Team Liquid.
Oh, you can't.
Play off those yellow pings with the impact trick down
It's
below
so
from
fat,
the
can you?
Zofia. Handy's sitting and waiting,
Oh.
catches out KZ. They also got rid of Felipox. It's a double kill strike from FaZe to
Yeah,
begin
that's
the
Souls girl.
round.
Oh no.
Maya does find a very critical trade though onto Handy, just to offset some of that early damage. But really, 5 rounds in, and the tempo has just been maintained from FaZe the entire time.
They have no idea he's walked
Maya
through.
able to get some space towards Old Tower. Cyber headshot on the
Never mind.
JB92. Well, this is starting to look really brutal to watch. FaZe are just on another level right now. 5-0 start Fortress.
Oh,
not even been close.
oh, you know how he lives there, bro. I don't know.
This
That's
has been all too one-sided.
that does reflect like her personality and stuff, but like, oh my
On
gosh.
the verge of being flawless here on their map pick of Fortress.
Yeah, ain't no way. Okay, that's what I was saying. Whoever wins this game basically has a spot in the grand finals, and I think both teams know that.
It's so one-sided.
The bigger picture, though, is the actual gameplay that we're seeing. There's not a whole lot to suggest. I mean, for
That's what I'm thinking, Rage. I thought some staff
the first
would come up to her and tell her to, you know, tone it down.
The round in which they had a 5 versus 3 advantage. The last 2 rounds, though, coinciding with the timeout call.
Like, that's one of those people that, like, she wants the attention on her, bro.
The next 2 rounds, even more brutal, even more dominant. Back-to-back opening kills, one from Cyber, one from Souls.
Team Liquid have tried different avenues, right? They tried they played Shields throughout, but early was the main focus. Didn't quite work out. They pivoted to the Sense. Again, didn't quite work out with the layering. There's Zofia in the last 2 rounds, not netting anything. They continue to try these different ideas, but FaZe are countering in terms of their positioning, contesting this vert down below, contesting the utility prior to that, and having the means to deal with the shields at the opening of the half as well. Team Liquid, they're trying, they're testing FaZe, but FaZe are up to the challenge.
Goes without saying, really, this is a must-win round for Team Liquid Alienware. 5-1 half is a little bit more salvageable on a map like Fortress going into defense. 6-0. Well, it will be close to impossible, but funnier things have happened. Not the way that they wanted to start here in this quarterfinal. And if we're going to be completely candid, I think the winner of this is probably favorites in the next matchup against GK. Certainly would be if it's FaZe. Maybe GK versus Liquid would be a little bit more of an even match.
Damn.
Heading Cafe. Boyo for the first time in the half.
Yammer,
FaZe,
thing
so a
with
little
all.
bit of extra on-site utility to deal with for Team Liquid Alienware. They bring double hard breach at the window. Cyber, how free is that? Too easy. And then gets rid of Maya.
Wow.
Well, Philippox was able to get one back, but if we're being honest,
That's
FaZe are
Philippox's
just in
first
total
kill of the game.
control.
Yeah. Damage done, you take the double for the trade there every day of the week, especially with preset util. As we see FaZe now peel back to site, final reinforcements deployed. The mirror once again, of course, in play. It's been a mainstay for them in the half. It's providing really, really good on-site pressure, presence, and info late round. Can FaZe achieve the 6-0 half?
I mean, very doable. Now, 4v3 minute left, and what we haven't seen from Team Liquid is the ability to execute into sight. That's the next step here in this plan for the 6th round. It's going to take something very special. KDS Souls eating the jungle payloads. Oh my goodness, Handy doing the doorway swing from Infirmary. KZ just eats that to the face. Nade and Philippox look a little lost and out of ideas. Someone split looking to double push inside of Infirmary. Not going to be given
How's that not a
or
headshot?
afforded any kind of space. Handy wanting to meet them head on, and even if he falls, plenty of defenders still further back. Nade has been winning the brother battle. But the war has been going the way of FaZe. Philippox too wins his 1v1 and suddenly more doable.
Souls on a flank elsewhere, keep that in mind. Will that catch the attack off guard?
Very well, Nate hasn't crossed yet. If Souls goes all the way Infirmary, Doorway's going to catch and cut off Nate.
C4.
Nate needs to be ready. Vidiking, huge Nitrocell. Nate is very much
wow.
there, but nothing he can do. Indeed, 6 straight rounds on the defense for FaZe Clan.
Wow.
A statement that the back-to-back SI champions are here for another trophy.
Six oh half. What do you even say to your team?
Só pegando a mina tá discutindo com os caras ali, velho. Fala aí, mano. Fala aí. Tua mina tá discutindo com o torcedor dos caras ali.
Eu vou falar depois do banho.
Tá dando dedo nos caras.
Rápidas, né?
Nossa, 7x0 assim, mano. O outro for 7x2 vai ser uma delícia, mano. Só quero aceitar, velho.
Que isso? O cara tá pensando em ir embora já.
Ah, não, esse passadeiro muito. Esse cara ali só com a cabeça. Balinha no coco? Mano, os caras tava...
Coach isn't even talking. They're up 6-0.
O cara tava panguando, que era o JV. Morreu lá fora do termitável, longe.
Eu tô vendo a tela dele aqui de trás, tá ligado? E tudo parece muito fácil pro cara, pô.
Não, eu tô abrindo os caras, o cara tá morrendo só.
Não, o cara fica vantagem, tá ligado? Tipo... Eu senti falta da gente tomar a atitude de ir lá e querer matar, tá ligado? Beleza, tipo assim, vocês entenderam errado a call do Maia ali, do cara full esquerda, só que combina o que a gente tá querendo fazer, tá ligado? A gente pega um 5v3, a gente joga 2 caras, vira 3v3, depois tá, guys, o que a gente vai fazer, tá ligado? Isso aqui não é um time que tá se entendendo, tá ligado? Tipo, então acho que isso é uma parada que a gente tem que tomar cuidado agora pra defesa, tá ligado? Agora vai ficar foda, vai ser a mesma coisa lá da outra vez. Tipo assim, vamos pelo menos vender caro isso aqui, tá ligado? É uma série, tá de boa, só que, mano, não tá nada demais.
Oh boy, what a half from FaZe Clan. Guys, that is an all-time display A reason why going into the next 6 Invitational, they're going to be hard to stop. If they're just picking up on form, I mean, this is what they're capable of. Look, defense fortress. So adding the context, there is a level of expectation to defend well on this map. But they didn't just defend well, they defended incredibly well. 6-0 against a high-quality outfit in Team Liquid Alienware. El Clasico match, Team Liquid map pick. A statement as to how good they are. When they're on form, there's not many that can stop them.
No. I don't know if my ears were deceiving me, but I don't think FaZe were really talking all that much at the halftime break. Understandably so. A strong lead, and now a matter of just getting the job done. Getting prepared and ready for Lair. Who knows if that's going to play out in a similar fashion as the bands roll through. Kai, Goyo, accompanying the Monty and the Snake. All 10 players back inside of the server. We temporarily only had 9, but it would appear as if we are heading to Bathroom and Commanders up first here, courtesy of Team Liquid Alienware now being on defense. And I wonder what's running through their minds at the moment as we look back at the replays of the final round of the half. Cyber aggressing early, and whilst eventually he did fall, took 2 with him. A strong advantage afforded to FaZe, ruthless in their ability to deny that site control. Philippox desperately trying to get that diffuser on the ground for the first time in the half. Was denied courtesy of that Nitro Cell. And it was a straightforward conversion from there. It's pretty rare you see a 6-0 half, and I really did not anticipate it between
Tech
these
pause.
two.
I didn't even realize there was a tech pause.
You don't see often as a 6-0 comeback. It happens though, and it has happened before. Well, at some point in future, will happen again. I'm not saying it's going to be this game. But it is always something to keep in the back of your mind. Statistically, it is incredibly likely it will happen again at some point. Well, what better way than for Team Liquid Alienware to do it here and now at the Esports World Cup quarterfinal, El Clasico. They go defense. It is their map pick. Don't be too surprised if they do get a couple of rounds in a row. But the problem is they cannot even afford 1 round to go against them. And that's the difference between like a 5-1 half, certainly 4-2, where you're afforded a little bit more room. They have to be perfect, as FaZe were. And boy, FaZe were perfect. For Team Liquid, guys, I mean, if you really want to look at the half, you can almost break it down into the first 3 rounds and then the second 3 rounds. The first 3 rounds, Team Liquid, all 3 opening kills. They got good entry, they got good start to rounds, good advantages. Certainly one of them was a 5 versus 3. Couldn't capitalize. Then the next 3 rounds, 3 straight opening kills for FaZe, always in control, super comfortable, and very, very dominant. For Team Liquid Alienware, it was the first 3 rounds where they really messed up. Needed to probably walk away with at least 1, certainly 2 were possible. They couldn't achieve that. Now find themselves in this predicament. We do have a tech pause to go into the
world's longest
half,
tech
as you
pause.
can clearly see,
Man,
having
dude.
some communication issues, so the game has been paused, but it is still 6-0. The bands Kaid, Goyo, Monty, and Solid Snake. For reference, Bathroom Command will be the first site choice for Team Liquid. Of course, Lair following after this, and for those at home that want a little bit more information about Lair, as I mentioned it earlier, I'll repeat it again. A 6-1 record for FaZe on the map of Lair over the last 6 months.
Who'd they lose to?
Team Liquid Alienware, a 1-3 record over the last 4 months, with
Damn.
losses being to NIP, Furia, and FaZe Clan. The only win 5 days ago against M80, that was an 8-6. It's not a high-strength map for them.
I don't think there's a high strength map for M80 either, to be honest.
Yeah, never a nice feeling when you're the one experiencing the tech pause as well, when you're facing a 0-6 deficit, but always an element here in the LAN environment that needs to be contended with. So a couple of fist bumps fly, and so I presume that will be resuming proceedings, and that will be the case. The question now remains is, how many rounds will it take for FaZe to get the job done here on Fortress?
Yeah. I mean, you don't want to get 7-0, do you? Like that, you've got to get at least 1 here. Although 7-1, I think in Brazilian law terms, isn't much better anyway. So really, you probably got to lose this at least 7-2 at minimum if you're Team Liquid Alienware. You've got to get at least 2 rounds. If you don't, it's going to look really awful. At the end of the day, teams do take each other's map picks. That does happen, but Lair has not statistically at all been a good map for Team Liquid Alienware. It's going to be a very, very difficult series. From here on out now, the series is going to be almightily difficult for Team Liquid. If they come back and win from this point right here, right now, the entire series, oh, that's an all-timer.
Hey, like we said before, we have seen that previously. Or at least a variation of it. I think Team Liquid will have the ability to reset and come back stronger on that second map, but it's no guarantee up against this FaZe outfit that up until this particular point have played phenomenally well. Again, Team Liquid have thrown so much at them. They didn't just play one set strat that entire first half. They were continuing to experiment, and FaZe had the means to counter it, which put them in a really awkward position now. Trailing significantly on defense. It has to be a one round at a time approach for Team Liquid Alienware.
And as well, when you're 6-0 down, like, you know, you want to be a little bit aggressive. You want to be able to take fights, have no fear, kind of like what we saw.
That's not even
FaZe in
reinforced. What the heck?
half, swinging opportunities, clearing out certain positions, holding more aggressive positions. Mentally, that's a little bit more difficult to do if you're Team Liquid, because you know you cannot lose a single round. But at the same time, if you just if all five just completely fall back, play bunker site, boys, that's so much easier than for FaZe. So they're going to find a good middle ground where they feel comfortable to take certain fights, to still be somewhat aggressive, but also not do it in a reckless manner.
Are they going to clear this guy away?
Starts of the round from FaZe on their attack. KDS taking a little bit of control towards lobby. Site is command bathroom on the second floor.
Oh my gosh.
Down Nade. Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of move from Nade. No gas bait usage. It's a dry swing, and it's an easy kill for Cyber, who's now on 9 kills. That is a little bit reckless from your smoke player.
And now puts the spotlight onto Philippox. Does he eagerly contest? Does he try and fall back? The key to barrier is a success. Good coverage, but elsewhere, KZ does fall.
FaZe continue to hold the advantage. Philippox dead by Handy.
Oh, wow. Complete 7-0.
Smashing here at the
Wow.
Esports World Cup.
Wow.
This could cause scars for Team Liquid Alienware. And El Clasico is supposed to be the best match that you can possibly have, the best matchup, but this has been anything but. JB92 needs all 4 kills, and they're sitting, waiting, and ready. He gets one, and that's it. It's 7-0.
That's crazy. No, that's actually insane. Should I even watch the second game as a 7-0? This is Team Liquid's map pick.
It's going to take an almighty team to shut these guys down. For Team Liquid, not out of it yet, but Lair will prove to be very, very difficult. How do you mentally come back from 7-0?
You're asking the wrong person, Jake. I don't think I would have it in me. Team Liquid will look to recuperate. But even mental aside, it's just the ability of FaZe to find so many good win conditions and shut down what their opposition present. It's why they're such a brutal team to face. And this best of 3 is not playing as I anticipated.
I did not anticipate that opening map at all. Not the result.
No one did.
Certainly were always going to be a high contention.
That was a fast game.
I always feel as if I'm
It was
in
like
a dream.
it was a
This
30-minute
feels
game
bewildering
for 7
that
rounds.
That was even a possibility. And this series now is on a knife's edge for Team Liquid Alienware. They must respond on Lair. The FaZe, 1 map away from a semi-final appearance tomorrow against GK
Blackbeard's
Esports.
terrible.
They'll be absolutely heavy favorites. For a team that hasn't won anything out of the 6 Invitational in the last 3 years, EWC's seemingly in their sights.
It is, but the job's not done yet. That's why this is the El Clasico. Sure, a 7-0. We did not anticipate that. It's as one-sided as it can possibly be. But Team Liquid, can they respond on the second map?
We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, back over to the boys on the desk.
Hey, gentlemen, it was a great run from FaZe. It was almost a non-existent run and response from Team Liquid Alienware, who do not get a single round on Fortress. FaZe come into the El Clasico, and like Xenox said, make it look anything but laxing.
FaZe chose Fortress and Liquid chose Lair. No.
And I turned around and it was 5-0.
I can look back at it to make sure that I'm not wrong. But I saw that Team Liquid.
Great call from you going into this. You said we're talking about Vidaking, we were talking about the IGLs, and I mean absolute dominance.
Okay, let me
great
just pick it back up.
adaptations, just great way to shut down the cavalry.
Yeah, they couldn't really even get a footing into that game. These rounds, our defenses, our setups, they had so much utility ready to stop their plays, and you saw them playing so well off each other too. Have to highlight.
Oh my gosh, why does that turn on?
Really
yeah, Team Liquid chose Fortress and FaZe chose Lair. Like the announcer said before, Team Liquid is not good on Lair. They're like 1-3 in the past 4 matches on Lair.
You know, you would think that there would be at
So
least
it
one
definitely wouldn't be a
moment
map
that
they would choose.
capitalize on FaZe's weakness, but they didn't show any.
I mean, my biggest thing every time it comes to FaZe, and again, it's the reason why they're the 2-time world champions, is everyone is so quick to respond at what's in front of them and what the next step is, how they can help their opponent, how they can help their teammate, how they can win a round. And you see it with every single round. Every player is moving with a purpose. You will never question the rotations, the angles that are being held by FaZe. They always are perfect in their timing, in their pacing, in just the momentum that they carry.
Especially too on the defensive side, you have to look at when they're in these trade games, if they're able to trade out of these 5v5s, get into these 2v2s, but have the composure to not give kills back and play the 2v2 with each other and in sync, and actually force those deep win cons like the casters are saying, making sure that Liquid is always having to solve that next step.
And that's a difficult thing as well. I mean, any advantage in a matchup where your teams know each other so well and they're so experienced against one another, it's going to be heavy to go against. But this felt too lopsided, I think, even for the expectations from many of us who knew FaZe were coming in as just such a successful team.
I mean, this is the FaZe that you don't want to be going up against when they are on form. I mean, when they are in sync with one another. I mean, I have to feel bad for the Team Liquid Alienware guys because they were trying to make these rounds swing into their favor. Even in the first 3 rounds, they had the opening kill, but they were not able to convert. And then when you look on the side of FaZe, they were able to convert their opening kills and then get into the single attacking round that they needed. And then, as you were talking about, they play those 2v2s, those 3v3 scenarios of constantly putting themselves in the winning advantage where they are always leaving themselves with that man advantage.
Yeah, and I feel like, too, honestly, if you're a Liquid fan, it can't get worse. You know, 7-0 happens.
Yeah, that's true. It can't get any worse.
Reset, go map 2, and hopefully get back in this game.
There's some reality to that, and I think there is some salvation to the idea that when things are going so bad, you gotta just like, well, I mean, how, you know, take it all away. Fine, I got nothing. But from that is clarity, because you get to see, okay, well, we need to get 1, and 1 is better than anything that we did in that last round. I want to talk Souls, though. You were talking about some of the graphics here that we put together for matchups in it, so we prepared something. Let's throw it up if we have a chance to do it, and hit me up with what this storyline for you means, guys.
I mean, he's just been a staple of the scenes.
They don't bring up his girlfriend, wife, whatever is in the crowd.
Inspired to be a pro player, and I became a pro player playing against him. Just a solid backbone. You see him on this DMR getting so many crucial kills, and not even crucial, but just stopping the main push, stopping the shields with the DMR, making sure he's always in the right position for his team. And you see too with the cost, he's finding that
83%.
Round,
wow.
but consistently over the game here.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I spoke with, I believe, KDS after their series and like the quarterfinals of even getting them here, and I said, you know, what's it like being able to know that you have Souls on your back line, that you can do everything in the beginning of the round, but you have Souls laying in wait? And he said there's no other player that he'd want in these positions, and rightfully so. I mean, you said it best. He's not just only impactful in one round, he's impactful in every single round, and he makes his name known. He makes his plays heard and observed by the other team that you have to question every single time. Is Souls in this room? How do we go about this? Do we set up this 2v1? But again, I mean, Souls just consistently performs for this FaZe roster.
It's a dominant roster. You mentioned playing in synergy, playing together, making 2v2s harder than they need to be. Souls obviously 8-2 and an 83% cost. This is a guy right now that needs to be dealt with, but you can't really deal with him by himself. You have to look at this entire roster, where they're getting the edge together. And so, Iconic, now that we go to map 2, does this look like there's no hope for anything but a 2-0? Is there a way to...
No, this is a straight 2-0.
I mean, you had to disappoint these fans back there. I don't think they're going to be disappointed. I think they'll have fun either way. But How do we do it? How do you get back into this?
I feel like it's leading towards a 2-0 right now, but if you are Team Liquid, like I said, it can't get worse. So you really have to come into this next match with nothing to lose. You have to come to attack phase, make them uncomfortable, break their defensive lines, break their utility, just push them to the edge. And I feel like if they can do that, they can come back in this.
We mentioned a little bit about what Nade was fighting for, not just his brother, but the fact that he has a chance to win EWC, which neither of them have won. But if it goes the way Map 1 went, that will be ending shortly. However, another major on the sites. I mentioned Coldplay sings a song about this. Lovers in Japan, one of my favorites, and I know the Osaka major is going to be one of your favorites as well a little bit later.
This train is bound for Osaka.
Oh. Oh, this is for the Japan major.
皆さんこんにちは。APL のマリックです。
Stand by.
New Osaka Major Takoyaki Crunch. Taste the excitement.
ねえ。また会えるよな。
勝ったら会えるさ。大阪メジャーで。
What's up? SM in a call? What? Josie, you want to join? You want to join the DC? You're more than welcome to.
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Did I just see Dev get slapped by an octopus promoting Takoyaki Crunch? If that's the way you guys are starting off the Osaka Major, I'm excited to see how it finishes. November, that is really soon. I'm excited for Siege fans as well. I've been to Japan 4 times. It'll be my 5th coming up in January later on. It is one of the best places to host an event. The fans are
Hopefully I'm an Ubisoft creator. I get some drops
I mean, out of all the fans that I've experienced in my career, the Japanese crowd by far is the best. They really make you feel and every team is their home team.
Here's a bunch of Parisians right now. They're going to jump up and start attacking the panel. Iconic. He put us in danger.
But I want to go so bad, so let's hope.
It's going to be a great time. No matter who is there, you know that Siege will be representing with some great storylines.
No, AR.
In France.
You know, AR.
Crowd, but also an incredible story.
You gonna grow up?
Now looking at Handy taking over what we expected. The game, the situation.
Told you not to mute those guys today, and you muted them, bro.
They won on Liquid's map pick. Now it's FaZe's map pick here. How do they respond with these picks and bans?
Again, I mean, for Tila, removing those shields, removing that pressure that Monty really can take, especially on those top floors, removing those shields. So a very great take, but very standard on the side of FaZe, removing the walls, and now they're going to be able to open up a lot of those walls, especially our 6th room. But when we get to that other side,
why don't you join DCA?
I'm curious if Liquid does try to remove that Tachanka, does try to remove that smoke, so then they can go for those executes, where we know in that R6 room, especially the smoke and the Tachanka really can thwart off those attacks and those site executes.
First 2 rounds are crucial here for Liquid. They have to get the momentum back on their side and just flip the narrative.
Yeah, you cannot go down 2-3 more to FaZe. That is going to look like a fast series. It's El Clasico for a reason, guys. Let's see if Liquid can respond here. Send it back over to our casters, Xenox and Gus.
Well, if it is to be an all-time great El Clasico, it is set up for Team Liquid Alienware. 7-0 down on the opening map. They go defense to start here on Lair. It's not a map they've had a lot of success, Gus. We'll see if they can enter this series into the history books, or does this just end up being one that skipped over, ends up just being another page as FaZe Clan look to run all over them after what was a dominant display on the opening map. Now Lair, they start on the attack.
Now we have seen the script writers push the limits with these two in the past. Is there another one to add between these two juggernauts? Double hard breach ban from FaZe and double shield ban on the side of Team Liquid. Does mean that FaZe are going to have full info gather available. And Team Liquid Alienware on the side of defense will need to be reliant on traps to fight against the lurk.
You said FaZe is winning the 7-1? Dude, FaZe is gonna absolutely.
I mean, I know this goes without saying, but Team Liquid Alienware probably need the first round. All right, just to get a monkey off the back, get a round on the board. You still haven't won a single round. Now start well. You want to obviously try and build up a decent little lead. And more importantly, it's Master and R6 defense. This is the site you need to be winning defensively too. You lose this round, and any kind of mental scars that were maybe patched over during the break between the first map and the second will immediately then be ripped back open. Need to start strong. FaZe have got everything to gain though in this opening round.
Alright, I'll be able to look at TikTok chat in a second. I'm trying to get an edit.
Bit of neutral layering as well over towards lobby stairs, potentially facilitate a push late to connect with this push over towards Ops, which is developing for FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat developing into a defaultive side of the map around Ops. Vidiking, of course, and he's positioned on the attack towards Ops and Mezzanine. Philippox is at least defending Mezzanine at the moment still. Vidiking's drone will get shot out. He's also still defending.
Yeah, they 7-0 map one.
He throws out one of his gas babes. Handy's all the way on the other side of the map, though, lurking bunk.
Yeah, they did 7-0.
On that first floor. That's the intriguing part for me. What's going to be the goal here for Handy? It's actually making his way up green stairs. So they've got a little bit of other side of the map pressure at the moment from FaZe. There is only 55 seconds left. They're still barbed wire. They haven't really dealt with Mezzanine at all. KDS towards Bathroom. Nitrocell from KZ will not find the opening kill of this round. He's now full white KDS towards Bathroom. And FaZe have not done a whole lot of objective work towards the side, and there's little time left.
FaZe is the center of this generation, dude. They're so dominant. So dominant.
Can FaZe hit the crunch late? Lurk potential still down below as Vidiking does slip into the side.
Surely someone's watching this mask position.
AR.
Nade is close by, does have a nitro, throws it out, but he doesn't connect either.
Let me get an apology, bro.
Still 5 versus 5. It's Handy the first one to go down, caught in the hallway. Philippox to fall as well, but it's Team Liquid Alienware that are winning out the majority of these battles, and it seems as if they will finally get their first round in the quarterfinal. It's only taken 2 maps, but they've got it.
And it was a good round at that from Team Liquid. FaZe trying their best to cook around.
Sorry,
the map,
for what?
Find an opening, find an
for what
entry,
AR?
find potentially then a route in towards site. Vidiking was left to his lonesome. Lots of moving pieces elsewhere for FaZe across the chessboard, but Team Liquid do a good job in reflecting that pressure.
I wonder if that was a bad thing though for FaZe. You say pieces on the chessboard.
There's the one.
Really
that is the one for muting people, right?
Really
so in the future, you'll ignore ignorant people.
One pushing
online.
Up stairs, one bathroom, one ops.
Right.
They're kind of a little bit everywhere. They weren't really focusing on the overall objective. Left themselves little time. That makes it a lot easier then for the defense to pick them apart. We go basement.
course, it's going to play out very differently to the top floor. The last time these two teams met.
Oh, yeah, just mute anyone that's saying any like hard profanity or any of those like any of those words TikTok doesn't allow. But in general, whatever anyone says, like in chat, let them say it.
On this map, of course, ended up, as I said, closing it out 7-2.
Let them say it.
Was that a learning experience for Team Liquid?
Maybe.
You would have to think so.
They actually got, in the 9 rounds that were played, FaZe got 8
If
of
there's
the
no
opening
profanity
kills.
or nothing, let them say it.
Highlighted
If there's
that number
hate, let them say it.
earlier as well.
They did get the
That's
opening
it.
kill in that round too.
And their conversion rate, as I highlighted back on map 1, at this particular event, actually hasn't been in the upper echelon. It's been mid-pack from FaZe. Maybe more so a testament in their ability to find win cons elsewhere, even whilst trailing, to still produce results. But
All right, you let me deal with any ignorant or whatever
let's see
people.
what the game plan then is for round 2. Do
Just
they go
enjoy
for
the
that split
stream.
attack? Do they maybe consolidate a little bit more? They do have double vert, so expect
Pretty
pressure.
obvious.
All right, Promo, so there's the one.
Going to go direct here.
Let's see it.
You're not bringing the bunk and the ram if you want to go horizontal direct into the basement. And because they've got so much vert, they can go completely top down if they want. And there is zero pressure though from Team
Oh, it was
anywhere
kind of timing,
on
but
first
like
or second floor.
whatever.
Leapox will hold blue stairs as a main anchor position.
No enemies detected nearby.
Now, Cyber's getting information, but this is information that should be well known at this point in the round. Halfway through, you're going to get this first floor control. Boogie auto breaches will go out from KDS once he gets into the map. Handy's over towards Armory, and he can get the skeleton key to open up the floorboards as well. But such is the case with basement on layer. It's a very, very big basement, so it's hard to really capitalize on this vert control for FaZe on the attack. Blue stairs is going to be a big battle as well for Leapox. He throws out his first gas babe just to delay. But at some point, you imagine FaZe will look for a double swing to clear that position.
Yeah, the defense has been somewhat successfully scattered on the horizontal, courtesy of that vert from FaZe. But this is, as you mentioned, the next key battle. Leapox filter, what can he do? Does he elect to contest or perhaps fall back to site? Just the one gas babe remains.
They found nothing. All this vert, nothing. Gas babe out.
That's so unlucky. How does he? That's so unlucky.
If you want to hold or fall back. And with the window still up, there's so little perceived pressure onto this position.
Frag grenade for Leapox to hold the angle, but he loses out to the Bailiff of Souls.
Ow. Did he get hoed?
Kill for FaZe. But the time is running quite low. Nade to fall as well on the Warden. They lose the glasses, flashes out. KZ, pistol, but he's down to 1 HP. Time, though, somewhat on the side for Liquid, but the plank going down from Souls. Cyber dead.
Wait, that's bomb.
With a Vulcan canister. That's Kid on the ground. And it's only KDS as well. Team Liquid will snatch it at the
They
end.
never cleared. Oh my gosh, they never cleared the Goyo. Wow.
FaZe were building.
Wow.
Found some crucial picks, but hadn't cleared out any of the site utility. And when they were going for that plant, once that Vulcan canister was popped, they were low enough, double kill, Liquid take the round.
Well, it's always the risk that you run. If you leave the push too late round and you haven't exchanged that time for that util clearance onto site, that can happen. Cyber, Souls, both called out. Great presence of mind from the defense to identify that utility was still standing and to extract value from it in the late round. Team Liquid have come alive here early on map 2.
That's probably the best round that we've seen from Team Liquid. I mean, not a surprise when they got 7-0'd on the opening map of Fortress. Now bear with us a little bit of a loading in bug, and I think we might get a tech pause.
Okay.
Which is probably not ideal if your Team Liquid guys, because they've started really well.
There's the momentum,
on
sort
the
of.
second map. 2-0 on the defense.
Oh, since there's tech pause.
Not going to be a worry though for FaZe with the first map already in their pocket.
Yeah, it should be pretty simple to get all 10 players back into the server pretty promptly. It's a bit of a shame for Team Liquid building some meaningful momentum in the early stages of this second map, but certainly a great start and a testament to the resilience that this team has on offer and their ability to respond. FaZe, honestly, in these first 2 rounds, haven't shown much. Time management poor, split pushes not producing results.
Well, look at the opening kill times, guys. To add on to that, 16 seconds in the first round, 31 seconds in the second round. And they did find both of those first picks. Funnily enough, Souls onto Philippox back-to-back rounds. But when you're doing it so late in the round, there's not really much of an ability to use that as much to your advantage. 4 alive for Liquid, then 3 alive for Liquid in the 2 rounds too. So they've been pretty comfortable. Bunk's briefing will be up next as we're just getting a rehost.
Well, as you can see, all 10 players are back into the lobby. Settings should be good to go in a moment's time, and we will resume proceedings. Bunk's briefing to be the expected site of choice up next. I love this objective. One of the most dynamic that we see in the game across the 9 maps. So much counterplay on offer for both the attack in terms of the routing and then defense in terms of the win con that they want to play into, whether it be denial in towards the objective or playing for denying the plant, or even the post-plant as well, which is certainly high risk. So eagerly anticipating this 3rd round.
Now, hot start as well for Maya and KZ, especially if you're Maya, replacing someone like Hertz from this all-star lineup. It's not going to be easy. Hertz has been doing some really good stuff as well for Furia, but Maya starts 4-0 in the opening 2 rounds here on Lair.
Wait, still not back in the game or what? Oh, we are.
Nice. Now for Team Liquid Alienware. You win this and you go all 3 sites. 3-0 start, and maybe then mentally you can switch on and feel as if you're a good opportunity to get back into this series as a whole. Curious to see if FaZe will elect to change up the attacking lineup. Typically we'll see the Sens get played on Bunk's briefing if they want to go for a green stairs push and go for a fast plant attempt.
Or the Capitao, and it looks like they may even elect to go for neither in this round. Hard breach heavy, so probably a top floor flush.
Ash into the mirror.
Yep.
Double hard breach. To me, this lineup screams they want to challenge top floor.
Yeah. Absolutely. Green side and direct is very, very challenging.
But very rewarding if you can pull it off.
I don't think they can with this lineup.
No, not with this lineup.
Into Ward and Solace. Eat your heart out, it's not going to happen. And so a large emphasis of this round will be away from the direct objective itself. It's going to come down to FaZe and their ability to clear the map across top floor. And then for Team Liquid, how eagerly do they look to contest? At what point do they then decide to peel back towards the site? Because they will be vulnerable on the objective itself.
Reloading.
I'm curious to see for Team Liquid Alienware, they've got KZ playing by himself in bunks. FaZe can still put pressure towards him on the first floor without over-investing. Cyber into Ops. Of course, the focus overall for FaZe of the attack will be this top floor.
This is active from Team Liquid, though. They are not shying away from the fight over towards Mars. Drone might eventually start to force them back, but instead of double down here, does that open the route for the triple impact?
I like this for Handy. On the triple impact, it will open an angle, but he doesn't find what he's really searching for.
And Philippox can actually still play behind desk. I don't know if we'll see his perspective. You can see alongside Maya, doesn't matter.
Never mind.
Cyber just walks up and kills him anyway.
Cyber through Ops finds the angle onto Philippox. You said it before, they wanted to defend this mask position, but Philippox goes down because of it. Opening kill for FaZe, 3 straight rounds to begin here on Lair. KZ, though, shuts down Cyber. He finds the angle. Bit of a split push right now for FaZe. They've still got Handy lurking around that first floor, but it's top floor for KDS and Souls. JV92 defending towards display. By the way, no one in sight now for Team Liquid. They have vacated that first floor. KZ's made his way back up to R6.
It's just flashes for the dislodge, so into the ward, and this is a poor position that FaZe find themselves in.
If FaZe want, they can go for a plant while taking the fight top floor. Draw the attention away of the defenders, as there is no one horizontally close.
Wow. Good teamwork.
KDS with the bailiff again, but it's KZ with the Nitrocell. He'll look for a swing from R6, trying to bait out a few shots. Takes though one too many, and he's now very low, forced to drop hatch. Well played from Maya, but he too will fall, stuck in the corner. KZ back to site, leaves Nade by himself on this top floor. 2 versus 2 with Souls in handy, not having the diffuser. 30 seconds, need to go grab that.
That mirror.
Turn their attention to the site.
Has the mirror window, but his position known courtesy of the concussion. Now forced onto the boost.
Handy takes a bit of damage. Nade will defend top floor. KZ's come back to help out. Neither of these teams are fighting towards the site, and we're getting low on time. Liquid, you can fall back. Force them to play plant. 10 seconds. KZ's back into bunk, and now the drop as well from Souls. Looking for the plant. Gets off it. Noisemaid. KZ can open up the softball. Nade gets rid of his brother. Souls looking for the plant, but runs out of time.
Wow.
Liquid manage a third. That's the closest round we've seen in this series. And Liquid walk away with it. 3 straight to start on Lair.
Well, I said before, how much limit testing are the scriptwriters going to do for this series? Cannot believe that map 1 was a 7-0. And for Team Liquid, who were on the receiving end of that demolishing effort on map 1, are off to a near flawless start. 3-0 on the scoreline clean, and the overall siege good as well. It's attack timeout from FaZe.
Claro, tá. Vamos fazer as play verde com rede de ribana ali, pra subir o principal. Só que o KD, em vez de ele pegar o Black, ele vai pegar o Snake.
Eu não pego o Snake na play verde.
Não, sim.
Vai fazer assistada ou
vai pegar o Snake porque tu vai jogar do Exit e depois tu vai virar pro banheiro pra poder ajudar o Range a subir a principal lá com a entrada do cara que vai ficar marcando costas, fechou? No voo de baixo, a gente só vai matar o cara lá do... Como é que fala? Lá do barril que a gente tinha combinado. Isso. Só, tipo,
você quer que eu pegue o que nessa play verde?
Cara, pode pegar Blitz, pode pegar o próprio Demo se quiser. Fechou? E no bomb do quarto, já que os caras estão petando muito TV ali e tal, vou fazer o Range tentando subir a escada principal lá com...
Well, can't help but feel, guys, there's a little similarity. First map, Fortress, 3 straight rounds to FaZe.
Yo, AR, I don't know Portuguese. Come on now.
And then into their timeout. Well, second map, first 3 rounds all Liquid, but the opening kills have all been FaZe into their timeout. Definitely the most contestable round that was winnable for
Why not?
the 2 teams.
Don't speak it. Just how you don't speak it.
At this moment, right? So we were 3 rounds in. FaZe win the first 3, but they were close. Liquid were looking okay. They were winning the early battles. But it was from this moment then FaZe just go bang, bang, and bang. They dominate the next 3 rounds. Can Liquid do the same?
Yeah, can they just run away with it here on the second map?
Back to top floor. This is a good sight for the defense. The bands Grim and Wamai. Wamai and Grim both were played twice in the opening 3 rounds.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, let's jump in then for the action phase of the 4th round. Can FaZe find their footing? They'll be eagerly looking to get info from the Deimos, but right on QKZ, a huge nitro.
That's massive. KZ having an impact. First
First
opening kill as well
at
for Team
home.
Liquid Alienware. On a very good site, getting rid of the Deimos, removes the pressure of the death marks. Less information available for FaZe on the attack. And out of their timeout as well, it's Liquid that strike first.
KZ was shut down on
Yeah,
that
they lost.
blood.
Yeah, that's our
He
loss.
has a grudge on his shoulders. 2-7 back on Fortress, and here on Lair, a 7-0 start.
Don't forget, FaZe have a 6-1 record on this map. This is a strong start from Team Liquid.
Mirror trick. Not the worst result from KZ. That breach now, I don't believe, can be traversed. Team Liquid Alienware in a very strong position. The kind of round that you need to convert. Got your util up, barbed wire for stall. Hard breach denial's been sound so far. FaZe are well and truly on the back foot in this 4th round.
KZ, another kill.
KZ, he finds his 8th kill in the 4th round. No Solid Snake, no Deimos, a lot less pressure coming the way of Team Liquid Alienware. It's just double hard breach and a gridlock. In terms of utility, it's mainly going to be this flash dump. That's all they've really got getting into the site.
And especially when, in contrast, the defense still has all of the gas babes, impacts available, Vulcan canisters still haven't all been dealt with. F not mines, there are Kiba barriers still in pocket for Maya. With only 60 seconds left, this feels inevitable in the way of Team Liquid Alienware. Cyber now looking to open up Mask. That was his final Selma as well, just to create an opening as Handy will push up main stairs. Mezzanine control established for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, they've given FaZe a lot of space, but there's nothing they could do.
Cyber call to the Mask wall. As soon as that was opened up, Maya playing behind the desk finds the headshot. And Soul's Handy both split opposite ends of the map. It's a solid push through bridge for Souls. Handy having to walk through the fire to get himself close to the Mask, and that gets them blocked by the Kiba barrier. More time denial available for the defense. The swing from Souls unsuccessful. This may even end up now being flawless for Team Liquid Alienware, unless Handy can find a kill just to basically deny said flawless. He will not. Maya defends vigorously.
Wow. FaZe is looking lost, bro.
For Team Liquid Alienware.
That's
out of
crazy.
The tactical timeout for FaZe, they still cannot find an answer.
Yeah, despite map 1 being a 7-0, the man count in a lot of those rounds was fairly close. There was not a single flawless.
It's not
round
over.
back on
It's
map
not
1,
over, but like
that will be the first of the second. And can
for
you believe it's the team
like imagine I
responding
told
after such
you
a devastating loss on the opener.
that the team down 0-4 just 7-0'd the other team
I mean,
the map
fair,
before.
Literally the two of the most defender-sided maps. I think Consulate being maybe slightly more than Lair, but still, neither team has had really any success on their attacks. The irony then is the third and final map, provided we get there, Border will open up plenty of opportunities for attacking.
It sure will.
It is defender-sided. No, you're right. It's defender-sided. But still, bro, you'd expect a FaZe of all teams to be, you know, 1-3, 2-2.
One record for Team Liquid, but
They can make it bad. They can make it a 2-4 split, and they'll be chilling.
So then how can FaZe fight their way back into this map? They'll be eager to get more value from their info.
Something you would have never thought to say.
Pressure on Cyber on the Solid Snake. They did have a pre-placed warehouse early, and so FaZe may look to tease that initially, and could be the stepping stone for the rest of this attack. Keeping in mind, though, looking at the player card positions here from Team Liquid, heavy emphasis on the first floor hold from them.
But FaZe's lineup is less one-dimensional compared to last time for Labs, where they brought both the Buck and the Ram, and they very much wanted to play the Vert. You have the Ram as an option. You don't have to really play the Vert, though. You can go direct with this lineup. That might be the thought process for FaZe to give themselves an extra avenue into this round. Handy's probably the only one that really needs to go first floor, but like you said, a lot of first floor presence.
Well, man, that is true. But
this opens up space for
come on
Handy.
now. What is Handy doing?
He takes a little bit of damage. It's KZ that falls though towards
KDS.
KDS finds the opening kill. Is there a follow-up? And there will be. JV falls. Now this is looking good for FaZe to find their first round here on Lair. But it's Maya who's got up to his 8th kill. Was holding the right side angle. Needs to be cautious. Quite a lot of attackers in his vicinity. As he pushes, Lock is one prone, catches Cyber on the floor. A 9th kill for Maya. And I'm pretty sure heard the footsteps as well coming his way. But
there it
Handy
is.
catches him from the first floor.
That's a good catch.
Huge kill from Handy, controlling the floorboards as
There it is. And here's FaZe.
It's only Philippox left.
Surely Philippox cannot win this 1 versus 3. The 60 seconds for FaZe to get their first round win here on Lair.
It's been flawless so far from Team Liquid. It's going to take a mighty effort, though, from Philippox in a 1 versus 3. Flash, full white. Just trying play around Lab and create a couple of 1v1s, but he never got the
Wow. Okay, so.
Immediately got pinched, and finally FaZe will break through on Lair. Their first attacking round.
Yeah, had that early info.
Make it a 2-4 split.
They committed to the play.
FaZe turn.
Team Liquid unable to really activate the early burn they had with that first floor pressure. And FaZe Back alive here on the second map.
Remember, I know you picked FaZe, but I still think FaZe is winning
It's a good
this.
enough platform, and they now have that opportunity. There's a great catch early there from Maya. As he tried to respond, then got caught on
I don't think they split. No. I'm saying like it's a 2-4 split, sort of.
And Philippok's
Like
on an
that's
island
the
for the
split.
final 60 seconds or so in that round. Dorms up next.
Yeah, don't get it, yo. You're muted, but don't get in my ear.
Bunk's briefing for the final.
All right.
5-1 is really what Team Liquid Alienware will be seeking here to give themselves the greatest possible advantage heading into the second half, where attacking for them likely won't be that easy either.
5 seconds to insert.
We do see a switch up from FaZe Clan, but no.
He's talking about there's no chance. There's no chance it's 2-4. Okay. All right.
Yeah. They went double hard bridge. They'll do it again. It was that top floor contest that did not work out.
No, Isaiah,
They
EK.
do, of course, not
EK
have
won.
access to the Grim anymore, so instead bring the Capital. So a forced change.
Damn.
For
Yeah,
FaZe
Yesterday you had
attacking
100
into
viewers
this
and you
site.
ended. Why did you do
But
that?
I honestly like the Capital maybe
I had
even
to
more than
go.
the Grim.
Yeah, it's a flexible operator traditionally used on the direct approach when you get green side control to try and counteract the vert play here.
Bro,
But
Isaiah,
also,
Secret,
can
they didn't
you
even
use
try,
those
bro.
top floor
It was a
clears as well?
7-2
You've had
the
some of the mirror
first
positions
map,
in
and then
particular
like a
that are being
7-4
deployed here
next
by
map.
Team Liquid up above.
Sorry,
That can be a
7-5
good
first map,
dislodge
7-2,
tool.
something
And
like
it's
that.
always
Second
high
map
risk
was
playing
terrible.
into both the
What the hell is
Solas
that?
and the Warden, and relying solely on that
They
Capital
gave
for
up, bro.
coverage.
Secret failed me, bro. I thought they were
And
gonna,
FaZe aren't
but they were gonna be the
complementing
little
like a
underdog,
Thatcher
you
that
know.
we've seen from some of the NA teams, for instance.
You know, like the underdog that makes it to
To
semis
directly
and then
counter that.
loses in semis, you know. But nope.
Handy now on the lurk. He'll be looking to activate just the one kill for Handy so far, and 3 deathmark targets available here in the final round of the half.
It's a rare quiet game from Handy, but KDS is the one that finds the opening kill again. Second round in a row from him.
And they drop the Warden, such a key operator late round.
Especially into the smoke play that you've got from KDS.
Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I didn't even know that FaZe. I was like, oh, these guys didn't pick a Warden for this round.
Mark activated from Handy, and it will be on to Maya.
Maya needs to be so careful. So careful. He's now a key part
Why are
of the
they
defensive
picking Warden?
unit for Team Liquid in identifying
Oh,
and
the
denying
timing.
plans.
Oh, the timing. He wasn't on the right window, but like.
And finds the head of Cyber. Brings it back 4v4. Another death
Bro,
mark.
where's your
This one
viewers at?
onto KZ.
Bro, relax.
Bro, I
Vidiking
need
just
to get
sits
you
inside a
100
bathroom as
grateful
Handy
for what I
now
got.
pushes in front of him.
Nice.
They edge a little bit closer. Clearing out this top
We
floor.
need a
Has
viewer
pushed
mod.
Team Liquid back to the north side of the map.
Souls.
Maya shut down from
Come on,
Souls. It's been a
jeez.
really good half from Maya, but
I don't know
plays
how-
no
I don't
further
know how you
harm.
gotta
Do
pick
now?
there.
Do they go back to site
I
Team
know,
Liquid,
man.
or do they continue to contest up above? This now puts them in such an awkward position.
They do have green stairs control though, so they have the ability to go up and down how they see fit. It'll be hatch drop play from
What are you
FaZe,
doing in your mic?
but green stairs
AR?
still in control for Team Liquid Alienware.
I'm not doing
There is
anything.
little time left as well. Vidiking
It
has to start
glitches.
making his
It's
way
a
towards the
cheap
site.
mic.
They go for the 2-1. KZ breathing with that Nitro. 30 seconds for FaZe.
No more gas babes remaining for
only
Philippe.
$20.
Nitro
Can
cell
you
from
believe that?
KZ. Doesn't get anyone. Spots a headshot onto Handy.
$20,
Huge
huh?
kill from
Not that much.
KZ. More pushing
Nice.
towards his location.
Good kill, man.
The site now still defended
on your
by
left.
Team Liquid makes it very difficult for Vidiking to find a plant opportunity as KZ defends the
In the
site.
breach, in the
Alright,
breach.
man, got it.
It's only Souls left.
He's in the breach,
He's got
he's in the
no
breach.
time, no kit. Even with that kill, it's Team
in the
Liquid
breach.
that make it 5 here on land.
No, man, I gave you that calm.
Can you believe it? What a response
dead.
from
Hey,
Team
that's not
Liquid,
funny,
and
bro.
a lot
Come on
for FaZe to now discuss in the halftime break.
Wait. What did I do?
Tá, tava vendo? Cara,
Ah, I wish I knew
boa e tal,
Portuguese.
só que a gente tava, tipo,
Or just like I could pick up on
assim,
words.
Tirando a etapa da...
Bro, I told you to
da
translate it.
principal, o resto tava de boa, tá ligado? Então, pra caso de um hotel, que eu acho que vai precisar, a gente faz com... A gente tenta repetir a play verde sem ninguém morrer. É a mesma play que eu tinha combinado com vocês. Fechou? Aí pode ser que eles queiram... É isso, na verdade, né? Só vai ter uma defesa dos caras, provavelmente vai ser essa.
But I'm wavy? No, I don't. Like I just have wavy hair, you know. That's it.
Wait, are you allowed, like, if you make it to Pro League, are you allowed to bring your own headset?
até pro KDS, vai de MP. Tu tá com
Yes, you bring your own IEMs.
E o Vault ali da janela banheiro que eu tô abrindo?
Oh, yeah.
Oi?
You bring your headset,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
or if your team is sponsored by a company, you can wear theirs. But you bring your own keyboard and mouse and mouse pad.
Aí, guys, eu acho que no mergulho a gente pode começar com 3-1 que eles vão estar pouquinho mais em choque.
What if my mouse has built-in cheats and they don't know about it?
Okay, obviously it's checked.
What if one of my buttons is an auto clicker?
Vamos ficar atento com os caras que tem que preparar as coisas.
It'll be checked.
Mesma coisa, eu acho que a gente também começa com ou a FUD verde ou 3-1, a Keybox.
So I should unbind that button now if I make it
very
early.
dominant half from Team Liquid, Alienware, 11 kills
Why do you have an auto
and
clicker
9
on?
from Maya. They've been the star contributors.
It came with the mouse.
A decent half from
Turn it
Souls, KDS as well, having some
Turn it off?
big moments.
Yes.
Interestingly enough,
I don't
in
use
that half,
it.
guys, 5-1 opening kill advantage to FaZe Clan. Only converted one of those.
Wait,
they
what?
got 5 opening kills.
Ooh, like that's
and only a
promising.
single round win. Missed opportunity.
It has been maybe the one weakness for FaZe up until this point at the Esports World Cup, and it's rearing its ugly head here in the second map between these two.
What if I sneak a Zim in my backpack?
Yo, AR, stop asking questions, bro. You're not sneaking it, okay?
But don't discount FaZe. Going defense
And I
now,
plug it
what we
in,
saw
but I
from
keep it in my
there.
backpack. And
AR,
Defense back
not
on
happening.
Fortress Lair can very much follow the same script. But
That
for Team
happened
Liquid,
once.
it's a different proposition now with 5 rounds already banked.
But you know,
only
like-
one more guarantee overtime. You know, there's a
Can you
good
bring your own-
opportunity for them now to get us to that third map. But yeah, FaZe are not going to be easy to push over. They're at death's door, but they haven't gone through it yet. Monty Grimm, Kaid, and the Wumai are the bands. Master R6, no surprise, will be the first site choice.
Gosh, dude. AR, I'm gonna need you to.
Eager to jump
I'm gonna need you to be quiet, okay?
Okay.
In terms of FaZe and their band selections, then.
But they
for
don't bring their own
this
PC,
second
right?
half.
No, AR, they don't bring their own PC.
Pretty typical. Monty
Look it up
is
on
their
Google.
most
That's what Google's for.
banned attacking
Yeah.
operator.
Probably. Yeah.
And Grim as well has seen a couple of appearances on the side of Team
Did you
Liquid.
see they
Alienware,
banned you?
Kaid and the Wamai combo.
What?
That for them will be.
Yo,
a
I'm not
little bit
Wamai,
left of
bro.
field. The Kaid is their most banned, but typically, in fact, this will actually
Wamai
be
is a
the
little
first time the catch
not
is
weird.
taken out of play as well.
Bro,
Normally
Wamai's
looking at
not
the
weird. He's pretty
Azami,
cool.
Smoke, Mirror, Warden. So a small change up for them into this second half.
Isn't he like 6 foot?
Yeah, I thought Team Liquid might
I
actually want
do.
to change the attacker lineup.
6'1", not 6 foot.
They have not. They will bring the Sens, the Glass, the Carpatao, a lot of utility that
You're
can really
6'1"?
help them take this top
Yeah,
floor.
you're tough.
And if they're
No,
bringing
not
the Sens
really.
for top floor as well, guys, if we get Bunk's briefing, they'll probably look for maybe a Sens play as
Bro,
well.
you and Lamb are the same height.
Bro, Lamb's like 6'3".
No, he said
So
he's
the comeback
6'1"
begins
without his
now
shoes
for
on.
FaZe, though, so they go defense.
Oh, so
Expectation
then yeah,
is
we're the same
certainly
height.
for them to win a couple of rounds in a row and
Yeah.
claw this advantage back. It's been a very, very defender-sided series across both
So
Fortress
do you like type
and
mong everyone
Lair.
in the wild?
No.
Bro, this main bridge literally brings me
Util layering
nightmares.
seems to be the name of the game here for Team Liquid in this
Like, there's
round.
so many windows.
Comes down to placement, being synchronized,
They're not going for a default push.
and achieving the same objective. Is this a direct R6
Oh,
hit?
this is going to be aggressive now. Philippox
Wait,
couldn't
they're on
find the
blitz,
flash to
bro? That's so
connect, so they
weird.
can't play off for the blitz immediately. The ROU, of course, obscuring that left side of the vision. Philippox getting a lot of information. Now
Come on, shoot him.
Catches Cypher trying to fall back. Double kill start for Team Liquid, but KZ has now been finished off by Handy.
But it doesn't matter. He got what he needed to.
JV92 still outside of the window. Maya, by the way, into the
Oh wait, I
hallway.
thought the blitz was dead.
One of the smokes doesn't find anything, but inside of R6, Philippox should get this plant down successfully. Will manage to get it. Holding in the window was JV.
Dead.
Got 2 crucial kills.
Oh!
It's an absolute statement from Team Liquid.
Wait,
Wow.
why did FaZe lose
One of
this
the
round?
top rounds you'll see on that side from an attacking
They're
team.
chalks.
They go
They're mental
6-1
chalks,
up.
bro. That's all.
Florida feels destined.
That is
Bro, they need to hit a
quality
reset real
attacking
quick.
siege.
They need to
Team
hop on
Liquid
Roblox
not
ASMR
concerning
unpack.
themselves with the map clear or the util clearance. None of those shenanigans are required. And
That's what I
ROU
play.
deployed Philippox blitz front line, and he did his job wonderfully well. Stayed
Dude, who's
alive
this?
with that first tick of damage, and then critical massive shot right here. Had to land the kill onto Cyber, does exactly that. And whilst he was then on a bit of an island to the mid portion, you had the Glaz on the back hit, you had coverage from the window outside, you had to be patient, was then eventually able to go for the plant, force movement from that phase defensive unit, and Team Liquid looking really, really good here on Lair. 1 round required, and it's over on the other side.
I mean, that is just a really, really good play round.
Not in the mic, bro.
Strategy in the workshop.
Do it again. I'm muting.
Throughout the last couple of months,
bro,
and pays dividends.
the mic is sensitive. Did I put on
You had to go to the store at the beginning, came back to beatdown.
On the verge of a 7-1 victory on Lair.
Rage, I thought it was going to be similar like the first map, but no.
It's one of the
not far off it.
Going to map 3, that's for sure.
But maybe Border will be close. Because it seems as if we should be getting there.
We'll get all 15 rounds.
At least these games were quick. Two more games are there today. Lance, this is the last game for today. But tomorrow there's 2 more games, and the winners of those will go to the finals.
Why didn't you go live earlier?
Right off the back-to-back SI champions.
I was live.
Not impossible to go on a run.
I was Nade 1 and 2. Wait, what?
This Liquid team looking
far stronger
on Lair than what we saw from them.
He is 1 and 2. What the hell?
1 and 2 Lou.
And a huge showing as well.
Well, I mean, like everybody else is. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Everybody else on the team is you know, they've been dominant.
1 and 2 Lou.
Warehouse side info gather early here from Team Liquid. But unlike their counterparts in phase, they won't elect to go for the full commit early. Unless Maya's rotation here is indicative that maybe that actually will end up being the case.
That's good.
Drone from KZ, good work there. Double Goyo taken off. And that will alleviate some of the time pressure later in the round for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I mean, that's crucial, especially this early in the round. 2 Vulcan canisters pop. Yeah, Nade's got himself over towards barrels. Think this will be rather direct from Team Liquid. KZ as well lurking towards that missile hallway. Cyber, first death. JB92 gets an angle on that first floor. This is gonna.
Big King is 1 and 7 unheard of. Yeah.
They've still got Souls that has forced his way back to site. So now it's a 4-stack in sight for FaZe. They give up top floor.
Well, I mean, Vic King doesn't really get much kills. You know?
Another one peeks in. He wasn't expecting it, but then is able to swing himself. This seems as if it's done. Surely it's only King and Handy. But crucial as they both got 1 apiece. Nate shuts it all down. Handy needs to get all 3 remaining in the next minute.
Rotate?
And even for one of the game's modern goats, this should be too difficult. He's flamed off. Philippe Box is planting as Handy makes his way forward. He can't even walk through the fire. The flames are too hot, and Border will be required in this outcome.
Wow. Wow. I was not expecting this, bro. I mean, dude, what? No, AR. I told you, bro. You just in my ear typing and stuff. Nope.
Fingers crossed we got all 15 rounds on Border.
In Brazilian folklore, which is worse, 7-0 or
yeah, Snake out of 3K. Yeah, you're right.
Take your pick. Either or. It's a smashing.
Well, it's a
didn't he get an entry pick? Something like that.
That shows their resolve. That shows their mental fortitude. They did not just bow down after that 7-0 thrashing. They forged ahead, their own path, their own plan, and did to FaZe what FaZe did to them on Fortress. Sets up the deciding map of Border, and hopefully
I'm off after
that
this.
Map will be close.
And there's a demonstration as to why after that first map, there was certainly worries for Team Liquid, but not at any point did we expect it to be
the game is over. You're right. Yeah, I can unmute you. Just stop, AR. I'm like actually getting pissed.
Absolutely switched on here.
What?
For map 2.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And it culminated.
Why aren't we gonna play ring, dude?
The dominant victory.
Not a lot
It's a game 3.
Bro, it's like you're never on anymore, bro.
But everything was going the way of Team Liquid. FaZe had opportunities in the
I
first
got a
2
wife and
rounds.
kids.
They got the opening kills. They had chances. And again, the
You have a wife and kids?
drawn to the first map are
Bro,
very
no, you know, bro.
It's almost as if they've just
AR has no
completely
self-awareness.
flipped the same script.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you, and I know I'm unmuted in this, but like, yo, I just asked for you to be like, you can talk, but like, you talk too much. You're just like one of those people that just talk too much.
Like, I want to know what it's like.
Which is not good, by the way.
Thank you so much, Xenox and Guz. It was a great matchup. El Clasico a little bit different than we anticipated. Not quite competitive on either of the maps, but in general, as a
I hope you
series,
get that.
Where you at?
Yeah, I hope you get that.
It's like two
You just
heavyweight
talk too much and you're
watching
typing.
Tyson
You're
and
typing
Holyfield,
in the
one
middle
knockout
of the
punch to
match.
other,
No, that was my
both
ASMR
standing
keyboard.
dazed,
Okay,
but now
get off
who's
your
gonna get the
ASMR keyboard.
land the final
Okay.
blow?
Look,
I mean,
AR,
I'm
I'm gonna be
down
real
to
with you.
this is kind of like
Next
shadow
time,
boxing
no,
for them.
no.
It's gonna
Next
be blow
time,
for
next time I
blow,
hear
who's
it,
able to react,
muted.
who's able to counter, and I mean, from one
Tell,
map to the next,
ask me to
like
unmute you in chat.
understood their
Mod,
opponent,
take it
they
away,
understood where their
muted.
flaws were, how they
Okay?
could abuse them in a
Tired of it.
Wait, what? I
7-1.
can't hear.
mean,
What's going on?
I don't even think the casters thought it was going to happen. They were
Okay, wait,
talking
what are
about
you
it,
talking
sure
about?
enough, it
That-
did happen, so
that'll
maybe
get
they
a mute. I
casted
don't
that
play
into
around.
the existence.
No,
I feel like you have to give credit to Igor CTG really being able to get his team back into it mentally, and you saw them come out, flip that momentum coming off of a 7-0 and really just steamroll and get that engine going, find that confidence, and you just see a different Liquid in this match.
Incredible from the coach's side, incredible from Liquid's side as well. The bounce back, a lot of people obviously doubting it because you just see FaZe come out and absolutely stomp them on their map. But Liquid to have the wherewithal and to have the confidence to come back out and then do that again on FaZe's map, well, it's exactly what we expected. These two teams evenly matched on the day. Iconic could be the difference. One person coming out and making a big play. What was the difference here as we looked at map 2?
I think it's just a momentum. I feel like you saw Liquid coming out fighting, not letting FaZe be comfortable, and obviously too KZ having a staple, just a consistent map, being there for his team, and then obviously just the whole unit too flowing and just playing their win cons extremely well.
Again, when your back is against the wall, your tournament could possibly end after this next map. It's about getting those rounds into your favor. It's about getting hype. It's about building that momentum, and that's what we're seeing from each and every single round, especially in that round 2, which I think really started carrying that momentum for the rest of the series.
Yes. Liquid also had some very loud fans in game 1, but I started to see the chat. I saw a little bit of you guys watching. You said, there's one woman screaming that's louder than all of the men that they've seen cheering on the side of Liquid, and even the drums included. That just shows both of these team sides, whether it's FaZe, whether it's Liquid. I mean, the fans are here. It's going to be uproarious whether either of them win. And as we transition into Border, which they set up the new question, the final map, designer map, do you think it starts to tilt? And if so, which way?
Border's a casino. I feel like you can never call it, no matter even being in the server, playing it, it's always on the edge. Every round is so intense.
What makes it like that?
Just the map, it's so small that once the round starts, it's just a snowball. There's so many trades happening, and then you really have to be extremely composed. So when you get your advantages, you have to be able to reset and play the layer game against the team. But then obviously too, you can't play too much layer game because then you become too consolidated. So there's always a catch-22 happening on Border. It's one of the smallest maps in the best maps.
Oh, well, what an interesting way to start it off. I know, Lax, you took a look at some of the plays that really stood out for you in that map too. Walk us through them.
Yeah, I mean, I said going into this series, you know, your map point, I mean, your whole entire tournament is on the line, and you have to make risks. You have to be able to make gambles, and KZ absolutely understood the assignment in round 2, where I talked about this momentum is what carried them throughout the rest of this series, for everyone to be able to get behind them, to light the fire from underneath them. But in this map, in this round specifically, you understand KZ is inside labs, and he knows that the only win condition being in the man disadvantage is that go-yo canister on that lab door, and he has to make that play, because if he doesn't, this round does not go in their favor. They don't build that momentum, and he swings into here to be able to pop this canister, takes a very early gunfight with KDS, again, putting him to 1 HP, but he doesn't falter. He doesn't back down. He still goes for the only one win condition here, and that is popping that go-yo canister, downing the 2 players, putting the man advantage back into their favor, and then ending that in a 3v1 from a 5v3. It's rounds like this, it's plays like this that instill hope, instill the momentum for them to be able to carry from one round to the next, and it's the exact reason why we saw a 5-1, and it's the definite reason why we saw a 7-1 map.
You can see a little bit of fluster too from FaZe. 5v3, you need to make sure you have that flame cleared. You have the time, you have the vertical, you can make that pressure, or even if there's a flame there, you can play it in a different spot. Just really going through the motions and making sure what they're doing makes sense.
We think coming into this, I mean, were FaZe caught a little bit off guard by how strong Liquid responded? Maybe that's why?
I mean, knowing them, you know that Liquid, they're a team that's not going to back down. They have a lot of fiery players, so I feel like FaZe known. They should have expected them to just come back with that fight, and they just weren't ready for it.
I was gonna say, even when you look back at SI 2023, I mean, FaZe realistically could have been the three-peat world champions. But if you remember in that series, that W7M roster, the same 4 players on that team fought tooth and nail from a down 6-1 deficit and was able to constantly bring it back. So I'm sure when you're in moments like these for the side of FaZe, it kind of rings back into your head like, oh, we've seen this before. Now they're gaining the momentum. Now it's going to be so important for FaZe to understand where they went wrong and how they can switch the tempo and swing the map into their favor.
I like the dice roll analogy. I like, you know, just kind of the cards coming up maybe on in your favor. What game do you play? If you're somebody who loves a little bit of poker, maybe a little bit of, you know, rolling with blackjack, whatever it is, what game do you try to go for? If it's the side of an aggressive tempo, trying to get those early trades, what do you try to do if you're FaZe to close it out after you were in the lead and now you're tied and going to border?
I feel like for FaZe, they don't need to skip their steps on the attacking side, making sure they're actually applying the pressure and putting Liquid on the back foot. And if Liquid can just stay off of that back foot, always throwing that punch first, landing it, getting a kill, and being able to just pull back, they're going to be able to stay ahead in these rounds.
Now, I like the card analogy, but I'm going to have to completely switch the game. I feel like this is a chess match for me. It's a battle of the IGLs of understanding who's opener, who's the defender, how you can take the piece, how you can then retake position, take control of the board, and that's exactly what they're doing here. I mean, you get a 7-0 into a 7-1. Now everything is for all the marbles. Everything is to get that checkmate here to push you to one step into that semifinal.
The Battle of Brazil. We've seen 2 dominant performances across 2 different maps for 2 different teams. Now will we see something a little bit more evenly contested? You mentioned chess. I love that. Over at the Alliance Vault, we also have some chess going on. They just finished up the day, and I know that Chris Tunn actually has a club championship update for us. Let us know what's going on in the CC as of this evening. Chris?
Down here at the STC Arena, around some disappointed TM fans. Ginny, of course, over Rocket League, we're kind of getting through the competition now, but TM just suffering a big loss for them, considering they're coming in as one of the favorites of the tournament.
Yeah, they just lost their game against NIP, so unfortunately for them, they are not in the top 8 just yet. Fortunately, there is a lower bracket, but when you're looking at the teams that are CC relevant, that have already qualified for playoffs and are locked into that top 8 slot, it's Falcons and Vitality. So automatically, they give themselves 200 points. And with the win that Falcons had earlier today against Gentlemates qualifying, they are now 50 points behind AGAL. So they're in a lovely spot.
I mean, this was a really good week for Falcons anyway. We kind of look into some of the competition that they have in their specific games. They have a real good opportunity to take that lead again, looking more and more likely. I mean, over in chess especially, I mean, they got like 2 people who potentially could make top 4. That's going to hold them as much as 100 points at their first place points, right? I mean, so Falcons, huge week.
I already know I am muted.
Not competing in much either. It's a massive week.
Yeah, it's for Falcons, great time to be alive right now if you're a Falcons fan. If you're an AJL fan, I just want you to cover your ears because it's not looking good right now. Out of PUBG Mobile, when we're looking at chess as well, not doing too great.
Yeah, it's going to be next week for them. Crossfire, etc. are going to kind of be coming through. That's where they're going to have to make all the points. Ginny, thank you very much. We'll be checking them in the rest of the week. Guys, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Chris and Jenny. It's been a great CC update across all of these weeks. You guys have kept us in the know. And now AGAL, only 50 points in the lead on Falcons. That will be important. We'll check in with them tomorrow as well to see how things go. But, guys, turning into the picks and bans coming up soon for this final
you
map.
talk too much. You do too much.
We opened today talking about
try to be funny. You're not. I'm not dealing with it.
Invitational wins and majors, basically star-studded performances and histories. But now, has that story shifted? I'm curious, since we've seen such dominant performances, different players you guys have mentioned, KZ showing up. Where's the story now in terms of the 1v1 or the head-to-head that you're looking to most?
I mean, I think it's still playing into the exact same narrative that we had going into this moment. Again, this is now do or die. You guys respectively won each other's maps. Now it comes to the decider where once you get to this 3rd map, and you can speak into this as well, every player, every coach, every IGL should understand where everything went wrong and how they can play the absolute perfect siege that they possibly can. Everything needs to be left on the battlefield today.
I feel like it's a battle of the coaches right now. Who can keep their players mentally in it? Who can actually see what needs to be adjusted inside of this last map, and being able to actually call the timeout, call the precise moment for the timeout, and be able
last
to
map is border.
His team needs to pull through here.
Sometimes there's not too much to say with a matchup that everything's already been said. 29 times these fights have gone the way of FaZe, 22 the way of Liquid, and that has proven to be the way that this series is already shaped up. Map to map, heavyweight blow to heavyweight response. And now only one will move through as border picks and bans come up on your screen.
I'm going to expect shields to be removed here. I mean, shields can really be a strong piece of the puzzle, especially when you think pushing into top east, pushing into break, getting any bit of that map control. So it's no surprise to see.
Sorry, you said, yes, who do I have winning this game? I don't know.
Yeah,
Big
really
toss
hurt
up,
the East
honestly.
Right now, Warden. Expect to see a
You
lot
know,
of Ying play coming out too.
Phase 7 O's and then they get
Lash is the same
1-7,
issue, getting rid of
right?
that
Like
utility, making sure that they
that's
cannot
such
post up
it's
outside of
such like a
archives and have
wide
that plant
like
potential.
gap. The way that it went like
I mean,
both
the one thing
ways.
I really do love about Border,
It's a
especially
toss
now
up.
that
We'll
this is
really
the
be able
last
to
and
see
final
who
decider
wins
for both
this.
these two teams. When you think
I would
of
say off
Brazilian
the
teams, you
first
think of that aggressive
4.
nature, and if there is
Nope,
one
AR, I'm
map
not
that is
doing,
going
bro.
to feed
AR, I'm not doing it, bro.
heavy-handed into that aggression, it
Not
is
today.
a map like Border. You
Stop
are
asking.
going to be met with
Not today.
combat, with fights already straight out the gate, just trying to get into that map. As I was saying, trying to get into
The only
that
thing I
top
can
east,
say right
trying
now
to get into
is
break. You are
that
going to be
Border
met with a battle
Border
of
is attacker
attrition
sided.
for both of these teams.
Well, it's going to be one
Yep,
map that
I'm
decides
tired.
the fate
I'm
of
tired,
two
bro.
Brazilian superstar teams. One spot in the semifinal left. It'll go to
Maybe
FaZe
you
or
learn,
Liquid
maybe you
Alien,
don't.
where who will seize the moment? Let's fire it over to our
You made
casters for
nobody.
our final match here. And Guz and Xenox.
Who's attacking?
Well, it comes down to
So
map 3 for
so
the El Clasico.
Team Liquid attacking.
That is very much fitting. It's
Statistically,
even more fitting. It's the
Team
least
Liquid wins
played
this.
map at the Esports World Cup thus far.
Which would be
Only
insane.
Played 3 times. But good news, ladies and gentlemen, it is the most attacker-sided. Sits at 67% attacker win
Oh,
rate. There is
damn.
not a single site objective that is in favor of defense. Good news if your Team Liquid starting on the attack in the first half.
who's the best player of all teams? Best player, in my opinion, is Cyber on FaZe, who he's been a little quiet.
Good news if you want to see some attacking Siege as well.
And
because
then,
the course of this series thus far, it has
I
been
personally know.
super
I know
defender-sided.
JV. I've seen JV play. He
Map
played on
one going the way of FaZe, a 7-0,
Fury, I believe.
a flawless victory, and Team Liquid Alien, we're not trailing by much.
I'm gonna go with KZ.
Over on
I haven't
that
seen much of
top
Team
left.
Liquid.
7-1. KDS with the
How?
opener.
That's
Wait.
the defense that lands the first blow, though. KDS gets
How
rid
did
of
he-
Maya, who was incredible back on Lair. That's
I
also
have to go with KZ.
one thing to keep in mind here on Border. FaZe have dominated the entry battles. Oh, there's a good
Oh.
chance here, though, on the Souls from KZ. He
Who
gets
is-
it
what
down,
is
and
Souls
he knows that
doing?
he is very much down. East airs control. Swing from the Azami of Vidaking. Captures the header for Epox. Souls finished off by the Jugger payload call of Nade, because he was down on the floor, courtesy of KZ.
Genuinely, how did KDS find that pick? I don't think the door was
Fiery start on
open.
Border, not to be surprised.
Yeah, both teams are going to eagerly take as many trade fights as possible, not going to shy away from the occasion. And will look to capitalize on any moment of weakness that the opposition may present.
Hey,
At the
ask me
moment,
again,
it's
bro.
FaZe in the
Ask me
advantageous
again and see
position
what
at the
happens.
midpoint of the round. A player up, Vidaking low on HP, but still one more gun for the trade. Double Razor Bloom as well for Handy, Nitro for KDS, good util. Still up here for FaZe. A tricky position
Where's my
now
phone?
for Team Liquid.
Jugger payload call on to Handy from Nade. Handy should be able to answer the call. And chooses to eat the call, so he gets taken down to half health. And of course over towards Archives. Otherwise, though, good fountain presence established from Vidaking. Cyber and KDS, a little bit more freedom to move around. Finally, JB92 able to get in towards break. Nade just outside security. Testing this mirror window position held by KDS. As the one and only Nitrocell, 40 seconds remaining in the round. Team Liquid need to start heading towards the side.
KZ has one Salmo rotating across, maybe to try and counter this mirror window.
It throws it straight on to the mirror window. Nade to then play off it. KDS still holding. KDS will take the fight, but Nade wins it with the DMR. 3 versus 3. Heading into the final 20 seconds. Cyber finds a tight angle. Huge for FaZe, but then Cyber 2 will go
Wait,
down.
what?
JV92 to try and clutch up, heading into red time. We haven't seen a lot of big individual moments. Vidaking's gone security side. JV off the plant to take the battle
Oh.
with Handy. Finds the kill, needs to shut down Vidaking. Can't find him.
Wow.
Time will expire.
That's wow.
FaZe will take the opening round.
That round's not.
Effort there from JV.
That was a good round from FaZe.
Almost had the read there at the end, but
Wow.
ultimately not enough time to hunt for the final kill. FaZe to claim round 1, but hopefully a positive sign of what's to come in terms of the closeness of this final map.
Well, a very fun round. The fact that it came down to 1 alive, that did not happen at all in the first 2 maps, guys. There was not a single round across either Fortress or Lair where it came down to a single player left alive. And in the opening round of Border, it was a 1 versus 1 and time expires. Hopefully, that just gives us a glimpse into the script for this third and final map. That the rounds will be closer, that the scoreboard will be closer. That's all we ask for, it's not much.
So down below
that's
then
a good
for
cam.
round number 2. Vent Workshop, the selection of FaZe, and the Solace brought into play for the second round. We'll see what kind of impact that ends up having in terms of drone economy for Team Liquid. And then don't discount Handy's ability to identify and aid in plant in our late round as well. That can be both up above on the vert, but even horizontally late depending on his positioning.
It's been a very...
Oh, no,
Wow. You got a spawn peek off.
will get rid of Philippox on the Rayora, so they lose a big part of what they wanted to do in this round. Another opening kill from KDS for FaZe.
And if they were cooking for maybe a direct hit through front door, or at least maybe drawing pressure with that util set, that plan A is completely out the window.
0-5 in opening battles for Philippox in the series. Team Liquid have been dominated in this area. FaZe are constantly 5 versus 4, but Maya gets a big kill. KDS wants to keep swinging, but he shuts him down.
Handy is in a compromised position, 2 projectiles.
Do they know about him though? Because the way that Maya's kind of just scoping around, he may not be fully certain.
I think they are.
Seems like they got some kind of an idea. Chance on the souls from Maya. Handy still stays tucked in. He starts to move around. Cyber is below him. Can't really help out. Soul's taken down to 1 HP. Needs to be cautious on the next battle. Handy, by the way, has now moved out. Team Liquid have pivoted away.
So a semblance of control for Team Liquid, but it's fragile. FaZe still with 2 players on the second floor. At what point do Vida King and Handy think about rotating
shot.
and take the fight instead?
Handy's patient. Nade was able to eliminate Cyber. And then Nade falls to Vida King. It's a scrappy border to begin, but Handy, from what looked like a trapped position earlier, has found a netted 2.
Holy, FaZe is playing really aggressive. Wow.
KZ needs a 1 versus 3. This has been a series, though, in which we've not seen any clutches.
We're taking almighty effort, isolating all 3 members of the defense. FaZe remain disciplined, are separated, but still in positions where they're not going to present direct ones for KZ. Forced into the drop.
And dead immediately as Vida King was waiting. 2-0 start for
Wow.
FaZe Clan on border. Defense has looked really, really sharp.
Tech balls.
Worrying signs for Team Liquid Alienware. And it looks like we will get a tactical timeout.
Só vamos ter um pouquinho de atenção nesse início de round, tá faltando um pouquinho de capricho, não só, eu digo, em questão do pique, só que vamos definir exatamente o que a gente tá querendo fazer, tá ligado? A gente já trouxe o round ali depois, a gente tá entrando leste, só que tipo aí os caras estão batendo e tal, tá ligado? Dá pra gente calmar o round, dá pra gente fazer muita coisa, tá ligado? Então tipo assim, ó, só vamos respirar um pouquinho, ver o que eles estão fazendo e tal, a gente conseguir jogar, tá ligado? Porque os 2 rounds até agora, basicamente, a gente não conseguiu. A gente trouxe o round, mas a gente ainda não jogou o round, é isso que eu tô tentando falar pra vocês.
Concordo.
Então agora a gente vai começar aqui com a banheiro, vamos fazer a lobo, abre as coisas ali bonitinho e tal. Deu pra ver claramente que o KDS, o Rafadel comeu o cu deles pra eles jogar um pouco mais peitando e tal, tá ligado? Pra não deixar a gente gostar do jogo. Então só vamos punir, fechou?
Beleza.
Bora. Se ouvir todo mundo, bora.
Tactical timeout expires for Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, I know he's back. I muted him for 5 minutes.
But again, attacker-sided border, you need to be getting some of these rounds. FaZe showing their aggressiveness though here on their defense.
Just enjoy the game.
Take fights, make it more difficult
Just enjoy
for
the
Team
game.
Liquid to get into solid positions. And a big round from Handy. At one point looked rather trapped over towards Armory.
I'm not unmuting you
but then
in
finds
DC.
2 very important kills. And
Don't
we never even
spam
really
the chat.
got to see Team Liquid attempt towards Vent Workshop.
It's enjoyable to me. It's enjoyable to the 4 or 5 people in here.
Tough
So they don't have to hear
in
you
that round,
and whatever you're doing.
Bucks on the Rayora.
So just relax.
2 minutes 41. Completely unraveled their plans. The fight back, the plan B attempt, certainly valiant, but FaZe minimizing mistakes and not allowing them back into the round. Over to the tertiary then for the third. Is this an opportunity now for Team Liquid to get around on the board? Shields now in play. Philippox will resume what we have seen over the course of this series so far on the Blackbeard.
Well, they've just got to be a little bit more cautious with their approach. You know, they know that FaZe are going to want to play these window positions, doorway positions, take the fights out on the balcony. Team Liquid
Yeah,
need
when
to
have you
adapt to
hit
that.
Champ?
You know, maybe the way that they're going to drone, get information. Do have Maya on the Solid Snake, so he's someone that they can kind of lean on to get some intel. They've got Philippox on the Blackbeard, so they've got operators that can help them get into the building, get good position. When
Yeah,
FaZe
the
playing
mute
this
is
pass from
being really
Telesite,
effective.
all around the map. The entire map of border is going to be in play in this third round.
Sometimes the most difficult part of border for the attack is problem solving your way into the building and finding a way to get the entry battle your way without then forfeiting it. That advantage to the trade.
Well, that's what FaZe do so well, though. They don't really leave a lot of gaps in their defense, especially when they've got 5 up. Makes it very difficult. Of course, you're going to give them the respect as well in terms of straight-up gunfights. Handy's going to eat the Jugger payload call from Nade. King, that should be great. And
good
indeed it is onto Nade. Another opening kill for FaZe. And again at the window. But this time it was from the Nitrocell.
And the kind of play that Team Liquid can't trade. Now in such a difficult position with live info still being relayed onto their positions.
Yeah, Liquid's looking. Oh my, they're playing really slow to me. Oh.
JB92.
Oh.
I got a little bit careless over towards East Stairs. Has allowed
Dang.
Cyber to escape. Oh, and a chance of that again. He's had 2 opportunities. Has JB92 to find that kill onto
Dude,
Cyber.
when have you ever seen Frost play in Pro
continues to
League?
escape him. Slips away, then back up East Stairs. This would be awful if he finds a kill. Turnaround shot onto the Blackbeard fully boxed. But the
I don't know how
Blackbeard will
that's not a
survive,
headshot.
courtesy of that shield. And then Souls will fall to KZ. Liquid with the advantage. But time starting to expire.
Triple radar from the Solid Snake. Team Liquid with a perfect read.
Got the information, but it's got to play off for King to fall to JB92. He finally collects a kill. The Blackbeard dealt with, though, from Handy. He's got 4. No surprise to see the cream rise to the top. And now with KDS, they have the chance to, again. But here comes JB92. But Handy, one of the great clutch players, shut down. It's a quad from JB.
Dude, a 4K, holy.
Finally, Liquid breakthrough on border.
We know how good JV can be. A little quiet over the course of this series. 10-12 up until that point. And he had a pretty dodgy battle over towards top east as we picked up through the mid-round. Then almost got caught on a timing as Cyber reclaimed control top stairs, but got great coverage courtesy of Philippox.
What a strange round, though, for your JB92 when he ends up in a position at the very beginning to get that clear onto Cyber. East Stairs, okay, doesn't take the first chance, peaks over waiting, gets another chance, doesn't take the shot. And despite that, ends up having a crucial round when he was able to net 4 kills for himself by the end of it. It started with this Nitrocell, though, from King. I thought, honestly, bad internal thoughts for Team Liquid, but they found responses.
And it will go down as another failed conversion from FaZe in this series. And if they go on to lose, that will be a big talking point. Back on Lair, they had the overwhelming majority of entry battles go their way and still were very unsuccessful.
Of course, finished with 4 straight on Fortress as well. In terms of the overall series summary, good point to kind of give a bit of a highlight. For FaZe, it's a very even spread performance. 10 kills for KDS, then 12 for Cyber, 13 for Handy, 14 for Souls, and 15 for King. So a very team-orientated performance for Team Liquid. 17 from KZ, 15 for Maya, 14 for JB92, 10 for Nade, 8 for Leapox. Armory and Archives again for the second time here in the 4th round.
Zofia banned from FaZe Clan. Team Liquid taking the Azami out of play. FaZe potentially feeling threatened by the potential of the triple impact, despite Team Liquid not playing the Zofia across the first 3 rounds.
Azami, though, has been played by FaZe Clan, so will not have access
He's
to
gonna
that.
be baiting that. Where's your mod? Take it away.
It's going to make the mirror very powerful, though, without the Zofia counter from down below.
Well, look at the positioning of Team Liquid, right? So they've clearly adapted after the first 2 rounds. They're sitting back a little bit more. They want FaZe to keep playing this aggressive style. They'll be a little bit more ready for it. But what that also now does is reduces the amount of time that you have in the round when it comes to the side objective. Nate has been able to slip in through customs.
The beepers, though.
Full top floor hold for FaZe, except Cyber towards main stairs. It's KDS that found another open kill. There is that Cyber bottom main. Swing onto Nade. They strike again and find 2 kills at the same time. Despite the patience from Team Liquid guys, where they're sitting back, expecting this swing from FaZe, they can never just get the timing right. FaZe again with another early advantage from the entry battle. This has been the biggest downfall for Liquid across all 3 maps.
Not a ton of map control to show for it either.
Threat nearby.
Leapox still in a position to shot call live. Maya and JV92 to try and isolate picks as best as possible.
Reloading.
60 seconds, and it's a stack office side from Team Liquid as they look to try and trade their way back into the round. They have a decent belt of util that they can deploy, but into this Fountain Cross, good luck.
Cyber as well can push through the hallway too. They can go for a bit of a back hit. They can afford to. Handy dies, and so
oh, wait, whoa.
Waiting, hasn't found an angle because of the ROU that was up in the hallway from JB92. So he will fall back over through break. Cyber's going to make his way back to site rather than going for the flank.
Whoever wins this will play. Who do we just watch? We'll play DK tomorrow.
KDS with Nitrocell though for defense.
And then also, you know,
the final 30 seconds
Furia versus
of
Dog
the
Zero
round, and they're still stalled out off a side.
Cyber, oh, what a shot from Maya! I thought Cyber was in the wonderful position, but Leapox caught on the close hold with a shotgun.
Oh, wow.
Gets a huge
Wow. And here I was thinking Liquid would come back and make it a 2-2.
FaZe was still standing strong in sight. Vidiking has been crucial. FaZe take a 3-1 lead on defense border.
Oh,
there's nasty pre-fire right here.
In that round for Team Liquid. Utilize the util really nicely on this office side stack and initially found success, had then a player advantage, but forced then into KDS and Vidiking. The latter, one of the best anchor players in this game, often regarded by some as being one of the most ruthless players going around.
Hey, are you getting put in time out?
KDS moment has 3 opening kills on this map alone.
Yep.
What a performance. 5-1 on the entry across all 3 maps from KDS. Really setting his team up.
Thank you for liking the live.
4 straight opening kills for FaZe. Liquid need to do better earlier in these rounds.
The most entry kills from an individual across this series so far in a single map. It was Cyber, went 3-1 on Fortress.
So 2 rounds to go in the half here on board up. It is starting to slip away from Team Liquid Alienware. But can they strike back here on Vent Workshop to try and keep this map close? We've already had 2 very one-sided maps. We don't need a third. FaZe wouldn't mind that. Spot in the semi-final tomorrow against GK on the line.
Ooh, they're gonna go for a quick plant. I just realized what ops they had.
Teams, the bragging rights. Well, FaZe have dominated.
But someone should always be holding from birth.
This core roster of Liquid.
Pop.
They've had one up over.
I think we're going to see the Candela dump sandwich in the hit front door. This could be big if Team Liquid lay the util correctly.
Cyber captures out the blitz.
And again, they foiled the plan early.
But they're traded by Maya.
But as you say, with that plan foiled, this now means do they want to continue on?
I think they can commit. They still have the util to commit.
JV92 has collected the case.
No Candela's top floor, though, makes the disruption difficult for Team Liquid.
King's the one that's close by inside of server. You can see the angle that he's holding. Provided if Team Liquid want to go in for the plant, they've still got one outside of the window.
Gosh, Souls has no idea.
In a very intriguing position, main lobby. It's Souls that may also push from East Air side. Plant attempt from KZ.
Oh, JP hit the Thatcher.
Hasn't got a Nitro Cell. Doesn't know where the plant's going down. They both go down handy. The Soulless play is so good. It's going to be 4-1 to FaZe. Liquid's already used their timeout. They can't talk things over again. This attacking half has been foiled. And even with Maya finding this kill, he needs 3 more. He needs the ace clutch. If Liquid are to win this round, it's all down to Maya.
He'll probably need to traverse top floor to contest Handy.
He does have a minute. He's got the time and he almost got the chance onto KDS. And then on the hatch, Handy times it to perfection. What an impressive round from Handy on the Soulless to disrupt that plant attempt. 4-1 lead for FaZe. All 3 maps
Where did
have been
Cyber clip first?
Final round of this half coming up, but guys can't help but feel for Liquid. They are in some deep trouble. Their attack on board
4-1. Are they gonna make it a 5-1 split like Liquid did to them in the previous map?
Playing a suffocating brand of Siege at the moment. Once again, foiling the early plan there from Team Liquid with the direct attack. And there was the play from Handy, despite some, lack of a better word, handiwork from JV92 on the Thatcher. That wasn't quite enough to help get that plant down. And without the Candelas for additional flash support back up above because they invested that early, Team Liquid were in such a precarious position.
Not usual to see your IGL
now
be hella positive, but hell yeah,
precarious
working for them.
Oh, it spells trouble for Team Liquid. Even if they can find a second round here, Border's been the most attack-sided map of the event, but you can, of course, do well defensively too, depending on how you want to play. But the way that it has been played by FaZe is of aggression, confidence. They look like the attacking team. 5 straight opening kills on Border defense. The attack has not found any avenue of success early in the rounds. Hence why probably Liquid just thought we might go for a fast plant attempt. Catch them off guard, but no, FaZe have just been on the front foot every single round. They're not going to be caught by surprise. And with the Soulless available, it was always going to be difficult to get that plant down quickly and safely. Bathroom Towers, the only site that Liquid have been able to win in this first half. They'll need to win it again.
This is where you need to dig deep if you're Team Liquid.
It's a big lineup change as well, by the way, for FaZe. They only bring the Sentry again. It's another opening kill for FaZe. 6 straight on the defensive border. Maya peeks and dies. The Solid Snake eliminated. But a trade onto the Soulless. That's pretty handy if you're KZ and Liquid. Needed that.
And a little bit of map control over towards East Stairs. So certainly now not the worst of opening thirds here for the attack. Do they commit to the clear above, or do they find a path for the plant?
They can probably realistically find a path to plant.
As the leader of this team.
Like this Selma to put some pressure over towards that main hallway. And he's going to fall over at top waiting, but he's not dead, still just only downed, and they're going to get KDS to rotate over, looking for a revive as well. Then King catches out JB92. It's a big swing, but the plant going down from Philippe Pox inside a bathroom. He gets off the plant. He gets taken low. FaZe starting to get in control once again. This looks really awkward right now for Liquid. And it's a double kill from Souls.
Wow.
He's the only one left.
Wow.
Puts him to bed. FaZe go 5-1 up.
This is such a weird series. Who the hell is screaming? I think we've determined it to be Souls. He's a player for FaZe. Souls is like wife, girlfriend.
Não, lembra. A ser não explicado que sai aqui embaixo. Play também dá pra fazer. Ou se dá resumida aí, que vai botar
Deixa eu falar uma parada.
Um boneco que eu vou mudar, eu não vou pegar Ribana no bomba da sinal, porque eu quase nunca uso aquela porra daquela
Lion,
Ribana.
tu consegue pegar?
Não, posso pegar lá, eu ia pegar a Doka, tá ligado?
Pode pegar Lion. Faz tudo de Lion e o...
Doka é melhor.
Tá, pode ser então.
Porque aí eu ligo por causa da tripla e se pá eu tento comer ele também.
Tá, beleza.
Yeah, she's loud. Yeah, she's very vocal, which I don't. She's, yeah. I thought she would have tempered down and lost her voice or something. But good news is you know, let's say FaZe makes it tomorrow. You know, her voice might be chalked.
Antes desse cara, tá ligado?
É que eu me lembro, cadê? O Jay é bem cagão, acho que ele joga só da porta no C4, nem vai abrir tanto.
Ele fica fazendo
no banheiro. Eles vão querer provavelmente fazer a play deles horizontal por causa do Ace Open, tá? Então, tipo assim, ó, tryharda bem nos pixels lá de cima, coisa e tal, e tá de boa. Guys, de novo, agora é o momento que tá foda. É a mesma coisa que foi ali no Covil. Se a gente começar a fazer o nosso jogo, mano, as coisas vão dar certo, tá ligado? Os caras cagaram um pouco, teve round que a gente vacilou um pouco e por isso que o placar tá 5-1. Só que, mano, a gente já trouxe 1000 vezes esse border aqui defendendo, tá ligado? Vai começar a ficar difícil um pouco pros caras também. E aí, no mais, acho que é só a gente se entender. Fox, eu acho que isso aqui vai pro AT. No AT, primeiro ataque, tu vai fazer uma bait plant com o cara marcando a oficina e esperando a Zami vir fechar lá de longe, que eles vão querer bater.
So the halftime break as it's starting to come to an end.
How much the timeouts really help? There's a lot of factors that they help out with. In my opinion, they really do help out a lot. But the first thing, obviously, is going over your prep. So obviously, these guys do like prep before the game on what they want to attack, what they want to defend, how they want to attack, how to defend, right? That's what coach is doing. But they also look at, you know, they do you know, look at the teams they're versing. So how does this team attack? How does this team defend? So there's that. There's also a momentum changer, right? To help with your mental. So you're down this timeout. This timeout's really big, right? You know, keep your team's morale up, keep their mental up. But also it's a momentum stopper. Instead of going right into the next round after FaZe just went, you know, 5-1, it took a little break. It sort of reset a little bit. But we'll see.
Archives to begin.
They do help out a lot.
Deimos, Capital will be the bans. And then the Liquid just have to go for broke here. They cannot play in their shells. They need to be aggressive on the defensive border. Look for these early battles. 6-0 in favor of FaZe for opening kills. But this time they converted. That was the difference back on Lair. They just failed to convert. They had the early advantages but couldn't do with it anything. But if you're Liquid, and especially the way that you want to play Armory and Archives, you can't just fall back and play side. Not on border, you don't get that safety.
Is weird. I haven't seen that played much in Pro League.
5 seconds remaining.
FaZe 2 rounds away from a semi-final appearance tomorrow. Again, in the international record of these two teams, the rosters themselves, not necessarily the organizations. 3-1 in favor of the Liquid Core in the W7M and Furia days. The only time FaZe actually has beaten this team internationally was back in Boston in the lower bracket final. Went on a course to win that hammer.
This is Cyber now.
Work position
He
early
does.
from Cyber. It's Maya on ping. W so courtesy of the Lion that will force his position back, but now Boxing Workshop.
It's KZ that finds the opening kill though, at least onto Cyber. And
Oh, he
that
swung
gets
the
rid of some
Cyber.
more
He swung
information to be
Cyber.
gained later in the round from
Ow.
the radar. Good start for Liquid. They get their first entry battle.
Also allowed Maya to get back to the second floor. Handy in a position to lurk below though. Double impact still up. Regardless, a strong start for the defense of Team Liquid. Conversion expected to be high here on border, and they'll be relying upon that here in round 7.
Now, Vidiking looked as if he was bolstering for a potential vault in, but it's just not possible when you've still got E-Stairs held by Philippox. KZ, of course, there directly. By the way, the side is completely vacant right now from Liquid, so it's a good sign that they're happy to play the aggressive nature of border on the defense, spread out, take key positions. They got rewarded with the opening kill as well. KZ will eat the first chug of payload, and it's Nade that falls to KDS. KZ knows there's pressure at the window,
Wow.
but loses to Handy. Huge kill
Forehand.
Haven't cleared the top East player.
Removes
Wow.
the coup mine. Maya.
Wow.
Big play from Maya.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Maya makes that his moment. That Liquid will not go down quietly on border.
Fair play. Very, very strong play. Philippox wasn't really in the best of positions to render support and wanted to play into his utility top E, so it was reliant that on Maya over towards break to be that supporting arm, and that's exactly what he was able to do. 5-2 now the scoreline as we look back at this play. Great work from Maya.
That's a huge round. That's a confidence boosting round individually for Maya and his team. He has now become the top fragger for Team Liquid across all 3 maps, sitting at 22 and 17. He knows that he needs to perform. When you're replacing someone like Herds, you need to be top level, a top line addition to the core roster, and he's done just that in this series. He's led the way. He needs the others to help him out.
10 seconds to go.
How's a
That's
team
one round
Liquid
down for
in
Liquid, but a lot
tattoo?
more to go to forge the comeback on border. As we go Vent Workshop, it's these sites. It's not Armory Archives, guys. That's the one you probably should be winning. It's the others that will be difficult. Vent Workshop, Bathroom Towers. Those will be far more difficult to defend for Team Liquid.
And speaking of Team Liquid, electing to go denial-centric with this comp, the Tachanka and the Solace to stall out space and then to help in preventing that diffuser from being planted. FaZe with the kind of lineup and positionally early here, maybe shaping for what we kind of saw Team Liquid try to attempt with direct front door. Ultimately, it wasn't successful for them, courtesy of those denial tools. And so we could see a similar dynamic evolve here in the 8th round. I like this addition though, a bit of lurk potential and pinch pressure. KDS and Cyber posturing elsewhere. Can they maybe catch Philippox off guard?
Philippox needs to be very careful towards East stairs. It's
Oh.
Cyber though that catches Nade. Nade thought he had the angle covered, and Philippox now dead
Wow.
right to the bottom of East.
Crosses.
KZ at least got a
Not
kill onto
crosses, but,
KDS to offset some of the damage caused by FaZe, but yet another opening kill for FaZe. And then as KZ
Wow.
falls, it seems like
Hold up.
maybe hope for Liquid will fall with him. Maya and JV92. We have not seen really any big clutch rounds in these kind of positions in this series. A 2 versus 4 would be a massive round for Liquid if they can win it from here. But it's going to take an almighty effort as Cyber
Wallbang
captures Maya,
headshots, crazy.
pushing out of security. And the Blackbeard in the face of JV92 says
Wow,
it
one more round.
all as
One more round
FaZe
for
go
FaZe and they make it to the semis.
6-2 up. 4 match and series points for the back.
This is such a weird series.
Looking to make the semi-final here at the Esports World Cup.
Well, that is relief for FaZe. 4 opportunities in regulation to send Team Liquid home. Great round played there. Loved the adaptation with the clear above. They broke the cross from Fountain.
It's just not happening for Liquid today, is it?
Gave them so much supremacy on that top floor, and Team Liquid are fighting, but
I think they're fighting a losing battle.
They're fighting on fumes.
They've just been completely outclassed up until this point. Then Workshop goes against them. Now to Bathroom and Towers for match point opportunities for FaZe Clan. And we'll play GK tomorrow. SAL versus EML is a guarantee. It's just a matter of who from SAL, and right now looking like FaZe.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the
0 in play for FaZe. The Argus launcher great at gathering information, and given the vert nature here of board, it can also be used for really effective util clearance alongside that Twitch. And so Team Liquid will need to be ultra aware of that over the course of this round, and it may compromise the likes of some of that catch from Philippox. JV92 and his Goyo canisters and the Razor Blooms as well, courtesy of Thorn. Interested to see how Handy actually directly uses that first one. Bit of info gather onto KZ. Security currently. And if you're Team Liquid right here, right now, you cannot afford to put a foot wrong. A singular mistake here could prove costly.
I've just been absolutely shredded in the entry battle. 7-1. I mean, that is just something you cannot allow to happen in a quarterfinal at the EWC. Need to be trying to split that a little bit better. That's a big reason why they find themselves in this position. Spreading around the map on the defense for Team Liquid. Does leave the site vulnerable for Bathroom Towers, except for Nade. Nade's going to be the one to try and, of course, get info if anyone's playing close outside site. He hasn't found anything yet. Actually, just spots one now in Vidiking. Cyber creeping through main lobby. There's a lot of presence here for FaZe up close. Nade is not going to be ready. Oh, the help from Maya watching the vert. Saves Nade from getting stabbed in the back. Maya with a crucial opening kill for Team Liquid. No more radar, but then KZ to fall from Souls. Over at the balcony, KDS looking to take the vert battle. Handy loses out to JV92. Philippok's low inside of Alphas. They still have Nade towards Bathroom. 60 seconds left.
Double
Welcome
Nitro
back.
and the pulse. Surely
That was
Team
almost a wall
Liquid
bang.
will be able to confirm this round. Surely no shenanigans on offer. KDS in a
Where's
position to
Case?
start
Can
posturing
KDS
for
go for a
plant,
plant?
Philippok's finished off. He was low on health. Vidiking able to eliminate him. They 3v3 and into towers for a plant attempt from KDS. Is there anyone even there to stop him? It doesn't look like it. This will be a successful plant. The Nitrocell too late. But it doesn't even find a kill from Nade. It seems this will be the moment for FaZe to finish off Team Liquid. But a crucial knockdown onto KDS. Vidiking around these stairs. Passport for Souls. They've got this covered. As now Nade thinks about getting on the kit for JV to cover. But Nade caught from Souls.
Ooh.
1 versus 1.
Ooh.
20 seconds.
Ooh, what a shot from him. 6-2 is rough. 2-9. Just know this is how this series went, okay? They 7-0s, and then Team Liquid Alien were 7-1s, and then FaZe 7-2. It's like it just doesn't make any sense. Just doesn't make any sense.
Such a formidable force. I can't help but shake the feeling that
You can't with that woman? No.
grand final bound.
You'll see her tomorrow. How does that happen? I don't know. It's like I don't know. If there's a fourth map, does Team Liquid is it different? Like, bro.
This team.
What woman, dude? The girl yelling after every single FaZe kill, and Rage pointed out that it was the one. She was yelling a lot more for Souls, but yeah.
Can't help but feel.
Dude, she's loud. She is loud.
This FaZe roster, it's the 6 invitational that they've got their eyes
That one right there, literally on the screen. Yeah, that was her. She was yelling after every. She kept on. Dude, she after every kill that FaZe would get, she yells.
Slowing down, Jake, and that's the scary thing about this FaZe outfit. Such a great roster and so much longevity. As we said before, it doesn't feel like there's another team that might be able to stop
man,
them.
I'm off.
I think DZ have a chance. But even that, at this point in time, feels like it could be a stretch.
What's the over/under on her screams, bro? It's bro. On Kalshi, yeah. Nah, they'll have a what's it called? They'll have overlay for tomorrow. For sure, no problem, Lance. Wait, what's up, Kuna?
7-0 dominated on board a 7-2. Forget about Lair. That one doesn't matter. In the grand
Great night, you too, Lance. You too. Then to finish reinforced to rotate or the reinforcements. There were no reinforcements left.
From EML to try and stop this Brazilian
there were no reinforcements left. Yeah, it was made to be a rotate that no one played out of. Right? It's one of those things where they make a rotate based and they'll play off it based off what the push is. But the push wasn't, to hold that. That makes sense. So yeah. But I'll see everybody later. Everybody have a blessed night, blessed day, wherever it is for you.